PKA 721 with our guest Ryan Rivera is coming, Matt the Meth Head, and then Harley later on. It's quite the night. Taylor?
Oh, a full cast of characters. This episode's brought to you by Lock and Load and our merch, PKA 10 for that. Check it out. Ryan, thank you so much for joining us this evening. I love your background. I feel like a child. I like backgrounds where there's lots of things for me to look at, lots of things to distract me. Burger King crowns.
Anything you want zoomed in on and clarified, I could do that for you. Not a problem.
Man,
perfect.
Tech.
I know.
There's
You can pan and zoom. Holy
You can pan
CSI.
and zoom.
In hand.
there's beans.
little ET over there.
Yeah, beans. You got Bud
yeah.
Light. One hot Bud Light in the corner.
Yeah. Wait, I don't know why it's doing
Hairy
this.
thing
I don't know what that
underneath.
is.
Who's that?
Oh, that's Printy. Printy is the anti-Semitic printer.
What does he make?
He says very unhinged things that I have nothing to do with. I don't endorse any of them. But yeah, during the show, we thought we needed like a Pee Wee Herman style character, but with anything that Gavin McInnes has to do with has to have a little edge. So he didn't come up with it. I did that.
You came up with the anti-Semitic 3D printer. Does it print
just a
things that are
regular.
mean?
It needs a yarmulke.
Oh, it's a regular. For some reason, I was picturing 3D printer, which would be neater. You'd print things in 3D that Jews hate, little Hitlers, I guess. What else do they have?
Yes, that's exactly.
Swastikas.
It would just be like a large sum of money
Palestinian
in
child.
text. With
He's been printing out
with a negative sign in front of it, and he'd be like, "Oh my goodness, all that money gone!" Like that's.
Yeah, he prints out a lot of World War II figures of casual. I don't know what he does.
Oh, okay. So the anti-Semitic printer isn't quite sure about 6 million. That's what you're saying.
I think he has some doubts.
Okay,
but it is a Canon, so
it's a Canon. It's not one of those German printers. Like, is HP German? Probably.
I'm gonna guess
I
so.
think they're American, right?
Oh, well, I don't know.
But enough about my anti-Semitic printer.
And we can stay on that topic slightly. I saw Trump rocking the yarmulke this week. I thought that was a good look for him. You know, with his hairstyle, I feel like a cap of some kind is always a good look. How did that make you feel, Taylor, when you saw Trump wearing his?
You know what it makes me feel like when
yarmulke?
I see our elected officials wearing the yarmulke at the Wailing Wall. I'm like, I feel heard and represented as an American. This is what I want my elected officials doing with their time. Going to another country.
Oh, look at him there.
Ben Shapiro. This is an old one.
This
is
might be
Trump
the
of the
old
Wall
one. Can you
classic.
find the one he's with Ben Shapiro?
My God, there's a lot of short, hairy guys here. How long do I have to stand like this? Have they gotten their photos?
The wall swallowed my hand. I don't even know where it went. It took my hand.
That was a really good one.
You give them a finger, they take a hand. Unbelievable.
You want them on your side. The only thing worse than having them on your side is on the other side.
Is this the recent one, Trump and the yarmulke?
Yeah, that's
recent?
Trump there showing his support,
sure that's
bending the
recent?
knee, as they say. Yeah, I mean, I saw him there with Ben
He
Shapiro
looks
and a whole mess. Well, I mean, he's a young guy. He's still a spring chicken.
He's
You know,
pretty spry.
That's where I won't let the left attack him. All right, he's an old out of shape man with they make fun of his man boobs, and I'm like, where have y'all been the last 25 years? He's an old white man. He's got man boobs. Did you think he had a six pack? Like, we know he's out of shape. We know he's bald. He's made fun of his own baldness for 35 fucking years. Like,
I liked his hair. Remember that picture of him with the hair back, the Southern gentleman look that he debuted for one day?
Yeah, that would have been fun. I wish he was kind of like a creative character where he'd switch it up a bit more.
Yeah.
Look, tell me the yarmulke does not make
Ben
it look better.
Shapiro's there. My goodness.
I wasn't kidding. Look,
Yeah, I
ignore
know.
Shapiro. Look at that guy on the left. He looks like the Jewish enforcer or
Can we
something
wrap
like
this
that.
up? I've got tunneling to get to.
Oh, this is beautiful. This is beautiful.
What
love how
is he
Jewish
putting on
boys,
top
you
of
can
that
just do the South
tombstone
Park one.
thing? A rock? Was there something I don't
There's
understand about
there's
this?
some symbolism going on there
Yeah.
that's we're not Jews. We wouldn't get it. See,
It's
this
something
is
wrong.
not a bad look for him.
He needs a
Okay,
yarmulke,
from the other
I
side.
think. I was going with the yarmulke helps him.
The
When did he
yarmulke.
lose
Well,
that
the
shit?
yarmulke helps him, but not with his hair.
He needs a sombrero.
It
That'll
helps his
cover the hair.
chances.
Shouldn't we wait for Harley to get here before we crack open the? I'm sorry, Printy got this whole thing off on the wrong foot. I just came back from St. Louis this past weekend, visiting my wife's family. It's a lovely town. I don't know what you're talking about. I listened to in your bathroom while my kids were sleeping, like the PKA compilation of East St. Louis stories. So I was like, I want to go to Crown Candy. Sounds great.
Mhm.
We didn't get to make it there, but I did see a bleeding woman in the street.
Oh, that was in the city though, because I've said the not downtown part of St. Louis, wonderful town, wonderful city. The suburbs and the surrounding of the downtown area is really nice. It's the downtown in East St. Louis that's terrible.
Well, this was Kirkwood.
It was in Kirkwood.
It was in Kirkwood, so that's a nice part outside of like far away from downtown too, about 15 minutes away. And I was going to Emo's Pizza, and on the the intersection there's a woman that crossed the street. She was wearing like athletic gear, so she wasn't homeless. She wasn't a friend of Maddie's, if you know what I mean, with her lifestyle. And so she looked like she was jogging, and then her face was busted open, like her whole orbital bone was bloody.
Oh my goodness.
And I rolled my window down. I said, "Do you need help?" And she said, "Can I?" And I immediately thought, "Have money." But she said, "Give me a ride to the urgent care." But I was like, I don't know if this is like a St. Louis trick. You fell for the old.
Not out of there.
St. Louis version of "I'm out of gas. Could I borrow your card?"
Yeah,
that's our version of like an Italian guy giving your girlfriend a rose at dinner and then asking you for money. We bloody a woman and put her in the road in the summer.
Yeah, that's your 3-card Monty.
Dude, that sucks.
Boston,
Kirkwood is nice.
When that guy came up to us begging for money, this is one of the PAXs, I think.
Yeah.
I need to go to urgent care. My hand is swollen. And he whips out one hand that is, it might have been twice the size of his other hand. It was enormously swollen. And he just needed $20 for a cab. And I gave it to him because I'm dumb. Is this some sort of well-known
we all gave him something.
Oversized hand thing?
No. We all
sounds
real.
Gave
him something. I think Joe I can't remember if Joe gave him money or if Joe was like, "Hey, I got you. That's the old swollen hand trick. The old swollen hand trick. You fell for it. Hook, line, and sinker." Like, I can't remember.
Hand? I don't think he had like a doll hand coming out of his coat.
No, maybe he's banging his own hand up though to not only get our dollars but also get the pills when he does get to emergency care.
The real scam I've seen multiple times when I lived closer to the city was homeless people who would every time say they were a veteran, which that part, it's a good career to choose if you're going to lie. It's believable that they're a homeless veteran, but then always it would be that their car broke down far away or that their family needed to get put up in a hotel for the night because something happened. And the family's never there. The car is never visible, but they need $20 to $25.
A good choice. Why are you suggesting that America's fighting forces are losers?
Well, this guy's fibbing about it, Woody. I could tell.
You said it was believable that veterans would be homeless.
Oh yeah, like if he looked like a veteran. But this guy, it was like you have a lot of missing teeth, and you're leading me to believe that did you lose these teeth on the way from this
Charlie took them.
This sad family event happened. You smoked meth for 10 years on the way here, and then you're asking for $20 from me right now
on the way here.
Yeah, come on,
Ryan. Why did you think her face was bleeding? Why was it cut up? Do you think it was a knife, a bottle, a punch?
I asked her, so I like compulsively lowered my window just because I care for my fellow man, and I said, I'm like, "Goodness, are you okay?" She said, "I tripped." So I don't know.
I think she's lying.
Was she old?
On the ground.
I think she might have been lying, huh?
Was she old?
She was like 45 or something like that.
Okay, not old enough to be taking a tumble like that.
Yeah, that's not trip and fall, hit face first. I was this early in my career. I was manager accounts payable and receivable at this construction company. And I was behind, so we hired a temp to help me do this filing. And she shows up, and her face is cut from like nose to ear. She had gotten into a fight. And each of them were armed with broken bottles. This woman was so ghetto.
Hey, what happened? Bottle fight. You know how it is.
Yeah, it was like the night before. Like it was so fresh. Like,
it's still open.
It was she wasn't very good at filing.
What did you do? You're like, oh my goodness, that's horrible.
I pretended like
get to work?
A regular person. Like, all right, so these are the files. This is the alphabet. Go get some.
Just so you know, no glass allowed in here.
Yeah.
I need you to take a look at these accounts. Hey, ball.
Where's your recycling bin? I've got a couple of shards to throw away.
Ever seen somebody get hit with a bottle or glass?
No,
I never have.
I don't. Not in person. Movies. I mean, on the internet.
my roommate would smash bottles on his head. Like he said there was like a technique to it, and he'd take a beer bottle, he'd whack himself on the head, and it would break just right.
That the crazy Ukrainian guy?
Close
Latvian,
enough,
like
Lithuanian. But yeah, he could like crack him on his head, and it was like so impressive to me as a 19-year-old. It was like the coolest thing I'd ever seen. And I would try to do it, but I wouldn't commit fully. And apparently you have to really, the way he described it is if you hit yourself like a 7 out of 10 force, it's just going to hurt and it's going to bounce. But if you give yourself an 8 or 9 out of 10, like all you got, it'll just kind of pop like a light bulb and you won't even sustain much injury. And then he goes, pop, and he pops one. And he's like, and he'd also do this thing where he puts cigarettes out on his tongue. And he said the same thing. He's like, if you hesitate, it'll burn you. But if you just put it right out, it just
to a 19-year-old, that's the coolest guy.
No idea.
If I met like someone my age who was doing that, I'd get away quickly. But at 19, you're like, man, this guy's he doesn't.
That's probably
hero. Hurts himself.
That's probably what that woman in St. Louis did. She'd give it like a 6 or a 7.
Yeah.
I was trying to be cool.
I gave it a 6.
High school me has the same story, Kyle. We didn't know anyone who broke bottles over their head, but we had heard that it was possible. So we would hit ourselves in the head with beer bottles and never succeeded in breaking any of them. We just looked.
I'm not 100% convinced that he wasn't like etching the glass with a knife when I wasn't looking or something, but he was using the beers that we were drinking, so he didn't have like a trick bottle. But but I always thought putting that cigarette on your tongue, like I'm sure you've never tried it because you don't smoke, but like you see somebody do it, you're like that's cool as fuck.
It's pretty easy.
And I know it's gonna taste awful, but then like trying to make yourself touch a lit cigarette to your tongue is harder than you might think. You're like, I don't.
I told you.
Are you sure this is gonna work? Because it sounds awful if it doesn't. Because if you've never had a cigarette burn, they're pretty bad. Like cigarettes burn hotter than you think. It's not like a match. It's a pretty serious burn if you put a cigarette out on yourself. It's nasty.
It sticks
scabby.
in there.
Yeah.
Like that's probably the problem. It like sticks that really penetrates because there's like a bunch of different, I don't know, nooks and crannies to the head of it. But I've done the tongue thing.
Brian, let me ask you, do you go hard? Because I've seen it done and people just like tap to sort of, I don't know, maybe use different parts of
I
their
do it the
tongue.
cheap way. I saw somebody do it. They create a pool of spit on their tongue, like they just really wet the tongue up and then it just goes right out. Like it sucks it up like a sponge and it goes tss, and then it's the taste is the only big deal. But if this guy's doing it like hardcore style, like just that and like showing you that he's putting it, that's a different realm.
Saul's a hardcore guy.
That is. I told you guys there was one of my friends this was in college. We were at this, I don't remember what concert, and he was smoking cigs. I was probably smoking a cig with him too. And he was blackout drunk, like when the eyes are just floating in a pool, just looking listlessly in other directions. And he kept saying he was going to put a cigarette out on himself. And he's like, watch. And he takes a big drag on this cigarette. Like he was hitting it drunk. And so it wasn't like the way a casual smoker would smoke and there's a normal sized ember on the end. It's like an icicle of fire that's coming out the end of this cigarette. And he goes, and then like it starts to burn and like the big, like there's still a real ember on it, even though the icicle part one broke off, and he like took it off and was like, ugh. And he hit it again, and so it relit, and then he put it out twice on it. So he's got little Venn diagram scars on his forearm of where he forgot he was doing it, then remembered and put it out again. Haven't seen that guy in many years.
In the middle of the Venn diagram is something cool and something painful. Right in the middle.
It wasn't cool. I was there. It was
hot.
There wasn't even a show. It was like just me watching him do it. He was that. I think he was doing it for himself. But I wanted to ask you about your St. Louis time, because people don't often visit St. Louis. So,
that's true.
You have Arch there.
That is true.
Well, we have the Arch there, but
we did the Arch.
The woo. You make it sound haunted.
You spent a week there at the Arch.
That's all, dude. I book 10 days in the downtown Ritz and just enjoy the Arch.
I have questions about the Arch because all right. So in my genius mind, there's an elevator in the Arch, and when you get to the top, it's sideways.
That's what I thought.
On their side. Is that how it works?
You're not on your side. You're in a little. Zach showed a picture of it before. You're sitting in a pod, and there are little seats,
like at the
little
bank.
white seats. It looks like it was made in the 50s. Probably was. And then you all sit down, and it sends you up, but you're always facing up in your seat. but when you get off and you're walking around the top of the arch, it's all wonky and slanted. And so
they designed it upside down.
Not flat.
They designed the arch upside down to determine the ideal shape of it. When they use chains, so they hang the chain and then they make a model that's based on the angle of the chain that the arch it's created, and then they invert it, of course, to find the perfect shape.
Interesting. Yeah,
I saw the how they did it.
Missile defense system that's on it.
Oh, you went to the park they built down there, and I haven't even been.
Yeah, we saw the whole like how it was made and everything like that. It's made by the same guy who did the TWA museum in JFK. So it looks like Men in Black. So I had a fun time with that. It's really it was super impressive, very nice. They redid the museum downstairs, but there was, Taylor, there's like a little pond, sort of circular water pond thing in front of the museum.
Yeah, they beautified it.
So are you supposed to be bathing in that thing, or is that
it's frowned upon?
Okay.
Was it a homeless?
No. So this is what's weird is this is the second time that normal looking people were doing something you would expect an East St. Louis to do.
Yeah.
They were like her. It was like a woman, again, 40. Maybe that's the breaking point for St. Louis women.
That's what Gen X will bathe anywhere, I guess.
Yeah. And with her kids, like splashing around this pond. And I was like, is that a thing you can do? I'm new in town. I don't know.
Zach, can you find me a picture of this pond? I'm having a hard time imagining a woman and her children playing in a pond. I'm picturing a cesspool behind the filthy.
I'm picturing
art
shopping mall water fountain with blue water and a little.
Oh, that's way nicer.
I'll have you know,
no
Kyle,
chlorine in this thing.
It used to be like that, and they fixed it.
Oh,
no, it wasn't that.
This is it from just a great angle.
CGI.
Yeah, it's so much bigger than you think it is.
There we go.
Believe it or not, it's not that one. It was literally, it's on top of concrete. So like there's a concrete sort of man-made circular area that water is there. It's like, I guess like a pond fountain sort of thing.
Find the correct pond, Zach.
Doesn't matter. It's just throwing me off a little, Taylor, because I got to admit, as I look at this thing, it's pretty beautiful.
Dude, the arch is the coolest monument I've seen man-made.
Why don't you build anything else in the general area, though? It's like all by itself there, like one of those North Korean monuments.
So it's a park. So like that at the base of it now, I think this might be an old picture. I don't know if the park's down there yet. But yeah, there's like a rule that they can't make buildings taller than the arch in the city.
Photoshopped out all the house fires.
Yeah. Ryan, are you local to the Mississippi River? Like, do you see it all the time?
No, that was my first time down there. I'm just a New Yorker guy.
It's impressive, isn't it?
Yeah.
I feel like we talk about our oceans a lot. The Mississippi River, it moves so much water, and the commerce that happens on it blew my mind. Just like 35 barges being pushed, all like lashed together upriver.
Yeah,
machines could do that. Like,
I want to do one of those riverboat casinos. Cool. That sounds.
We got those.
Experience. Oh yeah, you do. Like in I never watched the end of Ozarks. I didn't watch the last episode.
Why?
I'll tell you why. Like I love that show so much, and once it's over, it's over. And right now, it's like a book that I haven't closed yet. It's still open on the desk over there, and until I finish that last page and close it, it hasn't ended.
You should. That's the best show Netflix has done in years.
I know. I loved it, and I still don't know how it ends. I have no fucking idea.
Not a big Wednesday fan, Taylor?
I'm sorry?
Not a big Wednesday fan?
I don't know what that is.
It's like the Addams Family.
Oh, Addams. No, I never watched that as a kid. And so when they rebooted it, it didn't strike any nostalgia with me.
I loved it.
It was good, but it's not Ozark.
Yeah.
Wait, what does Wednesday have to do with Ozark?
He said it was the best thing Netflix has done in years.
Oh, you're crazy. Oh, God, this is nowhere near. Like that's not Wednesday?
I think it might be their most watched thing, but I also agree with Taylor that Ozark is better.
I bet there's all sorts of animated nonsense.
Fargo's better than any of the ones that anybody else likes.
Which Fargo though? Which season?
All of them are so good. Besides the Jason Schwartzman, Chris Rock one, I couldn't get into it. But
yeah,
every one of them. It's hard to rank them. It's like because like the first one's iconic with Lauren Malvo guy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Bob iconic,
incredible. He's so scary.
He is, and then charming.
Yeah. He's like the last one with the corrupt sheriff. I watched that maybe 2 months ago. That was really good. You're right. Fargo is
John Hamm, right?
Show.
John Hamm?
Yes.
I like him.
Is it John? I'm crazy. I don't know.
John Hamm.
St. Louis guy, blues fan. That's
is
good.
He? Yeah, dude, he's a good actor. And I don't know. I think there are people just like him in this world, and it was neat to see it go down.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Kyle, you wouldn't know this because you're a fan of his acting, but he's like a huge blues fan. And he was like, when they were on their cup run, he was like doing that thing celebrities do where they just abuse how popular they are to get wherever they want. And so they'd be like, here's the Blues about to play fucking, Winnipeg or whatever, whoever it is. And then it would just be like, and what's John Hamm in the locker room? And he's just like talking to the players being like, and they're like, what's Mad Men like? And he's like, oh, it was great. Tell me about the NHL. Like,
what you really want to do is, I notice you're rolling your wrist when you're coming in from the left wing. It doesn't look good. How about, you know who else is a big blues fan? Is Jenna Fisher, Pam from The Office. I see her.
Cancer?
She got breast cancer, which is kind of funny because there's an episode where Michael's like, hey, Pam, next time you're in the shower, you should check yourself out. Those things are ticking time bags.
I know she was from St. Louis because John Krasinski's from Boston, and they had like a little social media like PR thing during the Cup run. And even then, I'm like, why couldn't we have had Jim? I don't want Pam. Have John Hamm argue with fucking Jim, and at least that's cooler.
It's such a weird thing that St. Louis. Sorry, it's just that it blew my mind because it's like an underrated. It's not Boston, it's not Chicago, it's not LA, it's not New York, but it's really an understated city. But like when you kind of uncover how. Like the history of it and stuff like that and the significance, it's a great, like I really fell in love with it. And the food is, I guess they got, sorry Taylor, but there's not much to do. Just make a lot of good food. The freaking
we have a ton of Italians here, and so
there is yes, that's right. But Lion's Choice is like a better Arby's, and I love Arby's.
Oh, I've been telling these guys that for years.
It's
Kyle
true,
will
guys.
defend Arby's.
No, I won't defend Arby's. I'll defend Arby's against other fast food joints, but if you say there's a better Arby's, I believe you. Arby's has.
You know what's funny? I've never seen immediate offense in your eyes as when I said Kyle defends Arby's, and your eyebrows tented. You're like, no, not for a second. Like, just
no, you tell me there's better Arby's. I'm down. That sounds great.
Lion's Choice is way better.
I think Arby's kicks Wendy's ass because like you don't even have to like the roast beef. They make like 8 other things.
Yeah, the French dip. I get au jus with everything.
I'm talking about Arby's. Arby's has everything.
The only thing with the food, Lion's Choice, it looks like the logo does not look appetizing. It looks like a supermarket. Looks like a supermarket logo.
Yeah, so and the buildings aren't that good looking either.
Zach, show me some Lion's Choice roast beef sandwiches. Let me see those things.
Throw some Lion's Choice up there.
Throw it on up there.
And what a great name. Because when I was a kid and I would eat there, I'm being like, yeah, I'm strong like a lion. That's what a lion would want to eat. Dude, I'm like 5, 6, give me a break. You know,
if my dad,
that was the same age.
When I was 5, I was far more sophisticated.
That was the same age that I thought that no one ever told me this. Just I thought that if I ate enough ribs, I could be big like Mark McGuire.
All right, that looks pretty good. That looks pretty good.
It's great.
The thing about Arby's roast beef is it's not real roast beef. They get this congealed goo bag that they boil. They boil the bag sous vide, and then they peel the plastic off and they shave the now boiled meat concoction thing. It's not like roasted beef off of a big chunk of meat, which that kind of looks like.
That's how low the bar is that people are like, Lion's Choice blows the doors off Arby's because they use real pieces of meat. And it's like, I don't
That'll do it.
The real pieces of meat is a big seller. I wanted to ask about people who aren't from here sometimes don't like our pizza style, like Emo's and all that. Dave Portnoy came to St. Louis and tried Emo's Pizza, which is like our local.
Describe St. Louis pizza for us.
Very thin crust, Provel cheese, and like very topping focused. So thin crust pizza to put in.
A mess, just a terrible mess.
It's delicious. I love it.
Great. I liked it a lot.
Worst pizza I've ever heard.
Look at that. It's got.
I'm a New Yorker too, so like I should know pizza.
He knows. He's a New Yorker. He knows
New York pizza is a little overrated. It's greasy and slimy and thin crusted. I think it's overdone.
Did you fold it? Because if you didn't fold it, you're not getting the
you gotta fold it and pour the gross out onto a napkin or something before you eat it.
That's an option.
It's overrated. I don't even like pizza that much.
Oh, I love pizza. I hate that you said that.
I really don't. Like if I could totally eliminate pizza for the rest of my life and not ever
Love
care.
it.
Like I definitely want a good cheeseburger every now and then, but pizza, like I could never eat pizza again for the rest of my life and be fine.
Well, you're on a health journey. You got secretly shredded, which inspired me to start working out, by the way.
And you look fit.
Transformation.
Did you get on some steroids?
I did not. I just watched a lot of More Plates, More Dates. Hey guys, Derek here from More Plates, More Dates.
You absorb the steroids through just watching up.
Osmosis.
Yeah. Death Star delts. If you want them, fucking get Death Star delts. That's what you do.
I was talking to him like last night or the night before, and he was like, "Oh yeah, we got this new product, this and that. I get some of that sent out to you." And I'm like, Derek, I haven't received anything from you in 2 or 3 years. I don't think you have my current address. He's like, "Oh."
Well, that is an issue, isn't it, Kyle?
Someone's getting the hookup. It's funny that you can't get like protein powder. And he sent me a flipping refrigerator for some reason.
Why don't you you need to display the refrigerator? You need to get it in the background like the anti-Semitic printer.
Hang on, I'll go get it.
Put the fridge
zoom in on it.
Dude, he like this is probably 1.5 years, 2 years ago now when he was doing the energy drink thing.
Yeah,
dude, looking thick and juicy, looking strong.
I went from 140 pounds to like 180. Like I ate like 3 or 5 times a day, like 3,000 calories roughly. Going 6 days a week. Right before my baby was born, my first daughter was born. So I was gaining sympathy weight, and I was like, this is a great time to turn it into a secret reveal of my own.
Yeah.
Nice.
Have you done the big secret? Oh, it wasn't secret.
It wasn't secret. I posted every week and just grew slightly. But
looking broad. Very good.
So Kyle's actually scarier than what I thought. So I was afraid of FPS Russia when I first saw the video where you pulled a shotgun out of a barrel of water and you go, and I was like, we're fucked. America's fucked. They have
you thought
water guns.
Spetsnaz new weaponry is very intimidating.
You know what?
That's freaking cool. Yeah,
that is a great fridge. But you know what's shocking about this is Kyle or Woody is not. We're not full screen.
What?
Woody, do you watch? Do you do every episode with like a huge bar of white around us? Like, do you full screen our images?
No. I have an ultra wide monitor, so full screen is a lot.
Oh, you don't like us that much, I guess. Have our distorted wide faces.
Oh, you know what it is? Now that I think about it, if I bring you full screen, then I'm looking down here, and I feel like I'm looking farther from the camera than I otherwise would be.
That makes sense then. Okay.
Yeah.
Ooh, Ryan, do we have a special guest?
We have Matrick Odelius. Yeah. If you want, you could even be on the other set. We have another set. Or no, sit at Gavin's desk.
Yeah, just use that other set. That's what we say to our guests sometimes. We go, just use the other set.
Yeah, when their mic's not working, we just bounce them to another set.
Usually they're like, hey, I have a very long string with a can on it. And we're like, that's not going to work.
No, the worst is when
they do this professionally.
I remember there was somebody like not too long ago, and they're like coming in and their microphone's terrible. And they got like earbuds in or something. And I'm like, do you have like a professional grade microphone like the rest of us perhaps? And he goes, oh yeah, right here's all my pro audio stuff. I just don't do many podcasts. So, and then there's a pause and Woody goes, could you use it? Oh, would you like that for your audio show? Yeah. And then he like turned it on, but left it across the room or something. It's like, hey, do you notice that we're all eating hours? Like,
right.
like the closer you
Don't
are,
just
the better
stare at it.
Going to sound. It sounds pretty good if you literally put it in your mouth. Like you get some.
Is your microphone a fucking vampire? Like, why do we need to invite?
I explain like, listen, there are telephoto lenses, but there are no Zoom microphones. That's not how microphones work. You can't zoom in a mic and pick up audio from across the room. That sounds good. It's terrible.
You're like, I'm sorry, Woody. I followed the 8 fists rule. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 seconds.
And then you have guys like Drifter where they come in with a professional microphone. But he's like, hey guys, I'm laying down and dressed like a clown today. You're like, that's
hey guys, I'm hear you calling into the show from Death's Door. It's like, oh my goodness. It's like, yeah, I went to a new doctor. He diagnosed me with ghosts. Oh man, dude, your blood is rife with ghosts, Drifter.
He do be having ghosts.
That's a voodoo curse.
Should have never went to a witch doctor.
Dude, he's lousy with ghosts. Just
Is that the Halloween guest?
yeah, dude, that would be a good Halloween. He always rolls the bunches and everything, so I like that.
Dude, I mean, how could he not roll with the punches? The Drifter is one of the most interesting people we talk to, I feel like, on a regular basis, just because of whatever's wrong with him. Okay, something's wrong with him for sure. And I don't read any comments. I have no idea what the public take on him is, but I would guess that there are some people who are maybe thinking that it's all in his head. And I think there's
people think that he has a case of hypochondria.
I think there are those who would accuse him of hypochondria. I don't think that you could see this many specialists and not be referred to, or not have one of them say that to you. I don't think they'll just keep taking your money. I mean, some doctors certainly will, but he's been to so many, and they're like, oh yeah, we think you got blood amoebas, like Amazonian blood amoebas. Have you been in the Equatorial New Guinea recently? And
did you
like, no. Well, we better check anyway. Like he's always got something. And dude, when he showed up on that fucking bed for the first time, I was like, that's not real. This isn't real. And then he did like 2 fucking hours laying in a goddamn bed, and it was the most bizarre fucking thing. It was
It was surreal. It was his Arthur Fleck moment, showing up, laying on the bed with fucking makeup on, and then just doing the whole
he's Googling
show.
Arthur Fleck right
I have no idea who Arthur.
That's the joke.
What?
Oh,
the most bizarre part is when you accept it as normal and you just carry on with the show.
What games have you been playing? Well, not much.
I count the tiles on the ceiling all day. 37, in case you're wondering.
37. One of them fell, clearly, because it's an odd number. I don't know why he has lockjaw now.
Something's hiding in that hole staring at me right now, actually. It's in the... that's the other thing that makes me wonder, though, is because he did used to hallucinate and see that Static Man or whatever the fuck. When we first met him and he described the Static Man, you know, I didn't know him very well, so I was like, maybe there's a fucking Static Man. You know, I'm open-minded.
Same.
Now I'm like, maybe we could connect the Static Man to some of the other maladies that he's suffering from. You know what I mean?
The pantheon of imagined creatures in the head of
it's
Drifter.
like Imagination Land from South Park. I got bit by Count Chocula last week. You don't even know.
Yeah, it's like the trolley from Mr. Rogers, but it never comes back to just the living room. It's just always in the fantasy land where that's an old reference. I understand.
Oh, that was all about the trolley.
I got you.
Oh,
yes,
I got it.
what he did.
I don't think a lot of our audience will get it, but actually,
Arthur Fleck, no, for Woody.
Kind of race baiting propaganda as a child.
Race baiting propaganda, Mr. Rogers.
Yeah. Mr.
Rogers.
Rogers.
He washed his feet with a black man.
With like a sponge?
Like he grabbed a black man and like used his hair.
Not his feet. It's the like famous Reddit post that I'm joking about. I see. At the time, I think it was like illegal for black people to share pools with white people. So him and the black mailman character like cooled their feet off in a kiddie pool, like on the show.
I remember that. Yep.
Yeah. I'm not making this up.
This is really nice, Mr. Rogers, but I got to get back to my work. I'm going to get fired.
I'm good.
You just hang out here just a little longer, friend.
Maybe we can think of things that your dreams can come true with. What? I got a 9 to 5.
I got a 9 to 5. I got to work.
Why don't you just hang out in a weird little Neverland of your own with children from the neighborhood?
So you just,
Mr. Stevenson, I just wanted you to notice that I'm a good person washing his black feet. Did everyone notice?
I feel like you're making fun of Jesus right now.
Making fun of Mr. Rogers.
I think he was a pretty good guy. You know, like,
Jesus, great guy.
No, Mr. Rogers.
You're not mocking him for washing people's feet.
No, I'm mocking the idea that Mr. Rogers was like a performative guy instead of just clearly being a good-hearted person.
He was a virtue signaler from Philadelphia.
He was taking a stand publicly. It was just like when Captain Kirk kissed Uhura. You know, had that first interracial kiss. You know, that was the first interracial kiss on television.
No.
Captain Kirk, Smooching Uhura. The aliens were using their super powerful brains to make them do it. And
did you ever see Uhura's feet?
You saw Uhura's ass cheek. She was wearing this super short skirt, and every now and then the Enterprise would like crash into something in space, and everybody go flying out of their chairs, and she'd be ass up, rolling around on the floor. Her big old booty.
Damn, that's pretty progressive.
Oh yeah.
Just a big
progressive. Even in '67, Kirk's boss was a black guy. Is like the admiral that he reported to, like for the sector, he was a black dude.
Well, look at that. Progressive top to bottom, just like Mr. Rogers. I wasn't really I didn't see the clip of him washing someone's feet. You didn't watch it. They washed their feet together.
They were sharing a pool together, and symbolically, there was a kiddie pool. They sat in chairs and soaked their tired feet. You see, back in the day, men would walk around and their feet would get very hot and sweaty, and they would be swollen from a hard day's work.
That doesn't happen anymore.
So they used to walk around instead of rotting in wheelchairs, motorized run by solar panels.
You felt a little racist bed on camera. You had to get out and walk around.
I felt racist when Fred took the pool after. He's like, "Now drink it."
Yeah, dude. What was really racist is when he's like, "I insist you put on a life preserver. I know about you and swimming." And it was like, "Come on, Mr. Rogers. It's only a little bit of water.
It's 2 feet deep, Mr. Rogers."
You don't trust me? No, of course not. I'm lying.
There's a lot of great historical photos from the. Oh my God, there's Mr. Rogers.
Is that an Ethernet? Fuck is that?
You'll have to trust me. It's Mr. Rogers. I have Mr. Rogers accoutrements.
Oh, you should. Now that you have a young child, you're gonna have to put on some old Mr. Rogers.
Oh, there she is. There's her all cheeked up.
When you said it was a short skirt, like that's short. Like,
usually
the bottom of your butt cheek is short.
Now, Google this. Google Captain Kirk and alien woman with aluminum foil titties. And you'll find this lady. She's got like this X sort of bikini top, and she has the most ridiculous titties. Like she's got some gigantic, magical, perky titties in 1967 that like look straight ahead like headlights, and they've got them wrapped up in like 2 handkerchiefs of aluminum foil. And I think she's like a sex robot or something. Because Kirk's trying to tell her she can have a better life. I'm glad you're leaving Uhura's ass up here. I appreciate that.
This is what people are freaking out about.
I can't find the picture you're looking for.
There we go. Look at that. Zach's on the ball tonight. That's
Zach's
my girl.
Got it.
Super sexy lady. Yeah.
What did they tell the prop department for that episode? Guys, don't even try. We need something that resembles a spear. Can it be large and made of foam? You do whatever you want.
They had very little budget.
No one's going to be looking at the fucking spear retard. That's why we have this big titty bitch.
They're like, these spears are terrible. Can we get an actress with bigger knockers?
Yeah, exactly. It's like that clip where there's like a bunch of that old internet video where it's like a bunch of women with big tits jumping around. And then there's like a bear that goes back, like in the background. And it's like, did you notice the bear? If so, you're gay. And it's
That's the gay bear.
Oof, I didn't notice the gay bear. I noticed the big titties.
You did notice the bear, and you're like, "What bears? What's a bear?"
Yeah,
I don't even know what a bear is.
Yeah,
I don't know.
But if you're gay, you do know what a bear is.
Now I'm just thinking about more civil rights moments like Mr. Rogers. There was also that famous picture that Reddit likes to throw up all the time. There's a bunch of black kids swimming in a hotel pool. I think they're in Vegas. For some reason that's in my head that they were in Vegas. And the hotel owner or manager comes out with this big, like Acme cartoon bottle of acid that he's like dousing into the water, he's just like pouring the sulfuric acid.
Yeah.
I wonder if that would do anything.
I love lemon lime.
I don't think it'll do anything. There's like, I don't know how big the pool is. My pool is 28,000 gallons, I think.
Yeah.
I can't imagine 1 gallon doing anything.
My
pool's not that.
It would.
Yeah, but you know,
we've looked at this before. It would take more than that.
Like the fact that even
spirit of it though, that's bad.
Yeah,
scaring the kids.
He had evil in his heart.
Zach, find the photo. The kids are terrified.
He's trying to make a bunch of jokers.
He is. He's making his own. He's making a bunch of jokers. And that's not what we need. We don't need a bunch of jokers running around.
We don't need a bunch of either bringing jokers over by the boatload.
Dude, you have an excellent Trump. That's so funny.
That's how I made my bones.
Shooting your talk show hosts.
Really, we looked at the amount of jokers. There's more under Joe Biden. More jokers, Riddlers, and Penguins have come over the border. The Penguin show, by the way, is it's Sopranos plus Batman. It's you can't.
I've heard
lose.
that. I've heard that his acting is tremendous. It's Colin Farrell. So the most recent Batman movie, I think it was called The Batman. Robert Pattinson plays Batman in like his second year of Batmaning ever. So he's kind of amateurish, and it's very grounded and it's good. I think it's my like second favorite Batman behind the Heath Ledger Joker Batman. But Colin Farrell plays the Penguin in that movie, and now they have made a TV show about the Colin Farrell Penguin character in Gotham running his crime empire. And apparently it's very, very good. The ratings are super strong.
Yeah, it's good. And I don't like Colin Farrell. For some reason, he's a guy that like his face takes me out of literally everything.
Yeah.
Same thing with Jason Schwartzman, unfortunately. I'm like, you're acting. I get it. But he totally disappears in this role. And I like that it's basically Sopranos all over again. We get to experience a more campy. Actually, I think Sopranos was campier than this, to be honest. In many ways, but I like what they did with it. And I also, unpopular opinion, just got to squeeze that. I like the new Joker movie. So comment below. That's going to get you a lot of comments.
The musical one?
Yes, I liked it.
I just don't like musicals, so I don't think I'm going to get. I heard that like the Joker gets molested in it.
That's true.
In prison?
Yes.
He gets raped.
My favorite scene. No,
dude, I like musicals and rape scenes. This might be my jam.
This is the movie for you.
I rarely get both in the same film, and here we are.
Who does it to Arthur Fleck?
Well,
Sweeney Todd, Woody. You get both.
Sweeney Todd, bless him.
Sweeney Todd?
Rapes and musicals. It's classic.
I'll have to check it out.
The Demon Barbara Fleet.
Is it like a gang thing that the Joker gets raped, or is it just someone's like sick of his shit in there?
I'm sick of shit. I'm going to grape you. Yeah. YouTube term. Well, I don't want to spoil it. I guess this will be a spoiler section, but it's a group of correctional officers that do it.
Really?
But they don't show it.
Oh,
he's just like, is he even more twisted afterwards?
They didn't have the commitment that Memento did.
The first Joker movie was like a massive success. It's the second highest grossing R-rated movie of all time. I think it was a massive success. Then a lot of people didn't see it coming, and we all appreciated Joaquin's performance and the grittiness and the weirdness of it all. And it even has a bit of a twist ending that I still wouldn't spoil because I respect that movie so much. There's a twist there at the end that you might not see coming, but the second one has such dog shit reviews. And everything I've seen from the director, like talking about it, I saw Lady Gaga's like embarrassed. They thought this was going to be a grand slam. They thought this was like you couldn't miss type thing, and it's going down as one. How insulated
would you have to be from like criticism to think that like Joker 1 was a hit, the second one will make it a musical? And it'll be an even bigger. Like
it's not the musical part that people don't like. People don't like the musical part, but it's the storyline and the direction that it's taken with the Joker character. I think it's feeling like a slap in the face to the people who enjoyed the first one and the idea that Joaquin Phoenix is insane and becoming the Joker, because that's not what they're going to do.
Yeah, but there's in a lot of ways, and this is real spoiler talk, but he gives up being the Joker. It's like a kind of, I don't know, part of him that gets expressed when he wants to like feel empowered or something like that. But it goes back to the idea that the Joker's an idea or something like that. But also the fact that you couldn't really ever see him, even in the first movie. I'm like, this is kind of a stretch from like him as a dude being like first of all, he'd be really old when Batman grows up and becomes Batman. And then also it's like, I can't picture him coming up with like a cohesive plan or being much of a mastermind threat guy. And so it's weird that he sort of like beats needing to use the Joker as a vessel to cope. And
well, see, like please continue. I'm sorry.
I don't want to spoil it. Are you going to watch it?
I'm not going to watch it, but I was just like an idea off the top of my head. Like,
oh no, yeah, go ahead.
Achieve that, because in the first movie, he is this sort of bonkers, just anarchist. And I like that version of the Joker. But there's also this side of the Joker where he's this master tactician who has planned these incredible revenges that he enacts upon people by. I'm pretty sure he impregnates a girl one time with like her brother's semen or something. Huh. Like I think in the comics he kidnaps Commissioner Gordon's niece then like impregnates her with the sperm of her brother and then tells Commissioner Gordon he did it. And then there's another one where he just straight up rapes her. And then there's one where he beats Robin to death with a pipe. And then as Batman discovers him, the whole building blows up. Like he's awful and he's doing crazy stuff like that. But I guess the way to do it would be to have this separate group who idealizes the Joker, and they've set up the whole master plan. And when he gets out, they're like, "Hey, boss, look what we did for you." And he's like, "You think that's what I'm about?" And he takes their master plan and like perverts it even more, and but then like makes it roll forward. Like
so that's very much not Arthur Fleck too, which is interesting. I'll say one last thing about it before I throw it over to Maddie over here. I got to set up for the next for the live show with Gavin here, but so it's interesting because it's like the Joker does horrific things. In Arthur, you've always seen kind of like remorse or like anybody. The only people that he really ever hurts are people that wronged him or he thinks is a bully or deserves it. So he's almost like a vigilante. And I don't know about the whole theory that not Judd Apatow, the guy that directed it, whatever his name is, Guy Dude. So Guy Dude sabotaged it because the wrong people were liking it and he was like an incel hero. I don't see that because I think Arthur always was pretty like, so you're rooting for him, but in reality, you shouldn't be rooting for who the Joker actually is supposed to be, which is like unbridled chaos and evil, which is, I know they're trying to do that with like Wicked and Suicide Squad, where they're like, the bad guys are actually the good guys, but this sort of realigns that. And they're like, no, the guy that actually is going to be Joker is bad. Like you're not going to want to empathize with him, which is, I kind of like that. He kind of escaped the machinations that he had that made him Joker.
Yeah.
I like an evil Joker that you don't like. I like the story where Joker tricks Superman into killing Lois Lane. And like he uses some sort of fear toxin or something on him. And Superman thinks he's fighting Doomsday. He kills Lois Lane. And then
that was like, easy.
Doomsday's a bitch.
Yeah, he like flies. He like
disguising yourself as my girlfriend, will you?
He like flies Lois Lane up into space and suffocates her, and then realizes what he's done.
A fucking retard. How often does he get got by stuff like that? I've never watched it, but it seems like they have to just make him a bit of a dullard or gullible to make it up for the fact that like
he's susceptible to magic.
He's just
now there's like dozens of characters that can take Superman on and beat him, and that he has to get buddies to help with. They're just not part of the movies that Hollywood wants to make. They want to make the same three villains over and over.
Guys, it's been real. I'm happy to have been on for the time that I have, but there is a special guest behind me who, speaking of flying women into outer space and killing them, on one of his many 24-hour sex binges, ladies and gentlemen, he's done that plenty of times. Matty Odell.
Matty Odell.
Your President Meth Head.
Matty the Meth Head.
What's going on?
How are you?
What's happening? I'm sorry about the last time. I had to go for a colonoscopy.
How was that?
Right?
Oh, tore the ass out of me. Literally. No, it went well. I had 2 polyps. Had to get them taken out.
The colonoscopy drugs, how did they fare compared to your breadth of experience?
My meth doesn't compare.
Really?
Yeah. See, the thing is, it's fucked up because I do have a congenital heart defect.
Mm-hmm.
So they don't usually put me out. They don't knock me out when I do that. So I'm just like Twilighted. So I'm watching it on the TV. As they're fucking raping me.
Do you have a memory of it?
Yeah, I watched the whole thing.
Okay. Yeah, no, I've been told like, oh, this is just a local, but we wipe out your memory. They do.
Yeah, I've never, unfortunately, because I guess with my heart condition, they would have to get it sign off with my cardiologist and have like an anesthesiologist, like a full blown anesthesiologist. Yeah, you don't want that.
No. Was the congenital heart condition what got you to slow down the meth over time?
Yeah. Or else I would have been still going full.
So you're going half speed on the meth?
Yeah, I did it like 2 weeks ago.
Oh, okay. So you dabble in meth at this point?
Yeah, once in a while, like special occasions, like I said, Easter.
What
Christmas.
was the special occasion 2 weeks ago?
A buddy of mine who I hadn't seen in a while.
September
Came up.
26th.
Yeah, that was good enough reason.
No, tell us really. Your buddy came up?
Yeah, my buddy came up. He did a show with me, and so we partied on a little bit.
Right. Yeah, sure.
Is that all right? So I got some meth questions because
Sure.
I don't know much about meth. I really like weed,
Yep,
that sort of and the culture around that. But like, so it's very common for dudes to just get high together on weed, and that seems like we're gonna like get dopey and eat Doritos and watch an old movie and point out like silly facts. What's it like to hang out with another dude and get high on meth? I think of meth as a sex drug in a lot of ways. I feel like that's the one that's gonna make you like horny and want to like bang for 20 hours.
Oh yeah, you'll definitely have marathon sex 100%. But if you're not gay, I mean, I'm not gay, so I don't particularly like men.
Yeah.
But like usually when I'm doing it with my buddies, like we're involved in some kind of project concerning like motorcycles. I remember one time I took the front end of my motorcycle 22 times in one day. Yeah.
So you just kept taking it off and putting it back on.
Take it off, and we would think we were making adjustments to it and put it back on and ride it a little bit and then take it off. And
what were you trying to do? Balance it?
No, we were just trying to get we tried to get like from when we would come down from doing wheelies, like we didn't want the shocks to bottom out.
Right.
So we
right.
were like fucking around with the dampening of the springs and the tubes and everything.
Okay.
Are you good at wheelies?
I don't recommend it when you're really high.
Man, are you good at wheelies? I have to know. Are you good at wheelies?
I can do wheelies on my bike, yeah.
Like for how long? How long?
I mean, I'm not going for miles and miles and miles, no. But I can get up 12 o'clock, like straight up.
Yeah, okay, you're better than me. Yeah.
Yeah.
So what's the thought process like? Because you see stuff in media that's like, oh, someone does meth and then they take apart a clock radio and put it back together and take it apart.
Super. I mean, it's like laser focused. Like you're super hyper focused on whatever task you were doing.
What's the thought when, like, after you put the piece of your bike back on for like the 9th time? What is the thought as you're driving where you're like, this isn't gonna do? Got to do it again.
Right, because then I'll ride it and do it, and then my buddy would get on and do it, and then we would compare our analysis of how it handled or how it felt when it came down and stuff like that. Yeah.
Okay. Are you doing more meth throughout this? Like, because it doesn't last. How long does it last?
See, that's a big misconception. Like people who've never done it, they'll think it's like Coke where you got to keep doing it over and over and over again. Like people say, like, if they do Coke, they want a bump. And then like 30 minutes later, they're like, oh, I got to do another bump. Like that's not true with meth, but people do that anyway.
Yeah. And
then they just get so whacked out.
Are you smoking it or are you
no.
Like snorting it?
I was part of an organization that you're only allowed to sniff it or drink it. You're not allowed to smoke it or shoot it.
Okay.
What
less
about
addictive that way? Less extreme?
What's that?
Less addictive that way? Less extreme?
I don't know. We say you just can't trust a junkie, which is weird because people say, well, you can sniff Coke and sniff meth. I go, yeah, but have you ever seen a crackhead?
Yeah.
They smoke crack. You know, have you ever seen somebody who smokes meth? That's where you see the people with the faces of meth where they have no teeth and they have the sores all over their faces. And
like, so it's more powerful taking it that way.
Once they start smoking it and then they start shooting it, then it's just,
why do they have sores on their faces? Like what's happening?
You know what it is they'll feel like something that they had like a mark or something, and they'll just constantly they'll obsess on it.
Make it worse.
And they just sit there and scratch like
I do that with pimples sometimes.
Yeah.
Ooh, you can't do that. You're gonna have
like I had a buddy of mine.
Not on my face.
He would literally he would pluck his face with a pair of tweezers.
No.
And he would pluck like each individual whisker out.
That's awesome.
Yeah, because he would like try to shape his beard and stuff. It was like crazy.
What's some of the, like, when you're fixated on it in the moment, if it's like a stupid or ridiculous thing to be fixated on, does part of you know that, like, as you're putting on the piece of the bike for the 18th time, part of you is like, this is kind of ridiculous? Or is it just like, no, you're so zoned in.
You're so zoned in. You're just locked on it. And usually it's somebody who will come by. I remember one time I was looking for a screw. I was at my buddy's house up in Massachusetts in Salem. And I'm in my buddy's driveway. And I lost a screw on what is called like a brake sending switch. So when you hit the brake pedal, when it goes through the master cylinder, it would push this and it would make the brake light come on. So I had taken a little tiny brass screw out, and I dropped it, and I was like, fuck. You know, it was an asphalt driveway. I literally sat in his driveway for 3 days, nonstop, and just going on my hands and knees, like looking like. And then after the third day, he comes out. He goes, Matt, he goes, what are you looking for? I go, the fucking sending switch screw. And he goes, oh, this one right here. And he bends down. He picks it up.
Oh, my God.
I wanted to kill him.
My wife was like that.
He had that shit the whole time.
But they let me, literally every morning, he would open up his bedroom window out of his house. And he'd look out and he goes, how you doing, Mr. Odell? I go, I'm all right. He goes, you find it? I'm like, nope.
Are you sleeping in the driveway?
No sleep.
Oh, you're just
he's on meth.
No sleep.
How are you searching? How are you searching at nighttime? Just a
flashlight.
Flashlight.
Oh yeah.
And this whole time you're just.
Then you would start saying, well, where can I find a brass screw? And then you like look at doorknobs, and you try to like take a door out of a doorknob and see if that screw fits. And
so then you get creative after a while.
Doorknobs apart, looking
for a similar screw.
Yeah.
And then you drop the doorknob screw, and now you got to another 3 days.
You think that's my buddy? I swear to God, one time I had to go to California for a meeting, and I fly out to California. I leave my buddy in the house, and I come back a week later, and he's still in the same spot, but the intercom. We lived in an apartment at the time. The intercom was taken out of the wall. And every single stereo component was taken out of the rack and dismantled and laid on the floor. And I look at him. I'm like, what's up, Joe? He's like, nothing. So I just look around. I go, how was your week? He's like, it was pretty good. I said, oh. I go, what's going on? I go, what's all the stuff out for? He goes, I was looking for a screw for my knife. He literally took the entire electronics, like, apart, looking for a screw to fit in his knife.
Hardware store might have been the first place to look at.
But he's not thinking that way.
No,
that's that week-long meth binge.
Is that man? 3 days looking for a screw is So you're not eating, you're not sleeping,
nothing.
Just and how many?
I've stood in front of a desk in my house, looking on something on my phone. And somebody would be like, hey, do you want something to drink? I'm like, yeah, pick me up a Gatorade. And they'd come and they'd bring the Gatorade and put it right in front of me. And you could come back 12 hours later. I'd still be standing in the same spot, looking at something on my phone, and the Gatorade would be there untouched.
Because you're just zoned in on what you're doing.
Zoned in on whatever I was looking for on the phone. So
when it finally does come down, like the high, are you just exhausted and famished?
Yeah. See, I through the years, you learn to eat and rest. We call it fake sleep.
Yeah, how do you fake sleep?
Yeah, we call it fake sleep because like when we're on the road, we would call it. I call them like, yo, how many cracks are in the hotel ceiling?
How many?
Because you have to. Once you're up for so long, like your body's gonna start aching because you're so tensed. Like you're tensed up. Your legs, you're locking your legs, and you're standing there. You're not moving. So I call it fake sleep. So you lay down just to let your body rest, but your mind's still going a gazillion miles a minute. And you have to force yourself to eat. Because if you eat...
That sounds great.
Yeah, nothing you're describing sounds like a good time. What's the good part?
It's the fucking best, man.
What's the good part of meth? What? Yeah, like what? This isn't fun so far. Like, what's the good part?
Oh, I mean, it's I don't know. You got to experience it. Want me to send you some?
I'm in.
I bet he's
selling it.
He's having a lot of fun while he's doing these things.
Yeah. You're having a fucking time of your life.
So you enjoyed looking for the screw for 3 days?
No, that much I didn't like. I didn't like that too much. But I was obsessed with it. Like I had to find it.
I feel like a puzzle would be like the best, right? Like one of those big 5,000.
Believe it or not, a lot of people will do like Sudokus and they'll do crossword puzzles and like find the words. People will color. Crazy.
Video games, probably.
Yeah. People obsess on that. Damn. Well, I mean, it's not too different from Adderall. I mean, it's a little different, but you ever see people on Adderall that just like binge out on it and they're fucking
yeah, they're all
same
out.
Type of deal.
I think it's really similar.
It is. I mean, they're both amphetamines.
Yeah, I mean, Maddie has done both, I'm sure. So
but you know what? Believe it or not, I've only done Adderall once.
I love Adderall. Adderall's great.
So you didn't. You did Adderall.
I mean, now, see, let me ask you a question. Does the Adderall? Do you get Adderall dick on that?
I take like Cialis daily,
like a
anyway,
30.
So I wouldn't.
Yeah, but I'm saying Adderall will make your dick shrink up.
Well, I take the Cialis, which would counteract anything.
Okay,
like
yeah, I'm
that.
saying.
I think I haven't had any issues with that.
Adderall.
Of course, I haven't taken Adderall.
Or just not get hard, or what is it? What does Adderall do to you?
It's like
just
soap
making
dick. Like you're not going to get hard as
yeah.
easily.
It just fucking shrivels up, man. From what I've told.
And does
I thought it
not
just
do
made
that?
it so you lasted forever and you couldn't finish.
It's kind of like that's one thing that it says. They say Adderall, it makes your dick fucking like shrivel up to like a fucking elevator button.
Okay.
But meth does not do that.
Oh, it's weird because meth, you have sex, it's I mean, when you finally do have when you finally do come, oh my God, the intensity, it's ridiculous.
Because you've been involuntarily edging, kind of.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. How long does it take to come on when you're fucking with and you're fully amped up on meth?
Oh, it can go for a while. I mean, talk about marathon sex. I remember I was screwing this girl, and 27 hours had passed, and we never left the bedroom. It was crazy.
27 hours.
That's a lot. Did she want that? Like,
she's on meth also, Woody.
Yeah. We were both high, kites. She didn't
box stop by the library.
He was too busy taking the alarm clock apart to protest.
I think when we actually had left the room,
she found a screw.
And it was like we were like, "How long we're fucking?" She was like, "What day is it?" I'm like, "It's Monday," and it had literally been 27 hours. I was like, God damn.
That's a lot.
That is.
You're going to need some P. Diddy style lubricant to get in a session like that.
Oh, yeah.
Multiple bottles.
Yeah.
1,000 bottles of baby oil.
What's the hangover like?
That's over 100 gallons, by the way.
That's the thing. Like, for years, I'd say for like 11 years straight, I probably had do like 6 in 1. I'd stay up for 6 days and sleep for 1.
What?
Yeah.
It's
like in the height of my
body can do that. Like if you can harness. No, I know how. I'm just saying it's crazy that it can. It's crazy that like with those chemicals, you can just go.
Yeah.
How old are you, Maddie?
I'm 52.
I'm 51.
Yep.
There you go.
52. I was born 1972.
Yeah, 73.
So there's no. So you don't even really feel the hangover effect of the 6 days.
No, because I mean,
you're just out.
You could sleep like a regular 8 hours, and you're like good as normal.
So you were just on that schedule for years, and on the
like
7th day you rested.
I'd say 90% of the time in that 11-year span was like 6 and 1.
So let me ask you this. I think of meth as like a cheap drug, like $20 to get going or something. Yeah. Is it like that really?
Well, considering that the amount that you need to get high for a sustained period of time, like it used to be. Right now, it's super, super cheap. I mean, ridiculously cheap. Like because the open borders, Mexico has just literally flooded the market.
Finally,
so you
can
get
something right.
So you can get like an ounce of like $500.
And how long will an ounce last?
Oh my God, I can make a gram last like a week.
Oh,
I don't speak drugs. How many grams are in an ounce?
28.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Everyone else knew.
An ounce is a 6-month continuous supply.
Yeah, if you don't get deep in the bag.
Yes.
You just keep going and then you lose, and we call getting deep in the bag.
Yeah, I do that with potato chips sometimes.
What are signs that you
I get deep in the bag? Pringles, don't get me started.
Like, over your 11 years of doing that, what was kind of an indicator to you when you were on a bender that you were too deep in the bag? Like, what would have to happen for you to be like, oh, we're going a little too far this time?
Normally, you wouldn't. Somebody that was close, you would probably check you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Someone else smoking meth or
no smoking. Intranasal or drinking.
Reasonable person.
Yes, drinking. It sounds just
it's a totally different rush too, because because I would ride across country and stuff, and you don't want to. You'd put it in your drink and shake it up, and leave it there. So if you get pulled over, you don't have to worry about. The cop's not going to drink your drink. He's not going to drink your Gatorade or your water.
That's smart. I didn't know you could drink it because he's not going to smell it. He's not even going to.
Yes, it's water. It's water soluble, so you can drink it and get it. I mean, it takes longer. It processes through your liver.
Yeah.
It's a totally different rush.
And that one isn't you prefer snorting to.
Yeah, I like. It's like the people who smoke it. They get addicted to like the ritual of going to get it, and then getting their pipe, and they like the whole ritual of getting high is they get addicted to that whole thing.
Did it ever get too crazy when you were around people smoking meth and you had to get out of there?
I was never around people who smoked it. A couple of times, I mean, going through different suppliers, like there was a bunch of Filipinos that I used to deal with. They used to smoke the shit out of it. But I could never, it was against the rules of the organization I was with.
Okay. Did you ever have any close run-ins with the law in the middle of a drinking meth or snorting meth?
Oh, yeah. I've had I was going through the Lincoln Tunnel one day. I was going to meet some Filipinos to go get some meth. And I'd probably been up for about 5 or 6 days. And
been up for 5 or 6 days. I was going to meet my Filipino meth guy.
Yeah. So I was going to go through the Lincoln Tunnel.
Uh-huh.
And
you're
driving.
No, I was on my motorcycle. Yeah, I was driving. Yeah.
I'm silly me, right? A motorcycle.
He's locked in.
Yeah, you always ride high.
What kind of bike? I have to know.
I have a Dyna Superglide Sport FX DX.
And you wheelie that?
Yeah.
Okay, wow. They're hard. Harder to wheelie than other bikes.
You got to be focused.
Well,
he's good at this. No one else appreciates this but me. This fucker can wheelie, man.
The bag to wheelie a Dyna.
This is like Woody's version of the grams in an ounce session where Woody's like, "You guys don't get it. This is impressive." But I'm sorry, you were going to your Filipino meth guy.
I was going to my Connect, and I was going through the Lincoln Tunnel, and the traffic was just ridiculous. So I'm splitting lanes. Mm-hmm. And there was a cop there, and he throws his lights on, pulls me over. So he asked for a license registration. I have a reputation with the state police in New York as not a nice guy. Yeah, and but that's like more up in Westchester. Like I'm from Westchester, so I'm in the city there, and it's the what is it the Bridge and Tunnel Authority, so it's not like a regular cop. Mm-hmm. It's the
Port Police or something. I
don't know if it's the Port Authority. It may be the Port Authority. Whatever it is, the Bridge and Tunnel Police. Mm-hmm. I don't really consider them real police, but they'll lock you up. But,
but they do have arrest authority. And they
have arrest authority.
They think they're policemen.
Yeah, exactly. Go guard the bridge.
And so
I get into this big argument and shouting, screaming match, and he has like 3 other cars pull up, and none of them, they're intimidated because I'm acting like a maniac. They come up and approach me, so then I'm asking for all their IDs and all their badge numbers and all, like, just like, this is going back when it happened, maybe 2011, 2012, so maybe 10, 12 years ago that was, and it was before like all these auditor guys, but so I just rip into this guy, and I'm like, what the fuck you give me a ticket for? He's like, oh, you passed on the right. I was like, that's a real fucking lame fucking reason to fucking stop me. He goes, you know what you were doing? I said, yeah, I know what the fuck I was doing. Fucking splitting lanes. I didn't get fucking hit from behind.
He doesn't appreciate your riding talent either. It's just me.
No, he didn't. Yeah. I'm telling you. I should have wheelied right through the fucking tunnel on him.
Yeah, you should. How did a cop catch you,
No, I was in traffic. Going into the Lincoln Tunnel. That's the thing.
That's a perfect place to weave. Cops can't do what you can do.
No, but they can go like this. Block the end of the tunnel.
Block the end of the tunnel.
I'm going into the tunnel.
That's what they do?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't think of that.
Yeah, I guess they just call forward.
Made things worse for
myself.
I'm not beating the radio.
On meth wheeling to you at 85 miles an hour. Any other defining characteristics that should do it? Just a blue hat barely hanging on in the wind.
Yeah, his Mets hat's blown away.
So did they arrest you for that, or they just told you to keep it?
They didn't even give me a ticket.
What? After you cursed at them?
I've screamed. I ripped him a new asshole.
And you didn't even get a ticket?
No. I had one state trooper. He wrote a book not too long ago called Throughway Trooper. I get about almost a whole chapter in his book.
There's a book called Throughway Trooper.
That Seamus Lyons. He ended up getting fired from the state police for missing drugs in a case from the evidence locker, and he ended up suing him, getting like $9 million. So he wrote a book about his like tenure as a state trooper. So then I know a state trooper. He's like, "Hey, read this book." He goes, "It's all about you in this one section."
What did he? What stories did he recall about?
Oh, he's talking about times he had pulled me over. He got me with this, that, and other thing. I mean, one time he pulled me over. I thought it was my buddy coming up behind me. He goes, "I had to do 147 miles an hour to catch you." I said, "If I knew it was you coming, I would have kept going. You wouldn't have ever caught me." That was going up to Woodbury Commons. I was getting off exit 16 to hit 17 North.
So this was one of the Westchester.
So if I go 147, you can't catch me. That's what you're saying.
Well, he said he had to do 147 to catch me. But when I saw the car coming up, I just seen the headlights. I had somebody following me in the car. So I'm thinking, who the hell's going to be flying up on me this fast? I said, it's got to be my buddy. So I slowed down, and then he came up so fast, he put his lights on. I was like, fuck.
So I see, like often online, in my police videos, I see a lot of people on meth getting violent and being like the cops can't communicate.
Oh, I've had a few instances of assaults on police officers.
Oh no!
Is that why they don't like you in Westchester?
Yeah, I've had a few.
I blinded one of those guys from Bridget Tunnel, but that was no big deal.
No, I got one. I got one with a cop. He was charged with assault too. Assault with intent to cause physical injury to an officer. Yeah.
It sounds serious.
He said he blew his knee out trying to take me into custody. But I've had fights inside correctional institutions with COs and on the street. So,
okay. What's the longest stint you ever had in a correctional institution?
I did 46 months in the feds.
That's 4 years.
Yeah.
Oh no.
That's a long time. No. And was that for one of the assaults on the cop?
No, I was a felon in possession of a firearm, gun charge.
Oh, okay.
I got caught in Virginia with a pistol.
Yeah, it's
after being a felon already.
Okay, so they tagged you for
lucky
that.
You only got 4 years.
I went to trial too.
Did they send it to you to like 10 and you did 4, or like how?
No. I got I got 33 months, and then I got 2 violations. I had another 16 months added on.
What were the violations
while you were in there?
No, on the street. Like I got out, I did my sentence, and then I had post supervision, supervised release.
Yep. And
I violated that twice. They gave me 12 months and 10 months.
What kind of violations?
I had nightmares about what he's describing. like I don't mean like, I was worried about it. I mean, I literally would go to sleep and I would have nightmares about what he's describing, about accidentally fucking up my post.
Your post supervision?
Oh my God. I would have nightmares where I accidentally did drugs without thinking about the drug test that was to come. I had one dream where I can't remember what movie character, but some villain, like Jeremy Irons from a fucking movie or whatever, ran up to me and smeared. It was like, it looked like the tar that used for batting practice on my neck. And I was like, what is that? And he went, it's drugs. And ran away in the night. And that was the stupid way in my brain. I was
you were on the Fed? You were in the Feds?
Yes, I did.
What do you got? What's your number? You got 054 number?
2 birds of a feather flock together.
An 054 number, Kyle? I want to know.
I'm sure I have a number somewhere on some paperwork. I did. Yes, I got sentenced for marijuana, and they made it a federal case. Long story short.
Wow.
And I had to plead to intent with possession
with intent to distribute.
There was a bunch of gun charges that I didn't want to take to trial because they had all these mandatory.
No, they have a 98% conviction rate because 98% of the people cop out.
Yeah. It's scary. It was like
I went to trial.
Dozens of years.
That happened to you.
So I got 2 months is what the fucking judge gave me in the
nice.
Fed. So I go to this federal fucking prison camp in Alabama in the middle of August for 2 goddamn months with
FPC.
Yeah.
And you had to do 60 days because anything under a year, you got to do day for day. No good time.
the whole time. You do 60 days.
Dude, I love the knowledge that people who have been in, just the encyclopedic knowledge they have about prison and the system is so
And would you
funny.
have 5 years post, 2 years post? Would you have 2 years post supervision?
I think 2.
2 years, yeah.
I think
time
2.
Time on the street don't count either. So when you get violated, they violated me on my last fucking day.
Oh,
for what?
Fucking because I had what they call a non-associate. Like I wasn't allowed to talk to other Hell's Angels while I was on supervised release because I'm a ex-Hell's Angel.
Mm-hmm.
And
I had a similar like condition. It was just like crime or something like that.
I had a buddy of mine that was also in the feds. He was in Raybrook, so I got out before him. He had still like 2 more years to do, and he'd call me once a month, and I would send him money, put it on his books and stuff. So I go into my PO, and I go, it's my last day. So he piss test me. I said, "Fuck you, piss test me on my last day for?" I was like, "What could you do?" It's 2:00 in the afternoon on my last day. So I go piss, and he comes up clean. I go to start walking to his office, and he goes, No. He goes, "We got to go in the conference room." And I'm like,
"Oh no,
conference." So I said, "Oh shit." So I go in there. I see like the head of the Southern District in New York. He's got he's in there. My PO's partner's there, and he goes, I said, "I know this guy. I know who that." I said, "Who the fuck is this guy?" And they go, "This is so special agent." I can't remember the fucking name it was. He goes, "Unfortunately, the FBI provided us some information today that if you want to talk to this guy," I go, "Talk to him." I said, "You do know I went to trial, right?" I said, "The most you can give me is 12 months on a violation." I'm like, I was looking at 10-year statutory maximum. I go, "You think I'm going to cooperate now because you're scaring me with 12 months?" They're like, "Get the fuck out of here." I go, "What is it?" So I said, "Am I being charged with a new crime?" And he goes, "No." He goes, "But we've had 27 recorded phone conversations with," and I'm waiting for him to say a friend of mine's name who I was talking to on the street. And he go, "One Mark," and I won't say his last name, my buddy Mark. And I said, "How the fuck is it non-association?" I said, "He's in Raybrook Correctional Facility." I go, "How can I associate with him?" They're like, "Well, he called you." I said, "Well, I don't control who calls you." I said, "I don't control who calls me." He goes, "No, but you got to press 1 to accept the call." So they violated me for 27 phone conversations.
Jesus Christ.
And they
on the last day.
A whole nother year?
You get another year for talking on the phone.
Yep.
Holy shit.
So I went and did that, and I came back. And then when I went back to his office to report after I got out.
Did that. Came back.
So I went and did the whole year.
Yeah, I went and did the whole year. I was in FDC Brooklyn, where P. Diddy is.
That.
Where P. Diddy is? Okay.
Is.
You were where P. Diddy is? That horrible prison?
I used to work for P. Diddy.
Really?
Back in the 90s, late 90s.
Of the baby oil.
Was meth related?
No. I think this was when he ran that marathon. He was dating Jennifer Lopez at the time. And Kim Porter. Like, I would go from the studio to the lounge to his house on 813.5 Park Avenue, then to like his brownstone down on 29th. Like, I would go all over the place. And because we did all the home automation and security systems for him.
Okay.
So, yeah, that was pretty funny. But yeah,
wait, you didn't install the hidden cameras in P. Diddy's mansions or anything, did you?
I put cameras in his houses before. Never in like the bathrooms or anything like that. But I did do it outside security, yeah.
Oh yeah, I did that.
Oh yeah, I did. Dude, you had a busy fucking life. Just messed up, talk off to the dude. That must have been the worst feeling ever to be
dude,
like.
I had to go to his house one day on Christmas.
You had what?
He calls me up a Christmas morning and he's like, "My bedroom TV is stuck on Nickelodeon." And I'm like, "Yo, it's Christmas." He goes, "No." He goes, "You got to come down." So I tell him I got to charge him for a service call on a holiday. So he don't care. So I go down there and I fix the TV stuff for him. But then I end up having to put Quincy, which is Albie Shore's kid. Quincy and Justin were there. And I got to put their Christmas toys. I'm helping them put their Christmas toys together. I'm like, I got to get out of here, man. This is crazy. But I don't think he was like that freaky yet.
That's insane.
I don't think he crossed over to the dark side. This was just after Biggie Smalls died and stuff.
Oh,
I
okay.
think he was doing
maybe he wasn't doing
it. It was like the
even
mid-90s, like 96, 97, 98. Because I used to see Jennifer Lopez, and like he had Daddy's house, which was 321 West 44th Street. That's where his recording studio was. And then he had a lounge that we had built for him. So I was always in the lounge, working on something, and she was always in there. And then I'd go to his house to see his wife. Oh, it was crazy. It was
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
So, do you think he's innocent?
I don't know. I don't wish anyone prison, but if you fuck with underage kids, I got nothing for you.
Yeah, that's fair.
I mean, if you're adults, you're over 18, you're over 21, whatever your age you want to consider an adult or consent, as long as you're a consenting adult, I don't care what you do. Because I've seen some crazy shit what people done
Agreed.
with sex. Yeah. Like, whatever people's kinks are, as long as they're consenting adults, rock on. I don't care what you do.
Did you ever come across people with odd kinks in the meth world? I feel like those would almost go hand in hand sometimes.
A lot of darker things come out of people. People are willing to have like multiple people. I've seen first cousins do things together. Like, oh yeah,
I don't like that.
All right now.
I said you guys have definitely
make a little sense.
put the new term to kissing cousins. You kiss both sets of lips.
Oh no.
Yeah.
When I wanted to ask, when you were in prison, I think that was probably concurrent with your Hell's Angel days. Did that connection with the Hell's Angels make prison much easier? Like you already had people to associate with?
I had gone to prisons that had 0 Hell's Angels in them, except for me.
Oh, that kind of sucks.
At the end of the day, you're a man, and you got to walk through the door by yourself and walk out by yourself.
Prison.
Do people give you a little bit more respect? I guess maybe, but respect's got to be earned.
Sure.
Like, I mean, I'm not just going to respect somebody because you could be a Hell's Angel and be a piece of shit. You could be an outlaw and be a piece of shit. You could be a pagan and be a piece of shit.
Where did you do your time?
Yeah, case by case.
I went from, my case was out of Virginia. So I was in local jail in Virginia. Then I went from there. I went to the Harrisburg Airlift. From there, I went to Lewisburg Penitentiary, USP Lewisburg. I went from USP Lewisburg to FCI Allenwood. And that's where I did the majority of my
Where's
time.
Allenwood at? What state?
Allenwood is in Pennsylvania.
Okay. Was that could your people visit you there or was it too far?
What was that?
Could your people visit you?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
It's actually closer than some of the prisons in New York.
Yeah, I know sometimes they'll put people like like if they really don't like you, they'll throw you out in fucking Oregon or something.
Yeah, that's if you're a hard rot. You get that diesel therapy. You just
I don't know what that means.
Bounce you around from jail to jail to jail to prison to prison.
Oh, okay, in the bus. Okay.
Yeah. They call that diesel therapy.
People go on a prison bus from like Virginia to Florida.
Yeah, but what happens is,
oh my god, dude, I'm so bitch made. I wouldn't do it.
What happens is in the system, you're just put in in transit, so nobody knows where you are. You're not getting any of your mail. Nothing's following you. Like your money's all screwed up. Because once you get to a place, you're only going to be there for a day or two. You can't buy commissary or anything.
Got no real clothes, no real food. Yeah.
So you're going from like local jail to local jail, local jail to like holding facility to holding facility to holding facility. Yeah,
was it easy
they got
to get
tricks
drugs?
for you.
Was it easy to get drugs in the prison? Like if you wanted to smoke meth?
I did coke in MDC Brooklyn. I don't know why. It was crazy. I shouldn't have done it because I was like, now what? I ain't got no more. Oh yeah.
You just teased
Give me the
yourself.
2-minute signs, fellas. So I got 2 minutes
before you got to do your show. Well, we got to get you back on again because you're just a wellspring.
If you guys can get in touch with Ryan, he can give you my information. Or Gavin.
Sure. Okay, sweet. Yeah, I'll message Ryan.
And my house from Gavin's house is 1.6 miles, a little over a mile.
I bet that makes it feel safe.
Yeah. Last time they were like, does he really live that close to Gavin? So I had to go on the map. 1.6.
As a final question before you have to go, what made you decide to leave Hell's Angels and not do that anymore?
I'll have to do that for the next episode. It's too long of an answer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I won't get it done in a minute and a half.
I figured. Well, but
next time.
Excellent.
Listen,
excellent
if you need my info, either Gavin or Ryan can give it to you.
Yeah. We'll get all that taken care of.
Okay.
All right, you got it. Kyle, Taylor, everybody, say Woody. Well, he's not there, but I don't know. He bailed out. He had to go to
I think he had to take care of something. But
I think he was going to get his meth delivery.
He's going to get his ketamine. Woody's a ketamine guy, not a meth.
Yeah, Woody's on the K.
There you go. Oh, he's on that special K?
Mm-hmm.
That ketamine.
On occasion, he is.
Well, the ketamine therapy at home, it's good.
That's what he does.
Listen, guys, I got to run. I got to do my show with Gavin.
All right, take care.
Take care, guys.
Thank you so much.
Yep.
I'm going to size these homies up here. It was great.
Yeah,
Great
that was
coming out.
awesome.
He didn't even get into his Diddy story. He worked for P. Diddy.
He talked about it very briefly.
He did. Okay.
He just has too many stories, and so we were like
Exactly.
an hour in, and then an hour into stories about meth and jail, he's like, and then fucking P. Diddy was a friend of mine, and it's like, it's like this is insane. And also, we need to, we want to get Maddie on again for a full episode, and I want to get you on for a full episode. Just
I'd love to.
Just you. That would be great.
Would love to. This is what I call. A lot of people think Rogan is the highest echelon of podcasts. You are my Rogan.
Oh,
just you personally, Taylor. No, I'm just kidding. No, Kyler.
You're making me even more big headed.
Thanks for having me on, fellers.
Yeah, of course. Dude. Thank you again.
All right, man. Say what up to Harley for me too.
We will.
All right.
I don't know when he's. Zach, can you give us a little update on Harley ETA? I'll check now. Well, I don't know what Woody's up to. He missed a couple of hilarious tales.
Who cares?
Dude, that was I don't know if there's anyone on earth that I've like been more sad have to leave the show early than Maddie Methhead just now.
Well, I felt like he was running out of stories, and then he was like, "Oh yeah, man, Diddy and J-Lo, her big ass everywhere." She sat in a chair one time and smelled after. I don't know, just like he's got all these. I'm not. When he started talking about Diddy, it reminded me of like when this Drifter will lead off into Ghoul and Goblin talk, and I'm just like, whoa, you can't just go to Ghoul and Goblin talk at it. You got to see like, so guys, I got to establish this beforehand. I'm a normal guy. I don't normally believe in ghouls and goblins. He's just like, yeah, so I saw a goblin the other day. You know how it is. Ghoul. Man, the Mothman visited me.
I mean, I believe him. Like someone has to fix Diddy's TV.
Yeah,
and if he's living in New York nearby and he was the local TV man, like someone's got to do it.
Yeah, why not? I was you didn't put cameras in Diddy's houses, did you? Oh yeah, lots of cameras in Diddy's houses.
Oh, more cameras than you can count in Diddy's house.
Take a stick at the number of cameras. What do you say? Lousy with cameras up in there.
Yeah, no, I said he was. I said Drifter's lousy with ghosts.
It's just like that containment facility from Ghostbusters. No, I enjoyed him a lot. Yeah,
that's funny.
I'm glad that I never got into meth, and I don't think I ever will. It sounds scary to do. Adderall's fun though. I'm a big.
I don't like that. I don't like uppers.
Adderall.
I haven't liked cocaine when I've done it. I didn't like Adderall when I took it for studying in college.
Well, I don't want to do it to party. Oh, for studying like big time. Like if
I've done coke at parties many years ago, but at this point, and I never got it. Many years,
many years ago. How long?
Many years. A coon's age.
Like 50, 60 years ago. I've done cocaine a few times, and I never thought too much of it. It's just like a little bit of a rush and a little bit of happiness. Where I would rather do, and I've never done it.
It was a waste
ecstasy. I'd rather do ecstasy. I'd like to try that. And LSD is like the king of drugs. It's the Cadillac of drugs. If I could do ecstasy once a month, I would. You
mean LSD?
Yes, I mean LSD. Yes. Yeah. LSD is the best of the best. I love that experience so fucking much. Like seeing things that aren't there is fucking cool. And there's no like nausea. And I because every other drug I've ever done, like mushrooms especially, give me so much nausea. There's no nausea, and there's no like shitty feeling the day after. The day after, I was like, I mean, I feel like I could do more LSD. I know I've read I'm not supposed to, but I could do more LSD today. I'm up for it. If y'all are. Anybody?
We can handle this.
We're out? Oh. Well, I don't know.
I guess I didn't want any anyway. Never mind.
Nah, that'll be all right. We can go find some though if we need it, bro. Right?
Yeah, that's the coke conversation. Like, if you ever like partied with people who are way too into coke, and they'll start the night being like, "We're just gonna drink, smoke some weed, hang out, then go to this party, and we don't need any coke." And then the same like two guys will always be like 6 beers in and be like, "You have a guy? You have a coke guy?" And it's like, yeah, you're gonna call some fucking weirdo 25 miles from here and offer him to get. I had one friend of mine who bought like this was before a bachelor party. He bought like an 8-ball or 2 8-ball, like a decent amount of cocaine to bring there and share with a bunch of guys. And he said that like at the time he was kind of secretly dabbling too much in cocaine, and so he like bought the 8-ball, and it was like 3 days before the bachelor party, and he's like, and so I'd go in there and I'd take a little key and I'd do just a little bump, just a little bit, and then I'd look at the bag and I'd say that looks about the same size, and I go, that's great. And then I'd, look at it again and go, then looks about the same size again. I'd do a little key bump, then bump, and before I knew it, it was the same day I bought this 8-ball, and about a third of it was gone. And so I had to call the Coke dealer and be like, hey, do you still have any more Coke? And he's like, yes, because I'm a Coke dealer. He's like, all right, I'm going to need more. And he's like, what the fuck? How'd you go through that already? He's like, no, I didn't go through it, but I've made a very noticeable dent and I used everyone's money to buy it. And so I need to get whatever the amount is to put it back in the bag. And so then what he actually did was get
another 8-ball,
an extra 2, like a couple grams on the end of it so that he could do Coke, that private Coke, before leading up to bringing the Coke
supply.
To his own little personal supply.
Yeah, that's a bit of a problem.
He'll be the first to admit that. He was like, yeah, those were dark days. I'm glad I don't do that anymore.
Like maybe, I mean, I would do cocaine if there was cocaine, especially if it was like special cocaine. Like if you had some sort of fancy pure pink cocaine from Bolivia, I'd be like, yeah, I'll do your fancy pink designer cocaine from Bolivia.
It's the most overrated drug on earth that I've tried. Ecstasy is not overrated. Ecstasy was fun. Cocaine overrated as fuck. Weed, you get what you pay for. It is what it is.
Is ecstasy is MDMA, right? They're the same. Did you find yourself sad and bummed afterwards?
No, not really. Like it was like had a lot of fun at the concert. Maybe the next morning I woke up and was like a little bummed out, but nothing. Like if you would have asked me that next morning, like, do you feel sad? I would have been like, get the fuck out of here. What are you talking about? Like it wasn't. It's not what other people describe.
People tell me it takes all. Not people, like the internet. It takes all the joy from the next 2 or even 3 days, and you have it that night. So you're incredibly happy, joyous, euphoria.
Yeah.
And then half a week and you're.
It's probably a volume thing. Like if you're doing it all the time, very often, like if tonight, Woody, Jackie was like, surprise, I bought cocaine.
That woman never stops.
Oh, she's got out of
I was at the supermarket today, when you know it.
Yeah, wouldn't you know? Costco lady was handing out samples. She was in the parking lot, strangely enough, and it wasn't free. But yes, if she did that and you guys did Coke tonight, like you wouldn't wake up tomorrow like miserable. But if you did Coke and all the time,
not the same, right?
Nope.
They both like have that claim about it of like it soaks up all the happiness because it's just hyper driving.
I think a lot of people aren't drinking enough water.
Production. Yeah, you should. You gotta have Molly. You need to hydrate. That's true, but that's just because you're distracted dancing like a retard at whatever electric light show you're at. That's what I did. I never did Molly and just like stayed somewhere, or like the only times I did it was like there was a huge concert that me and my friends were going to, and then I would do it. So I don't know if it would. All of it was in college. So between 19 and 22. Yeah.
I want to talk about how Hurricane Milton turned out to be completely bitch made. All right. They made such that goddamn meteorologist was crying. He was crying and on video like a bitch. He's like tearing up and sobbing, weeping like a woman about
kind of guy who pulls over for cops.
What it's gonna do. Yeah, that guy pulls over for fucking cops that aren't even after him. He's turning himself in for speeding and shit. It was embarrassing. It was embarrassing
to do.
I think it hit as like a hurricane, like a category 3, and then immediately petered out or something. Dude, you could bet online about the death toll. The over and under was 500 2 days ago.
Really?
I was like, take the under, everybody. Take the under. Take the under. Like it's so.
I think it turned out to be. I think I just read it was 10. Do you have the same figure?
They're still counting. You know how it is.
Right.
You know I mean? Like they wouldn't know but they ain't going to 500. You know what I mean? Like they ain't getting to 500. I saw people. They were investing in the generator company, Generac. It was like that was the Wall Street bet. You know, because they're about to just sell a lot of fucking generators, I guess.
What how many people did? Is it Helene? What was the first one?
The most previous one that hit mostly Georgia and South Carolina and you guys. I heard a couple hundred. I thought there was like 120 like right away. So you'd think maybe 200 or something. That flooding is wild. You know, like especially in North Carolina and South Carolina, some of those out of the way areas that are low lying and they have those. I don't know. They weren't prepared for that kind of rain. I guess.
You see the flooding in Tennessee. That is not an area I think of to flood from hurricanes. That's so weird.
Yeah.
Like it's
Asheville
so
too. They're about the same probably.
Is Asheville super inland?
Yeah. Asheville's on the most western part of North Carolina, and North Carolina's wider than you might think it is. Like if you just have a mental vibe, you're like, holy shit, this thing's halfway to the Mississippi.
Yep.
Anyway, yeah, out west there in the Appalachian Mountains, that's where Asheville is, and they had a lot of mudslides, which are troublesome to clean up after.
Yeah, they can cause a lot of damage. I saw tons of clips online of people who were trying to farm engagement and being like, look at all these clips of Milton. And it's like half of them I would see. I'm like, I've seen this one. I've seen this one. I've seen this one. But I ended up just watching a bunch of them because I realized I really enjoy those. Like, I don't want to see someone, like a person, get hurt or an animal or anything, but seeing like buildings get destroyed or seeing cars get or stuff getting blown away. I was searching on Twitter. I'm like, hurricane footage, like trying to find cool compilations of it.
You're messing up then. All right. What? I'm a gangster at this. Okay. You don't want hurricane footage because it's lame. Hurricanes are lame.
Well, earthquakes are cool too. It's just that's
no, or not earthquakes. Earthquakes are bullshit too. Everybody wiggles a little. Like,
okay, what are the good ones? Tornadoes? Tornadoes are cool.
Tsunamis. Okay. So there were 3 big tsunamis. There's the 2004 Indonesian tsunami. Okay. That one killed 250,000 fucking people. And it hit on, because it's such a wide disaster area, like thousands of miles wide or something, that you get all this different footage of it just sweeping the earth clean of man, beast, and structures. But then the Fukushima one or whatever, the one that caused the Japanese reactors to overheat, like maybe a decade ago, something like that. You can see the waves rushing through these little Japanese towns with like torrential power. It looked like a Whitewater Rapids style river, but it's going through a town. And there's people in there, like hanging on to like, them little Japanese cars and shit they drive. They're just floating away, like on top of them sometimes, and sometimes just getting sucked under. There's this one Japanese guy who's been going out ever since, scuba diving, looking for his wife, looking for her remains. For
I've seen that.
Years and years he's been looking for his wife's body. Scuba diving.
Yeah. It's probably
terrible at it, you're thinking?
What if he's just a bad searcher? He's just
right. What if he's really into meth and he just can't stop looking for?
He's looking in one very specific area.
It was an asphalt ocean, and I just kept looking.
Yeah. Once I clear this 10-yard by 10-yard area, I'll expand to the rest of the sea. But I have to double check, triple check.
There's another one too that happened between those two, because I remember there was this story about this, maybe an Australian schoolgirl. She was like the only one on the beach who recognized the signs of the tsunami and started warning people and everybody. Yeah, she got some sort of like medal of the people. Those are so silly, the civilian awards that you see people occasionally get, like the key to the city or or some bullshit bronze medallion they strap on some kid because he made a pipe bomb at school.
That's not made up.
When I was a lifeguard in the ocean, we'd do these drills, right? So everyone would go out. We cover about probably less than 100 yards from like the water's edge to straight out. And we'd look for dead bodies. It was just a drill we did. And we'd all sort of like dolphin dive, touch the bottom. And they had a garbage bag filled up with sand. And if anyone found it, then, we found that we were capable of finding 0% of the time. 4 years that all of us never found. I didn't find it. Nobody found it.
There's just 25 bags of sand down there just sitting.
Damn.
Yeah, we can't find bodies at all.
Yeah, it would be really
I always think that's bullshit in a movie. Whenever somebody goes under the water and it's like that dark, murky water that you can't, like a lake or something, dude, they're gone.
Yeah.
If you've ever gone like underwater in a lake, you know, it might as well be mud or tar.
Yeah, you may as well have hidden that body on the moon because no one's going to find it.
The idea of swimming down underwater for like multiple strokes, like 10, 15 feet, grabbing a guy and pulling him up, unless the water's clear. Like the water would have to be so clear. You'd have to be able to see him from the surface.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Lake of the Ozarks, you can kill a lot of people and throw them in there.
I pulled a guy up once, but he wasn't hard to find at all. Like he was just on the surface a few seconds earlier.
Yeah. That's awesome that you've saved all those people's lives.
He was the best one. I've told his story before. Like he's the one where like normally I have this thing we call a can. It's like a flotation device shaped like a torpedo almost. I give it to him. I give him instructions to kick with their feet and I pull him in, right? I'm looking for a little assist. This guy held it on his chest and laid on his back the whole time. He wasn't taking instructions. He wasn't clear-headed enough for any of that. So I just shocked in. But the fun part was the next day, his wife and 2 kids came by. They were Japanese. They weren't American. And with the English that they had, they all thanked me for bringing Dad.
They give you a bow?
No, I didn't get it.
Oh, that's bullshit.
They did a ceremony dance.
Dude, I'd have expected about. If I save a Japanese businessman's life on a beach, his family should be showing up. I imagine them with leis. Like, I know it's not Hawaiian. It's Hawaiian and Japanese are two very different things, sort of. But I imagine them with like wreaths of flowers to like lay over my head, kind of like the medal ceremony at the end of the first Star Wars movie or whatever. When everybody's getting a medal, I definitely want to bow. I want the little children to bow too.
No, I don't take compliments.
I would have demanded.
I was just embarrassed. I was like, "It's no big deal. It's cool."
Thank you.
Bow. I'd bow, children.
What if you saved him and he immediately was like, "I have been humiliated in front of my family," and he kills himself on the beach?
Seppuku right there.
Oh man, what a waste! Ruin the beach day, man.
That was a big.
Could have made you an origami thing. There's any number of racist suggestions that he could have done for you, and he didn't. What a piece of shit!
Dude, you pull me out. I'm going to give you a bow.
Well, that's nice. Yeah. I'm going to look really embarrassed while you do it.
Oh, and speaking of you saving people from drowning, I saw this video online just a couple weeks ago, and it was one of those classic, like, doesn't look dangerous pools of water, but I guess any pool of water is dangerous if you don't know how to swim. And it was this dude who was like not swimming, doing like that grasping at water, or like not moving mechanically correctly. He clearly couldn't swim, and he like got into the middle of this little body of water and grabbed onto a giant hunk of wood that could easily support him. Two people could have come up and grabbed on this piece of giant, like part of a trunk with branches sticking out, holding onto that. And then he was maybe 10, 12 feet from where he got into the water. Still don't know. There was no explanation in the video why he got in. And then he like lets go of his own accord and starts doing that like grass, like Sam from Lord of the Rings, where he's drowning, like up and grabbing, but ineffectively. And then this other guy comes around, and before the other guy even gets in, I'm like, in my head, I'm like, I've heard this. You don't go near a drowning man unless you know what you're doing, because you'll both drown. And this other guy was down. He poked him down. This other guy was not a lifeguard. Like, he didn't know what he was doing, I guess, but he could swim. And he like swam over, grabbed the guy, like kept trying to boost him up. But the initial drowning guy was like a tentacled monster, just like pinning the other guy's arms to him, like just in panic, not maliciously, but like panicking and doing this. And both of them died.
Really?
People were like filming, watching on. And I wanted to ask you, like, what's the right move would be to find a rope, or like,
oh, well, if you can like hand a mistake or something, that's a lot safer. But if someone's pulling you down and you're a good swimmer, just go down. You stop becoming attractive to them. I've done it dozens of times.
Oh, so you just kind of make yourself.
Yeah, they're like pushing me under. You're gonna win that 100% of the time, because I'm going under.
Yeah, let's go down there.
Yeah.
It's cool.
Suddenly, I'll go 3 feet under and wait for you to calm your panicking ass down. I'll be back in a second.
Okay, see, you would have saved this man. This guy,
the cops, I did not. I'll tell you what the cops do every single time. They watch the dude drown every single fucking time. I've seen it multiple times. Yeah, they're like,
I mean, those guns.
No. They're like, what do we do? We could shoot him.
Does he have a dog we could kill?
I tried tasing him, but it actually, you'd think the water would have magnified it. It just neutralized it, and it couldn't tase him at all. He just drowned out there.
No, the guy. This job is racist.
I saw one of the cops chasing the guy. The guy's on a bicycle, and he's doing that.
And they're on foot chasing.
They're on a car. Okay. They're in a car, and he's on a bicycle. So it's one of those chases where it's like, what are you doing? What are you doing? You know how this ends, knucklehead. Like, there's no reason. This isn't even like when you've stolen a cool car and you're like, I'm gonna run the wheels off this fucking Beamer before the cops give me 5 years. It ain't that. He's on a Huffy, and he's just going through some ghetto ass neighborhood, and they're behind him with the loudspeaker saying the obvious. Hey, stop.
You don't think there's a chance?
There's not a chance in hell.
If he's fit and he's good on the bike and he knows the place, he needs to do things cars can't. Right?
This was not a park.
We have a friend in common who, for the few of you out there that know motorcycles, he's on a DRC 400. This is basically a dirt bike. Top speed is like 70. Running from the police was a hobby for him. He enjoyed it, and he would tell stories. And I'm like, how do you even outrun a cop on a DRZ 400? He's like, I just bust a U-turn, and then when he starts making his U-turn, I bust another U-turn. Off I go. I'm like, oh
yeah, but again, brilliant. This guy's on a bicycle.
He'll go between houses.
I mean, the next block is right there. In any case, he goes between houses, and what you know it, there's a pond there. He crashes his bicycle into the pond, and his first move is like, I know I don't know how to swim, but I'm gonna try. And he starts like, and he makes it.
You don't know if you can do it until you try.
You don't know if you can do it.
That's how I consider the harpsichord.
Mm-hmm.
This guy was a believer, and this guy was an ever the optimist. I'm sure that's what he wrote in his obituary. Marquez had never swam a lick in his life, but he believed. Services will be this Sunday. So he's out there like drowning, like slapping the water. And the cop's like, bro, what? Come back to me. And he's like, he can't. And the cop has like this rescue line or something. But it looked to me like if you ever have a kite kit as a kid and you've got that little spool of string, that little thing that's shaped like this, the strings on. He had something like that. And he's getting out this. It's like if Batman had a gadget that didn't work real well. And he like throws that thing out to him. And he's like,
Batman.
Immediately,
grab the stick. Grab the rescue stick. And the guy just goes, and the cop goes, shit. And that was it. He never surfaced again. The cop
at that point I administered the tactical drowning retrieval mechanism. It's like, you mean the string with the hook on the end? Sir? You threw a hook at the man drowning.
His shoes wet. The cop didn't even get his shoes
How deep
wet.
was how far was the guy from the shoreline? Is the question I'm trying to ask.
20 feet, 30, less than 30. Like if you did a running jump and got that
a dive and resurface,
and then one stroke, like one good, like maybe like a pop, and you'd be on him. Like
in the
that
Olympics,
quick.
It's about 45 feet is as far as they let them go. They surface on purpose.
Yeah, it's a pond, so you probably wade out for the first like 3 or 4 steps.
Yeah, you wade out.
It wasn't like one of those weird Bahama sinkholes where it goes from 30 feet to like 300 feet.
So did he die?
Right there? It was. He drowned to death right there as the cop walked. The cop went shit as he died. Like that was it. Then the video goes, we recovered his body 3 hours later. We called in the blah blah blah, and it's like shit. What were you thinking, Marquez?
Seeing someone drown to death is like maybe it's because I know how to swim, but swimming is so intuitive in a lot of ways where it's like you push against the water in the direction you want to go. And so if you're trying to do that, you don't have your hands splayed apart. You'd cup it so that you can push better.
We float.
People kick. Yeah, we float. Like seeing someone drown is just
lean back and if you do that trick,
you can relax.
You can do that thing where you take your jeans off and blow them up. You tie the legs in knots and blow them up with air when they're wet. Put it behind your neck. Do the same thing with your shirt. Zip it up. Like you can become. It can become a relaxing day in any body of water that you're in, especially salt water. There's no excuse for drowning.
It's extra buoyant. So that's like you see someone drown to death, and it's like you just want to reach through the screen and be like, just do what you're doing, but better. Like just don't.
I'm not a strong swimmer, but I'm not a drowner either. I'm never going to drown.
No.
When I was learning to swim, it wasn't as obvious for me as it seemed to be for you guys. I learned to swim underwater first, so I could like go places, but only for like 15 or 20 seconds. And if I didn't finish swimming in a place where I could like hold a wall, I was fucked. And I got rescued by a lifeguard.
That's how I learned to swim, was just like jumping off the diving board and then struggling to get to the side with my,
while the guards watched you.
With my dad.
You did what age did you do swim lessons, Kyle?
I didn't do swim lessons. We had a pool. It was just like dad throwing you in and like, no, but face down, paddle. Actually, I know I take it back. I went to like one swim lesson and it quickly became clear that like I know how to swim as well as I'm going to learn how to swim here. I think it was for my sister actually, because she was always falling in and drowning. Like she fell into a river once and was like floating away. And I was like, look out. And they had to go get her. And then she fell in the pool one time and was drowning. And they had to be like, she's drowning. And they had to get her. But I could swim from like 4 or 5 years old. They were like had me in the pool. It's like all the time.
Okay. Yeah, I had
to again, I'm not a strong swimmer by any means, but I'm not a drowner either.
Did you do swim lessons at the YMCA, Taylor?
It was like at a local school's gym. It wasn't my school. And it's like one of those scents that's very strongly tied to memory. So like if I walked into that chlorine infested room, I think they've torn that school down since. But yeah, I had to do like maybe 2 years of that. And then I would swim so much not at the lessons that my parents just were like, yeah, it doesn't matter.
When I was in college, my breath mint of choice was Dentyne. And I swear, if I smelled of Dentyne and chlorine right now, Jackie would get wet. It was an uncontrollable Pavlovian response.
Oh my God.
You got to do that. Walk around with chlorine and fucking mint.
She comes, do I smell Dentyne? I'm gonna do my hair tonight.
It's my smell. Don't take it.
It's a
What do you think it's your scent?
That should be your Axe body spray.
Dentyne and
Chlorine
chlorine.
and Dentyne. Hi.
I watched a great movie last night. I want to anybody listening to this. This is a Kyle pick. This goes up there with my
these down.
Strange Darling. It's on Plex. I added it to the Plex weeks ago on purpose because I'd heard good things. If you Google too much, you'll learn too much, and it won't be as fun of a ride. It's about 90 minutes, and it's just a couple. It's a man and a woman. And crazy shit is happening. You probably won't care about this part, but they shot it on 35 millimeter film, so it's a little artsy. So like,
what does that mean? Like what? I guess as far as the view,
they didn't use a digital camera. They shot it on 35 millimeter film. So like the big reel of film being exposed. It's
okay.
It means they didn't want to do too many takes because the film's expensive.
It is. Yeah, that
would you describe this as a drama, a mystery, a comedy?
Oh, it's like an action Tarantino style, like
it says
roller coaster ride.
Is it scary?
There's some scary elements to it. Like there's some fucked up crazy shit happening. There's violence. There's like car chases and gun shootouts and weird scary shit. And you're not going to know what's going on for a while. And that's a good thing. You won't be confused. You'll just be involved, and it's really pretty to look at. Like you'll notice right away that there's a lot of use of color to sort of indicate what the characters are thinking or doing or what's going on. There's a lot of like gel lighting, which is like neon lights for movie lighting. Lots of blues and reds and yellows. I loved it. I watched it last night, I think, or the night before. With my girlfriend, and I was just blown away. I loved it so much. Like we got done. We've watched a bunch of movies that were so recently. I thought the Wolverine Deadpool movie was just average at best. It was just okay. But we got done with this one, and we were both like, "That was awesome. That was the best movie I've seen in a long time." It was really fun, really wild, and really violent. I liked it a lot. Strange Darling.
Cool. What would you compare it to?
It has one of those out of order timelines. So there's a little bit like Pulp Fiction or something, how the story's told out of order. They do that thing where they're like chapter 3, the empty box. And so like you realize right away
that yeah.
So but you begin at like chapter 4, and then you go back to chapter 1, and then you go back to chapter 3, and then to 5, and then to 2. And so they tell the story in this way where you're learning what's going on and getting the better perspective about the events that are occurring and why they're occurring. I really liked it. I can't pump it up enough. I've been looking for horror movies though. It is the spooky season. I've been looking for some actually good horror movies. I heard I don't like them, but the Terrifier movies are about that crazy clown who it's really gory.
Those are not good. There's none of the like build up scare that I got from. I always get Sinister and The Conjuring mixed up. I think The Conjuring is the one I'm thinking of, the one that's really good. Is that correct?
Yeah. The Conjuring is very good.
The Conjuring does a nice build up. The mood changes. It doesn't rely too heavily on jump scares. Sinister does have some jump scares, but not that it's negative. Like a jump scare every once in a while is really nice. But
I agree.
I don't want them to rely on it.
Exactly. And I don't want them to be, I hate fake outs. I hate like 3 fake outs in a row and then the ghoul is there. I hate the CGI faces that they did for so long. All that crap ain't scary. The Conjuring like hits all the right beats when they're playing that clap game. Like the little kid goes and hide. They play hide and seek, and when the mom claps, the kid has to clap to like make the game interesting because the house is so big. And then she realizes the kid's outside. She's been playing the clap game with something else that's in the house. You know, she's been playing this clap game for a while, and then she hears the kid outside, and it's like, oh no, who are we clapping with, right? And I think she's like in the back of a wardrobe or a closet where it's like really dark back behind the clothes, where she just heard the most recent clap. Scenes like that are very, very scary.
It's very spooky. I like that kind of stuff. Even when I first watched that movie and she was describing like, we're in this big, giant, scary fucking house, and we're going to play this clapping game where our claps can echo across the ceiling. And I'm like, this is the scariest fucking game. Like, I wouldn't want to play this as a young kid.
It's got a sketchy ass basement. No, that's a very good scary movie. And I think it's because the performances are all believable and like normal. The kids are all good actors. Like if you have bad kid actors, it immediately ruins the movie. All those little girls are believable.
They're good. The main guy's good.
Main guy's the guy from Band of Brothers and Office Space and all that shit. I can't think of his name.
Oh yeah,
he's like the everyman. He's a truck driver or something, so he's always like not home. So the ghosts are terrorizing his kids.
He's the main guy. Are we talking about Strange Darling or The Conjuring?
Conjuring.
For this one,
yeah. But yeah, there's so few. Oh, what I was gonna say about the Terrifier though, the third one is at the Cannes Film Festival, I think, and it's one of like 2 films ever that they've given an 18 or over rating there. Like I think in France, maybe you can't see it unless you're 18 or older or something. And I know what it's going to be. He's just dissecting people, alive. Like he's just, that's all those movies are him just viciously ripping people apart in these extended, violent, gory sequences of suffering and fear. And I think I watched the beginning of the second one. Like the first scene is him like beating a man's face in with like a medical hammer or something. And I was like, all right, I got it. All right, I'm done.
Yeah.
I can't do 90 minutes of this.
I think I watched like half of the first Terrifier and was just like, this is lazy horse shit. It's like, all right, let's come up with a scary movie where it's like, it's just a clown and he beats people to death. And it's like, okay, but what's like the scary mood? And it's like, mood? What do you mean? Every scene is just ham-handedly him beating someone to death. And we show it for way too long.
The shtick, big part of it is that Art the Clown is just kind of walking around on Halloween. And so he's clearly like way too scary to even look at. He's so scary to look at. It's like, man, I know it's Halloween and everything.
Bring up a picture, if you can, Zach, of the beginning of the movie where he's walking around and there's like normal cat-eared girls dressed up. And it's him who is literally demonic. He's so
scary
evil.
He's so scary that even on Halloween, if you saw him out, you'd be like, let's go.
Yeah, 100%. Like I remember looking like it's one of those stupid horror movie tropes where the girls are like, your costume's so scary.
You're taking selfies with him and shit.
Yeah. And he's like, it's like you're looking at him and I was like, no, this isn't a costume. Like this is the best case scenario for this guy is he's a lunatic. Best case scenario.
This guy is in the movie industry or he's in the murder industry.
Terrifier is the movie.
Terrifier.
The Terrifier clown.
Art the Clown. That's the name of the character. Yeah, I'm not into those at all. I want something. I don't mind violence. I don't love gore for the sake of gore. Like I don't know, in The Thing or something like that, where there's like all sorts of wiggly bodies coming apart and the guy's head's crawling away like a spider. That's sick. But I don't like seeing people get torn apart. Well, that's the cat-ear girls who are like friends with Art the Clown.
Those are the girls in normal costumes. And they're the ones, if you can go quickly to hopefully a good one of the terror.
I love what America's done to Halloween. God, I love it.
Oh,
I mean, Halloween is so fun.
This
girls dress slutty for Halloween. Super slutty. You won't be hot forever.
Do it up, lasses. This is the
old man wisdom.
This is the friendliest he looks in the entire.
Come to Woody's house.
No one comes to my house.
You smell dentine and chlorine. Come on in.
8 years I've never had a trick-or-treater. We stopped trying.
You're going to be like one of these legends. People are going to be walking around the neighborhood years from now, and they're going to be like,
old man Woodman's house.
They say if you walk by it late at night on Halloween, you can still get a slight waft of dentine and chlorine. He went crazy in his later years. Flew off into the sunset. No one knows what happened. That's probably what will happen. You just fly off into the sunset.
Dude,
a new life in South America.
I beat Elden Ring today. I know I said I beat it before, but today I 100%ed it. I got every accomplishment or achievement in the game. So there are 3 endings in Elden Ring. If you beat the game, you can sort of prestige, play it again, but it's harder this time. And then there's 3 endings. So I prestige and I beat it a 3rd time at the next level of difficulty. And I wrapped that up today and I felt good. Like when it came up on the screen, I was like, I know I always say I'm terrible. I'm not. Like I watch YouTubers, so I know what good is, and that's not me. But only 10% of the people who have the game have done this. So I don't suck.
You definitely don't suck if you beat it 3 times. What is so every time you redid it, you just picked a different ending, so you get to see all 3?
Exactly. Yeah. Now I've seen all 3 on YouTube, but I wanted the achievement. I wanted to get all of the endings.
Have you considered playing any of the other Dark Souls games?
I have heard things about them that make me not want to. Like the run back to the bosses is dreadful. There's no horse, so you're just like, it's a hiking simulator that's boring. That stuff turns me off. Yeah,
I don't know. I've never played any of those games. I remember watching Wings play them, maybe briefly, and it seemed like every encounter, like with skeletons and stuff, was like kind of challenging. Like you had to memorize some moves and stuff, and I don't know. It seemed like it was very punishing. If you got hit once, it seemingly was a very big deal.
I've gotten to the point where I wear like light armor and stuff. Like I'm cosplaying as commoners walking through the woods and shit. And I'm like, you know what? I've killed that guy so many times. I own every bit of his outfit. So now I'm gonna grab a shit tier sword and a noble Benjamin Franklin hat and play the game. And anything that hits me just one shots me, but I try not to get hit very much.
Yeah.
And so that's how I'm playing now.
You're just too good. You're having to make games for yourself. You're like, what else are you going to do other than the other Dark Souls games? You have this itch to scratch now.
The people who are like too good to make it hard, that's what they do on YouTube. And like, I'm not them. I see how freaking good they are. People who make the dodges look easy. And I won't say I panic roll, although I sometimes do. The people on YouTube, you just have to know the game to understand the skill gap. The skill ceiling on this game is so high. People who make it look easy blow me away. There's different play styles. You can be a sorcerer. You can play. I like to play with no shield and a sword and dodge and hit a lot. But some people play with a shield and they either parry or just take blows. And I try all the different ways of beating the game. So
we're gonna 3v1 Harley when it gets here about Israel. You want to do that for a change?
Yeah.
What, you want to just
he's my top J. I don't want to.
Okay, well, you defend Israel this time.
Okay. All right, well, 2v2. You feel like I can just see Taylor. America needs to intervene more often.
Woody, I think like our stance should be, where is your moral compass? I think that should be our overarching argument. We should always circle back to that.
Why? What do you expect him to say?
Zach, cue up some pictures of like burnt Palestinian children, like the bad ones.
Don't show that on the screen. Not that there's a drought of those pictures.
Oh, he'll find that right away. This isn't like fucking Tina Turner wearing that.
Yeah, no, thank you. Let's take the mood and make it real sad. We should do that.
Dude, they're going so hard in the paint over there. I've seen some of the most awful videos of those children.
You know what I've realized? They hate the Palestinians.
They are not fans.
You don't like them one bit.
You realize that? Sure. You should have told me.
I figured it out.
Yeah. And here's the other thing that, all right. So you never know who's strong militarily and what shit actually works. And all we have is the History Channel and the little mini wars that the major powers have every now and then. But Iran looks really incapable of hurting Israel in any way, right? Like they keep launching these big barrages of mixed missiles and drones, and Israel's kind of swats them away like they're nothing. Meanwhile, they send, like, when they shoot, it's kind of like when we shoot, like they shoot from F-35 stealth planes with laser guided bombs.
It's our money,
so it like hits. Well, we don't need to do that again, do we? I know it's our money, and I'm
kidding.
Our money spends well. All right, look, you could look at it that way.
There's enough.
I'm happy that our shit actually works.
It works,
right? Because whatever Russia's doing, Russia spends money. Then you find out some oligarch put it in his pocket, and they don't have winter clothing for their.
You see their stealth drone that got shot down. All right, so here's
that's
the story.
Not supposed to happen to stealth drones.
Zach, see if you can find the Russian stealth drone that got shot down. There's multiple pictures of it. One of them has a human being standing on top for scale because it'll blow you away how big it is. What it is, it's a copy of an American stealth drone that I think got taken down over Iran like 10 years ago during the Obama administration. I think they like spoofed the GPS, made our shit land and captured it, and then sent it to Russia. And the Russians made a bad copy of it, and they have 2 of them. And I guess they were flying. That's the wing of it. I'd love to see it like before they destroyed it. because I guess they lost control of it, which to me always says the enemy somehow spoofed something and took control of it. And then the Russians themselves shot it down. It's really big, triangular shaped. Like that wing is bigger than a car.
This doesn't look very impressive to me, but it could just be that it's wrecked up.
I wish we had. There we go.
That looks more like.
You're more impressed when they're still flying. That makes sense.
It's when I see what it looks like. Because if you would have shown me this and been like, "Hey, the U.S. has a stealth drone, or a stealth plane," I would have been like, "Yeah, that's the shape of the fucking stealth planes."
But
would have believed.
But yeah, it seems like they make these copies of our shit, and they can only make like a handful of them. And they're like, "See, our thing matches up to your thing, even though it doesn't." But then they've also only got like 12 of them. I hate to keep like sucking America's military's cock, but like we've got so many planes. We've got so many planes, Taylor. You don't even understand how many planes. Hundreds and hundreds of planes. Like the top 3 air forces in the world, I think, are all United States. It's like the Air Force,
like the Air Force,
Corps,
the Navy,
the Army are like the top 4 air forces or something in the world. It's
well, how many planes do we really have? Not trying to trap you. It's not like, is it like 10,000, 20,000?
Oh, I don't.
Because when you said hundreds, I thought you were doing that thing I do sometimes, where you like dramatically get lower.
It's hundreds and hundreds. It's like most air forces will have like a dozen of their good things, or like the Russians have like 40 or 50 of those good planes. We have hundreds of them for F-15s, F-16s, F-22s, F-35s. Yeah, like huge. So
we have a fleet of probably tens of thousands of total military planes.
Well, there are different kinds of planes, right? There's transport stuff and fuel stuff, and there's all those like AWACS planes, those things that sit up there with that big dome on top and overwatch the whole battlefield.
Those are pretty cool.
Troop moving planes. There's all sorts of planes. I don't know how many fighter jet bomber type things we have, but we still have that B-52 fleet. We still fly those motherfuckers.
That's what I always thought was interesting when they would show the B-52s and they'd be like, America has 8 of these. And in my head, it's like 8? It's the military. I would picture 800.
So I just Googled how many planes does the U.S. military have? And obviously, like Kyle said, there's lots of different roles for these. 13,300. Russia, 4,000. China, 3. India, 2. That's my list.
India?
In thousands.
Are they good? The Indian planes?
The other thing you want to, they have MiGs. The other thing you want or you want to Google is how many 4th generation fighters does each country have? Because nobody's got a 5th generation except for us, not a real one. And we're working on the 6th generation fighter right now.
What does that mean? Like, what's the difference between 4th and 5th and 6th? Like, what's the new feature? I guess
the stealth, the integration of stealth, and a lot of the battle coordination systems that the new stuff have. The F-22s and the F-35s are our 5th gen planes.
Okay.
The Chinese have this thing called a J something or another, but it doesn't match up, and they don't have very many. And the Russians have a SU something or another, but it's the same thing. It doesn't match up well, and they don't have that many. It's the same thing everywhere. It's crazy the amount of cool shit we have. We're ready for the aliens, Taylor. I hope that's finally revealed. I want that sci-fi story where like, you ever wonder why the U.S. military is so powerful? You think they're preparing for Russia, China? No. It's the Martians.
I don't know how many times we can have this discussion. Any race of beings that shows up here is going to laugh at anything we have.
How long did the Indians fucking resist? You know, we you know what I mean? Like get out of here.
Indians okay. Let's use the comparison of the Spaniards landing and the conquistadors. See, Spain conquered multiple empires in South America with like 190 guys because of a tech gap.
That's not true. What they did is they recruited huge swaths of the local outsider villages who had been preyed upon generationally for human sacrifice, and they brought them under their umbrella as trackers, guides, and
those guys hadn't figured it out on their own. They were still getting bullied by the Aztecs or the Mayans or whatever, and then some like 180 conquistadors. They do. You really think they could show up here through hyperspace and then they're going to be impressed by our little plane?
First of all, there's a number of different scenarios in which like mean aliens come here and decide they've got to like do war on us. I would like a scenario where they've got like a generational ship. They're not on their way here. They're on their way to a star system on the other side of us, right? We're along the way, but they didn't bring enough fucking fuel. And their fuel is like, I don't know, our lithium supply or something like that. And they're like, we
the least efficient fuel.
Well, that's why we're at war. They think
they need something that Earth has a lot of, but they can't just get from asteroids. I don't know what that is.
We need Harley to jump in and correct your nonsense here.
Can you see me?
I can see you.
Oh, man, I've been.
You don't have your stealth field on yet, buddy.
I've been whacking off high on ketamine this whole time. That's crazy.
Yeah. That's something you and Woody can both talk about.
You know, I was actually thinking about what you were saying just now. The aliens coming and how they would laugh at us. I think we would be surprised at some of the qualities that they would not find funny in the least bit. Like, I'm a firm believer that they would come to this planet and a significant percentage of us would be like, we're going to fuck you. We're
like
gonna
fuck you up.
We're gonna fuck you.
We're gonna rape you.
We're gonna try and fuck you. We want to fuck you. I don't think these aliens go to other planets and there's a whole like thousands of people that are like, I would love to fuck one. They would do one mission here and then go back to their mothership to be like, yeah, so let's touch base on what's going on. Let's even get a reading on what they're doing. They go to Twitter. It's all fan art of us sucking their fingers or whatever it is that looks like dicks. They're like, oh, this is crazy. The other half of us, significant portion, are like, we're going to kill ourselves killing you. It is our religious duty to. I think Warhammer's accurate. I didn't play much Warhammer, but I got caught up in the lore
big time.
And that the suffering in that lore and just how humans are just so religious. Like I believe we take that shit. We could take that the distance.
So that Warhammer has some of the best quotes where like a human is like rubbing elbows with an alien and the alien's like, we're here to do blah blah blah, and they're just like, all I want is the universe can't rest until you're extinguished. Negotiate. We're here to exterminate.
Yeah.
There's no. They look at them as heresy. It's heresy.
They hate aliens.
The aliens very existence is heretical. Is what you got to understand. Like it's not that we got a problem with you, alien man. It's that your existence is an insult to us and our God. You have to be eradicated. And once you're gone, we're going to kill the guys that fought you, so nobody even knows that you existed. You know what I mean? It's that level.
I mean, it's a dog-eat-dog world in space.
Yeah,
they're going to invade and wreck up the Imperium, right?
But I think we're bad fucking ass. Look, we've never met any aliens.
Human,
we don't know what they'd be like. We're just guessing. But what I know about humanity is we're hard fucking core. Is that we've done nothing but do battle and war since we existed, from stones and sticks and rocks and slings. Every time we've butted up against another culture or a group of people that had something that we wanted, we killed them for it. And we didn't just, it wasn't this artsy fucking rules of the battlefield type shit. It was usually gruesome and horrific. We blow ourselves up to do the enemy in. We torture them mercilessly and let our children watch.
I think they'd come to this planet and it'd be like they would see that we've harnessed nuclear energy and that we just have so many bombs. And that we don't even have an enemy out there. It's just us here, and we have so many bombs. It'd be kind of like if someone was like, yo, in that door, behind that door, there's a baby. You think you could kick its ass? And you're like, yeah, for sure. And then you open the door, and the baby has a lot of bullets. And maybe like a slingshot, though. Like not a gun, but it has a slingshot. But you're like, yo, what the fuck? Like, obviously, I can kick the baby's ass, but that's crazy. Look at all these bullets. He did that himself?
So the other thing is like you've got to consider like why are they attacking, right? They either want to live here and kick us out, maybe
they want to harvest our planet's core. How about that? That's fun. There's something in there we haven't figured out yet, and they want to suck it up.
There's
life in there. They just
let's imagine that they don't want to just ruin this planet, that they want it so that they can like move in and everything. So they're gonna have to come in and land, right? Like they're gonna have to go toe to toe with us because we'll just launch nukes and ruin the whole planet if we need to. You know that's what we would do. Like if we were losing the war to the aliens badly, like
I've seen Independence Day.
Yeah,
like Independence Day, like we wouldn't launch one and be like, oh shucks, we'd launch thousands. The United States has something like 3,500 ICBM warheads. Russia has like 5,000. China's got, I don't know if it's in the thousands yet, but it's hundreds and hundreds. Israel, y'all got a few. Israel would hold theirs back. You know they would. They'd be like, all right, everyone, fire! And you'd see like 10,872 would launch. Like, where's the other?
You'll be happy we kept these.
28. We needed exactly 10,900.
You'll be happy. Now you'll be the only nuclear power.
I don't see why it matters.
I do think you should be good to
Was
us.
that today?
I mean, we're launching 10,000 rockets when we can do it for 8,000. It's a bad deal.
Israel holds their nukes back, becomes the only nuclear power, and sides with the aliens.
They
They
got, like, you know, the aliens, they got-
They got us again.
They got Jews with them lifting the floorboards to find other humans under there.
Our turn now.
It feels
Yeah,
like
no,
that
I don't think we do well. The way I see it is like even the Independence Day one. It would be, it's like if I were trying to invade, or if someone's trying to invade my home, and I'm like, do your worst, and they open it up, and I've rigged my entire house with high-powered explosives, and I'm like, test me, I'll do it. I'll kill myself, and you'll have to do something. So you'll have to sit there in space and watch me blow myself up, and they're gonna be like,
an element,
all right, is this
though,
whole planet full of retards? Like, let's just kill them all and take
But that,
the
yeah, but that's a strategy. Like it
might
might
be the
not
best
work,
strategy we
but
have.
it is actually, because I think like whatever they're here for, our core.
Yeah.
If we're blowing it up, that's a problem. Like if we're blowing up the core, like they don't want that. So if they're so advanced, they're like, dude, we'll
They
come
don't want
back
a
in
core,
a couple
though.
of
There's
life.
no reason to want that.
Whatever it is, they'll be like, dude, they're about to destroy the whole thing. Let's just come back in 5,000 years when they've killed each other. Let's
Like,
try
real-
again
real-
later.
like,
There's a
we can come
million
back to
other
the-
planets we can go to.
You can come back to the core thing real quick. Go to our merch site, linked below, PKA10. Thank you, Woody, for the reminder. 10% off all of our merch at the merch site. Get a sweater, get a hoodie, get whatever you want. Cups, stickers, anything. High quality stuff through and through.
Wow, 10%. Hey, it sounds like you're the Jews. Sounds like it's you.
Well, then feel free to use,
We have the Palestinian children pictures ready.
All right,
then
Taylor, do the
feel
ad read
free-
in a Jewish accent now?
Feel free to use code PKA50 and pay full price. How about that? Because it won't work. 10%. Thank us for it.
and also get Lock and Load. Should be any day now that it's back in stock. Any day.
I'm not sure if I'm supposed to say, but it's within 2 weeks or so. Within 3 weeks, 100%. It should be back. I think
But
we're going to find a way
meantime,
to give it
other
to.
stuff there.
I think we're going to find a way to like open it up to patrons first. I think Derek's going to do a thing.
sick.
Because they're going to do a grand release. We're going to have the Delt God himself come on and talk about the efficacy of those pearlescent loads that we're going to be providing the people
to
once.
chat.
Grand release. Grand release would have made a great name for the pills, by the way.
That is that. Oh, that would be like a good addendum pill. Grand release.
That's pretty good.
Remove this part. We just gave a competitor a great idea.
I thought, I was like, was that written? Was that like a
Grand
grand
release.
release?
Okay, well, we'll put the grand release in the marketing material.
No, I think that if we bump into, if aliens came here, it might be like the district. Is it District 13? District 9. District 9, where they're like, they don't even know how to fly their own shit. They're like a slave race or whatever, and they end up being our like ghetto people.
I mean, that's best possible scenario because those were the most inept, dumbest aliens ever.
Alien Nation was the same exact story. It was basically an alien slave ship crashes to Earth, and all of the like they cut. It takes them forever to cut a hole in it. Like we don't know how to get into
them right away, dude. We started fucking them
we
right
did.
away when they
We
came
totally
in.
did in Alien Nation.
Really?
And the thing
I
about
would have
them,
been all over that for sure.
they're pretty hot. Like they're okay. Look, they got these big pink
What if you
heads,
get
but
those
everything
fucking
else.
space aids or something. You don't want that.
They figured out right away. Like you're all good. Their erogenous zone is on their backs though.
Oh,
Yeah,
that'd
their
be so
erogenous zone's
easy.
on their backs though. So like the woman would not let you rub her back on the first date unless she's really loose. But she might let
And the
you
ones
ogle
with the
front.
tits, and the ones with the tits are the ones with the dicks.
That's not true.
Well,
That
I
happens
hope.
here
It's pretty
sometimes.
sick.
Yeah, that's a horrible
pretty
system.
cool.
I wouldn't like aliens like that.
Yeah, but you don't know. You're one of the
Have
first
tits, but
guys.
there's no
And she was
pussy.
so
That's
hot,
like-
and then it's a
They
dick,
have
and you're like,
pussies.
dude, that's crazy. On this planet, it's so different.
It's so wild.
It's not this at all. Like that's what are we even
What
doing
if it's a
now?
pseudo vagina
diversity of life.
or a pseudo penis like a hyena has? Like their pussy is like a long, like drapey elephant trunk down there.
I don't.
You fucking,
You gotta like
you fucking
gotta,
and you coming,
bunch-
Kyle.
You gotta like you gotta like bunch that thing up and get in there.
Are you saying you would like that?
We'd like that. is what
Yeah,
I'm saying.
yeah, that's what I'm
We'd
saying.
like
yeah,
that.
Yeah, yeah. I would
They
love the
land and
hyena.
they're like, they have their translators. They're like, "Hi, it's nice to see you." We're like, "Take these cum pills. You're gonna get fucked."
You're into the show.
Yeah, let's
These-
get out of
you know,
this.
These
retards.
hold on. I like the idea of the aliens coming. No, the aliens come here and And Kyle gets like a phone call from our current president, Donald Trump, and he's like, "You're allowed to use the guns.
Allowed to use the guns.
It's off.
Save a yarmulke for me, Mr. President. I'm on the way.
Swing away, Kyle. Swing away.
Send me in. Oh, I would love to do battle with the aliens. See, that's all. Aliens are kind of like zombies.
You'd like to fuck them. I know it. Sorry, I don't want to be back at fucking aliens, but I know.
But not in like a sexy kind of way. Like like the way that Josh Brolin was like raped that cartel guy in the beginning of Sicario. Like that kind, like where it's gay.
Like you can't even search this genre up without getting ending.
But you
up
didn't
on
think
a
that was
list.
a little sexy?
I mean, no, that guy was crying a lot. It was pretty rough.
But I mean, like,
wait, one of the dudes rapes another guy in the beginning of Sicario. I have no memory of this.
It's heavily implied. You got to be paying attention.
I was in the theater. A little fucked up.
Yeah, so Josh Brolin is like CIA, and he's working with Benicio del Toro, who's like he's the Mexican like killer whose family was killed in a vat of acid by the cartel, and they've teamed up to like no holds barred take the cartel out, and they kidnap a cartel member and bring him across to U.S. At the beginning, and Josh Brolin has him in like this Air Force airplane hangar where nobody's going to help him. There's like a drain in the floor and a big bucket of water, and they sort of make the agents who are overwatching and making sure nothing bad happens, they're like, we're going to take a break and they think he's going to waterboard the guy, and they're taking a break so that Josh Brolin can do some waterboarding. And Brolin like sits the water aside, like, I was never going to waterboard him. You can tell right there. And it's like the guy's sitting in a chair, handcuffed to the chair, and Brolin like walks way too close to him and sort of straddles him, and he's just like, nobody to help you here, no holds barred, gloves are off. And it's this whole, and the guys are just like, and it's like, yeah, Brolin, fuck that dude.
He bounced on his dick or what?
He was Brolin.
He's like, you're the nuclear sequences. You're like giving him head.
There's a movie where that happens. So there's this Clint Eastwood movie where the bad guys
stop making up scenes in movies, Kyle. It's a weird bit.
He's like wiping his eye. He's like, so where are the codes?
It was a huge love.
I swear, investigator, one more come and I'll remember.
I'm pretty sure it's Clint Eastwood. He's been captured by the bad guys, and he's like tied to a chair, and one of the bad guys is like a hot bad girl, and she like whips his dick out and gets it hard and like rides his dick until he comes while she tells him her evil plan, and then like leaves him there to die or something. I was so confused as a kid. I was like,
he wins.
Yeah,
he wins.
But Clint Eastwood, I think it was Clint Eastwood. He's like, just making that.
Don't make me come.
No, I don't like this. She's like smoking hot. There's some sort of Austrian supermodel terrorist they were dealing with in this movie. Yeah. No, I think we take the aliens on because I think we're hard fucking core. I think if you met the other galactic races, there'd be some pussies out there. There'd be some races of like creatures that never fought amongst themselves, that found some sort of harmony on their planet. Maybe there's just so much food on their planet, or maybe they discovered a technology early on that made it so you didn't have to war over energy or something like that. They have a sort of an egalitarian, not like a space communist economy that's post scarcity, and they just don't fight, and they haven't fought for so long that they're all just pussies. Like they don't even have good guns.
I think I think it's because being local is a huge advantage. Yeah, imagine if you want to bring in more guns and ships and you have to bring them from like 8 light years away. That's a problem.
Yeah, for sure. I think that too. I think that it would be like a galactic Vietnam for anybody who came here, because we're awful. We're awful.
I think so too.
There were like 4 other
we'd be savage.
There were like 4 other human races that were intelligent arts, things that painted and made tools and lived amongst us, and they're all gone now. Like the Neanderthals, the Hobbit people, all those things are dead.
Mm-hmm.
And we
no elves, no ice giants.
We murdered them to death. 100%.
I actually think that we would have some strategies that they wouldn't expect. I think they would know, like, I might be able to beat up, like, once again, bringing it back to a baby with bullets. I think I'd be able to beat up like a 12-year-old who has a knife, but it's gonna be you're gonna take some damage. You take some damage. I think we'd really like. I think even if it's just a cut, Even just a cut. And you know
There's
what?
definitely a chance.
There's infinite 11-year-olds out there. Some that don't have a knife. Let's just go get one of those instead of this one that's going to cut me maybe. Like that would be like, well, fuck.
I like the idea.
We'll
I like
cut
the
you.
idea. I like the idea that we're more like deceptive than they would be. That they might not understand lying, like the tricelerons
problem.
from Three
I
Body
thought
Problem.
about that too.
Those are, by the way, I don't know if you got the part where you find out what those guys look like, but they're like little roach people. They're like 3 inches tall or something. You know what I mean? So, and I know it doesn't matter because it's their technology that's the problem. But it's like, fuck, if we could just get them, if we could just get out there over there on their planet and just start stomping.
Physical. I thought there was never a real physical part in the book that really.
I didn't read the books, but I watched the YouTube explains like compilation that just goes through and gives you all the spoilers and nitty gritty. Like then this happened.
And they said that because I missed that.
Yeah.
I looked that up.
I even saw some
I always thought
artwork
that
of
they
them.
never said what they looked like.
It reminded me of like, you know, in Men in Black, that little fella that was inside the guy's head operating the gizmos. It reminded me of like a little thing like that, but more insect-like, like a beetle like shell on the back, if I remember correctly. Something stupid like that.
Yeah, I think like if they came here and they, you know, if we could just get like a human up there with the tactical nuke.
Oh yeah, a Will Smith type character.
We got like 1 billion humans just down to die for the cause.
Dude, would you fly one in? Would you wrap yourself in the Israeli flag and then ride a thermonuclear weapon, like right up the tailpipe?
I did the Canadian one. It's way funnier. It's like the Canadian flag. Like, who is that?
You just say, sorry, as you explode into a big vapor cloud.
Yeah.
That's nothing. They got shields we didn't know about.
I've been hanging on to a topic. I thought there was a break, but all right. This is a hypothetical question. Would you rather? And in this case, you're good at your job and there's no consequences. Would you rather have a job saving people or killing people?
Saving people.
All right, so I guess we're talking about like, do you want to be Delta Force or do you want to be a heart surgeon? Because you can just because if you could
be like firefighter, rescue, like tons of rescue stuff out there. Dude,
I'd rather be in the Delta Force. I've watched so many of those podcasts where those guys are talking about what their job was, and they're like, yeah, the Navy SEALs do a lot of boring shit, a lot of running around. Nah, we go out every night, and the guys we kill are the worst people. We watch videos of them torturing and murdering and killing women and children and cutting Christians' heads off. And then we look at their picture on a big map, and then we go out that night and we kill them. And I was like, that sounds awesome. That's like
your pick?
That sounds like the movies. That sounds like the movie version of like a job. So like, yeah, I'd rather be Delta Force, I think, than anything. That'd be
what about you guys?
Job.
I think I lean more towards listen, I got to think more on it, but my gut reaction's kill. And because Israel, no, because if you, my gut reaction's kill. Like, I think that's just a better schedule. I feel like when you're a killer, I'm on like 5 months of kill, and I might not even have to kill. There's just a good chance I will. And if I do it, I'm probably like through binoculars looking at a building like Echo Foxtrot Niner, and then the building's not there, and I can go back to whacking off in my barracks or whatever. Whereas rescue, it's like I could be right now and be like, oh shit, dude, this fucking kid's stuck in the well and they need my truck, and I go there and park next to it with my spotlights, and I'm like, yeah, anyone can do that, you know? They got what you need is someone to look through the binoculars and then take 8 months off. I'm your guy.
You guys
Taylor?
are right.
What's your pick?
They swayed me.
I choose kill.
I think,
you know what? Woody could be a Navy rescue swimmer, and we'll all be Delta Force.
You guys
I would
made
love that
good
job,
points.
but that's not what I picked.
And then Harley sold me because of
and
the difference in schedule, like flex scheduling. If you're a killer,
it's crazy, bro. And you make I'm sure you make a lot of money killing Bin Laden.
Killer for sure.
In my mind, because remember, you're magic. You're good at this job, and there's no consequences. I'm like, I think you can do more good in this world as a proper assassin than you can as a heart surgeon. Even if a heart surgeon saves 1,000 people over his career, shucks. Just one Osama bin Laden triples that.
What if you killed
better
like
be Osama
30,
then, bro? You don't want like Mossad after you forever. I feel like where you are in life right now, you currently at your exact location is so easy for Mossad. If you were a sick assassin,
consequence free was part of the would you rather.
Yeah.
Well, you got to live life still. Like there's still like the consequence isn't like you're going to jail.
In this world, I don't talk about my assassinations on PKA afterwards.
You don't need to podcast, though. They'll know though. Yeah, they'll know already.
That'd be the thing. Like you go out and kill people, and then you do your podcast that night. So smoked a lot of baddies tonight, Taylor.
Yeah.
Taylor's a madman. Did you see Taylor get that guy on the ground?
Welcome to 6 Feet Under, the only show where we talk about crimes we just committed.
I did the Patreon.
Why do you use a tomahawk? It's sick and wrong.
It's because I was bored and I have no soul left from all the killing, and so I had to make it entertaining for myself.
Taylor's just crushing people's skull like the mountain. Harley paralyzed some kid. And like Taylor's like standing over him, like crushing his skull.
Some kid? Are we even good guys anymore?
It was a bad kid.
It's all about
bad kid. Child soldier. It was Coney 2024.
He threw a rocket, would he?
It was Coney's right hand man. Whoa, I'm Coney's top guy.
It was just a clump of dirt, but it could have been a rock.
I'm Joseph Coney's top guy.
It was I'll do it. Dirt. It was a clod. All right, that thing could have caused some serious injury. For all that kid knows, there could have been pebbles inside of that dirt clod.
Look, today dirt clods, tomorrow snowballs. Where does it end?
Can I say this? Like I often when I see them have a problem with them shooting the kids throwing the rocks, I'm like, why are they still throwing the rocks though? You know what I mean? It's like it'd almost be like if there was an electric fence on the border that kept killing Mexicans, and it was like, yeah, that is kind of fucked. But why do they think it's Jurassic Park?
I saw a video,
and they can just.
I saw a video. Obviously, listen, sometimes you just kill a kid. But I've seen a video where the parent was like taking their kid and pushing them to do it, to throw it. Yeah, and the soldiers were like laughing, and the soldier just like gave the kid a high five. And I know it's not always like that, but sometimes like they had a martyr fund set up where it was if you were to kill a Jewish person in a suicide bombing, they would give your family money for every person killed.
Good people on both sides.
But if the aliens came, you're like, dude, you don't know how we move on this planet.
That's what I'm saying.
We're like throwing our kids at you.
You ever hear that Little Dicky rap where it's something like that? It's like if you ever think about if the aliens came down, would they just dominate us, or would they be like Earth goes hard? And it's like, I think Earth goes hard. I really do. Like they would have to be some Klingons or something that came down from like a warrior race. We're like, yeah, you're our fourth planet this fucking decade. You would need some shit like that, I think, to rock our world, because we're too hardcore about it. And if I'm being honest, I think it's just the United States going to be carrying the heavy load. I can't imagine any of the other. I feel like we let Europe fall. Maybe we just give them Europe. I think that's the move. The Middle East.
We're so mad that we didn't let every other country like catch up.
Oh, fuck that.
Like, damn, dude, we could have been building this whole time.
All right, so that's one of my conspiracy theories that I'm a little bit into. I'm a little bit into the conspiracy theory. So I heard this recent theory about what aliens are, or like UFOs, or like the crafts that we see and stuff, or people supposedly see. And they've suggested that it's time travelers, that it's like future humans coming back, and they're in like a time machine that like moves around and does crazy shit and disappears and stuff. And for whatever reason, they're coming back. I kind of like that idea. And with that idea, you don't need the bonkers craziness of aliens. You just need the like theoretically possible time travel thing to be real. And then you're able to like sort of believe in like a Roswell scenario where maybe one of those time machines crashed and the US has had that shit for 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 years. And we've been backwards engineering it. And that's why we're like always a step or two ahead of everybody else. That's why we got Velcro and iPhones and shit.
We had a couple ginormous leaps in technology throughout our existence. I mean, like World War I was on horses, and then World War II was we have a bomb that can blow up a country.
Dude, they went from Wright brothers to the moon in like
57
years or something.
Is that it?
It's rough, something like that. I think that maybe they flew in. I don't know. Is it 1901 or was it So maybe it was 66 years. It's less than 70. It's like crazy. They went, and you got to keep in mind, like I remember there was this newspaper clipping about flying and how man won't fly for the next 10,000 years. It'll be 10,000 years before man learns to fly, and they're talking about the weight ratios and the materials and stuff. They flew like 5 years later at Kitty Hawk. And
what
then
about the train one?
And then
Remember
60
that?
years after that, there's people on the goddamn moon. Like that's such a crazy advancement.
I love that North Carolina gets credit for like inventing flight.
First in flight, baby. It's on your
First in
license plate.
flight. It's on the license plates. This is where the first flight happened. It's dude, North Carolina's contribution to like manned flight is a beach with good winds.
Yep.
They came from Ohio to fly their planes here.
But we have Wilbur and Orville Redenbacher to thank. So
that's
yes.
that's the popcorn. Guy.
No, I'm positive.
They're the same people.
It's the same people.
Yeah, it was the same guy. When he wasn't flying around, he came up with the tastiest mass.
That's when Americans could do anything they wanted. They could become popcorn magnates and invent the.
Have you seen the commercials with him? Like because it was bad. Like Orville Redenbacher was so long ago that it was before like marketing firms existed, and so he's like I make a delicious popped corn. I should go on television and tell people about my delicious gourmet popping corn. And then it's just like him in a commercial, and he's like, well, it's just popcorn, but it's quite good, It's just like no giant claims, just eat my popcorn. Cool guy. Shout out Wilbur.
Yeah, I wonder if that's a good. Does anyone do that now? I can't think of anyone who's like, I don't think so. It's just popcorn. Like
he looks like a pedophilic Colonel Sanders.
Don't you rip on him? He was just popping corn.
Dude, I don't care what you say. That guy likes him young.
No, he likes young kernels for a fresh pop.
Oh, like fresh Taylor.
If he was alive today, he would be doing fan art of sucking off aliens on Twitter.
Dude,
you should look at animated pornography of furries. And while you're doing it, enjoy a bowl of gourmet popcorn. Jack off with a bowl of Orville Redenbacher popcorn. That would, I don't see why you're hating on Orville, Kyle. He doesn't look like a pedophile.
I just seemed like a fun take to have, I guess. Just like
he's a pedophile.
Yeah.
What does a pedophile look like?
That guy, I guess.
They usually have like a fake red army vest, big mustache, mirrored sunglasses. Like a wig that you can't tell if it's really expensive or really cheap. Yeah.
I was hoping you'd start describing what one of us is wearing, but then I realized me and Harley have the most boring outfit.
I'm hoping that one of y'all, dude, I'm hoping that one of y'all show up as the man himself for Halloween. Like that to me is the Halloween costume.
Such a bomb costume with a
dude.
child
I said
on my
it
lap.
the moment the pedophile shit came out, or the text or whatever it all came out. I was like, that's the Halloween costume. That's it. And you add the accessory of like a little boy or something. I always say I had this girlfriend. We were going to a Halloween party, and I was like, please be a little boy, and I'll be a priest. Like comb your hair like a little boy thing, and like dress like a little altar boy, and I'll be a priest, and I'll be ogling you all night, like feeling you up, and it'll be funny. It'll like every time somebody sees us, they'll be like, look at Kyle, and I'll be like, oh, come here.
I've seen that play out before in public at Halloween parties. It's very funny. It's a good bit.
I can't remember what she went as, but it was not nearly as funny as what I had suggested.
You let your girlfriend pick a costume? They're going to pick some fucking gay shit.
Oh, no, I went as the priest. I wouldn't be deterred. I was like, you can either like go.
And he fondled her too. He did his part. The fact that she was a clown is not his
You're
deal.
going to be a clown, and none of it's going to make sense, you bitch.
And then there was like a prize. There was like a prize at the party for like best dressed couple or something. And Kanye and Kim won. And they had blackface on, and she had a black baby doll.
Oh yeah, your costume would have sold at this place. Then it would have read properly.
Do you remember many years ago?
I don't know if people would have liked it so much.
Do you guys remember, like at this point, like years and years ago, probably 2014 to 2015 or so? No, it must have been 2015. I dressed up as Ramsey, and my girlfriend at the time was Reek. And she made a Reek banner, and she was all meek, and I was like this authoritative cunt the whole night. It was fun. I liked being Ramsey.
I think we learned something about Taylor today.
Dude, I think I showed you guys pictures.
Very
of that.
abusive.
Yeah. Only in character. Only when I'm playing an abusive
Only when
character.
I'm playing the Taylor character.
He's like at home, he puts on his Ramsey jacket on a random not Halloween night, like, now I can hit you.
Exactly.
Yeah, after I get out of the shower, I'm naked.
Not the
I just
Ramsey
put that
jacket.
vest on. I don't have it anymore. All that stuff's long gone. I wish I had it. I basically bought, if I recall, it was like a barbarian style costume that was modified to like with like to look more like
Ramsay was
light
such a
armor
good character. Like I remember, I only my dad's only ever seen one episode of Game of Thrones, and it's the Battle of the Bastards, and I'm like loading him up with exposition.
That was the episode that Woody stopped liking the show.
I think he has mixed feelings on like the plot armor that Jon Snow exhibits.
Yeah, that's the episode, Woody.
And look, I have a little bit.
Came back.
No,
you don't remember saying that, Woody? You don't remember saying you fucking lied to me on your own podcast, eh?
Wait, I have a lot of thoughts on this show. It's not that simple. Battle of the Bastards is one where I got frustrated at Jon Snow's plot armor. I mean, he's in the middle. There's like 250 people surrounding him in a circle trying to kill him. He's fine. He's fine. It's not a problem. Nothing is a problem. He can literally die and he's fine.
The arrows landing around him.
Having said that, we got really frustrated with especially the last 2 seasons.
Oh, big time.
If you rewatch Game of Thrones, which I think I'm the only person to have done, it gets better. It's better because
if you don't wait a fucking
exactly
year
waiting
time.
a year and a half for like 6 shows makes you want each one of them to be the first Star Wars, some sort of groundbreaking cultural movement. But if you're just like, let's watch 3 of them tonight, then
but it wasn't meant to be a popcorn show. Like it's meant to have a thorough history and lore and prophecies.
The character assassination, dude. What they did to Jaime Lannister alone is abominable. His character had been redeemed. He was there. He had come full circle from.
I can't believe they handled Jaime the way they did. Absurd.
To have him leave Brienne and go back and just die in the rubble with his sister was
Daenerys
nonsense.
was the fucking
Daenerys
worst.
Like going like mean face.
They carried. She did so many things for years, and then they were like, "But bitches can be crazy,
dude."
And that's the only thing that they did.
She was always kind of crazy.
But like, she wasn't the main crazy eunuch? In the way she was that way. It was
Varys.
So weird.
No. The black kid, the brown guy who's like doesn't have a dick.
Worm,
Washington.
Grey Worm.
All right, so let's just talk about some of the like ridiculous plot holes. At the end, obviously, Jon Snow kills Daenerys, and it's this huge letdown. And Wormtongue is like, I'm mad at you, guy I've known for 3 weeks who just killed my queen. You know what? Trial. And for your judges, your family and countrymen. Like, that's so counter to what.
And then they're like, go back to the wall.
He should have had
we brought you back to life for nothing. Now go back to the wall. That's so fucking weird.
That's true. Bringing Jon Snow back to life at all was like had no.
It was so weird. It didn't.
Him being a Targaryen
anything.
didn't matter. Him being a Targaryen played not into the plot at all.
Yep.
Remember the horn? Remember the magic horn? Nothing to do with the plot. Remember the babies that were given to the White Walkers? Nothing to do with the plot. None. The first scene in the first book, the thing that grabbed me when I watched it and when I read it the first time, it's I don't think it's Benjen Stark, but it might be. I think
it is.
I think it's him and his men being ambushed and slowly taken out like the Predator by a White Walker. And you're like, holy shit, there's some supernatural shit. And then it's hundreds of pages before they touch supernatural again. I loved that. It's like, this is intrigue and that's lies and murder.
That's why it sucked in the last season when they were like, okay, let's get that out of the way so we can go back to them fighting. It's like, no, that was the thing that was supposed to go on at the end.
The magic
was the big thing.
I've been waiting for the magic.
The magic was like the build up being like, oh yeah, and then she killed the White Walker, and then it's like, oh yeah, let's go back to the usual shit. And it's like, that was the most important.
Let me get this in real quick. Like a big part of the first season was that the magic that once existed in this realm and had dried up has returned. And I always took it to be maybe that comet is doing it literally, or maybe it's a harbinger of that change. Either way, it's like magic has come back in the world. That's how these dragon eggs that were dormant now hatch. That's how like all of these various gods are now coming back into power. Like all those gods are real. Like the one of the Lord of Light, he did some miracles. Shit. The whatever dark magic is making the Arya Starks like ninja buddies like be able to change their faces. That's magic. And so the world is changing, and so the culmination of the whole thing has to involve so much magic. I need Jon Snow to like do a magic thing. I need him to draw Luke Skywalker's glowing blade. I needed his sword to glow.
Yeah, I needed that too. That's literally.
I needed it to like.
They did such a setup for the easiest tropes.
Yeah.
Like such a setup to like have all like them, Jon, Daenerys, and Tyrion each on a dragon's back riding in as like weird half brother sister type family.
You need that line where the
Like,
music is building and we just lost some main characters and they're like, only a Targaryen can ride. And that's when we get Tyrion's back. I wanted Tyrion's backstory.
And they built up for all of this stuff.
They did. They planted the seeds in the book in particular, and just none of it came to fruition.
One of my favorite.
It was a spit in the face of an end of a show. The last 2 seasons are horseshit.
Wait a minute.
They should be in prison.
They should have let Jon Snow die. That twist, that change would have done so much to save it.
It would have
when
done
Ned
nothing.
Stark died, people were captured. When the Red Wedding happened, it's considered the best episode of the whole thing. And then Jon Snow just.
But it's not
his
automatically
refusal to die ruined.
It's not automatically that they die, so it was good. Those
Yeah.
were like super important parts, and
Jon
they were
Snow was super
surprises.
important.
Yeah, but it was
I'm
like,
aware of that.
It was
but like
a
if they had built
surprise.
Jon Snow up to be the prince that was promised, if they had built Jon Snow up to be our hope, and we watched him for 6 years, and then he dies, and we watch
agree.
his dumbass sister Sansa try to pick up the pieces. We watch Arya come into her own and start standing on her own 2 feet and leading the family.
But Daenerys
that would
is
have been
still
going
to go. Daenerys,
But
it would be better, but it would still be shit. Daenerys would still go crazy. The ending would still be like this weird jumbled, like Jaime Lannister going back. Like it would have been.
It's so upsetting.
It still would have. It wouldn't have been saved by that. But
Yeah,
I
it wouldn't
agree,
have been saved
It would have been
because
better. They could have just killed him at that point. I would have been annoyed because I wanted a lot for Jon Snow, but I was way more annoyed when he survived
couldn't.
and nothing happened.
But when
They
everyone
killed him,
argues that they did all this stuff to build up Jon Snow and then it failed to meet expectations, it's like that they should have just killed him.
Yeah.
Like they could have built him up like they did Robb Stark. Robb Stark, they built that guy up.
No,
when
it's
Ned
different.
dropped, he was like suddenly his leadership comes through. Suddenly he's winning battle after
They could
battle.
have done what they did, but I'd rather he just had like a glowing sword.
In
or
the
some
overall
shit.
lore,
I wanted,
though,
like
it's-
I wanted a silly fantasy tropey, old school thing that like I'm like, oh, he's
it's
the
different
guy
than Robb
now.
Stark dying, because when Jon Snow wasn't Robb Stark or one of these other characters, he was solid, and a lot of the weight of the prophecies that had been talked about in all the books leading up centered around Jon. And so you can't eliminate Jon entirely, because then that means that all those prophecies prior are meaningless. And so unlike when Robb Stark dies or Ned dies, like those were capturing.
You can
because
both have your cake here, though. Like you can both have what you want, because Taylor's right. There's too much foundation built up on Jon Snow.
But
at the
why
same
was
time,
it,
you
but
can
in
kill
the
him.
logic of that.
The twist could be that Jon Snow is the guy who has to die to make the sword magical. Like he could tell, like, I don't know.
That would make more sense than what the show is, because
anything would
to not be anything.
Anything would have been better.
Why would there be a prophecy of him?
I wanted. Here's what I want.
It's because they abandoned the show.
Throws them both in prison.
We got that whole backstory. We got that whole backstory of Jon Snow being a Targaryen, and that was a mind blower of an episode. Even because I'd read the books, I knew what was coming. It was still so cool to see it happen, and to have the characters have that realization that he's a Targaryen. I needed Tyrion to have the exact same kind of scene where we found out his mother cheated on Tywin with the Lannister, and that he's the last dragon rider. So at the end,
that dragon,
I need there to be a little dragon for him.
The dragon scene where the dragon didn't,
like the dragon they disrespected the whole way through. Like, no one can even mount a dragon of that size. What use is he? And they like slap the dragon and goes. Like it doesn't get at his.
We had a scene where Tyrion had the dragon come up to him and not attack him, and it was really cool. Like I always thought the insinuation was that he was a Targaryen.
I needed him to get on that fucking dragon.
Me too. I thought
I
needed it to be the White Walkers literally were at King's Landing. But like
Frozen
Daenerys and Dothraki,
King's Landing,
yeah,
and that's when so deep the walls are moot points.
And that's when the Dothraki cross the water, and they come, all three of them, with the dragons, and they're burning this shit.
The snow.
And then like houses join together that wouldn't have joined together. Instead of it was like, let's get all the ice zombies that we built up so much out of the way in one episode, a bad one. And then, now let's go back to and it was just fucking bizarre. I don't even like talking about this shit.
It's upsetting, right? It's like going back in a bad relationship and being like, man, and then she could have not been a piece of shit, and it would have been so great.
It's reminding me of Star Wars, and like Star Wars, the last episode, Rise of the Skywalker, just changed how I consume media entirely. I never invest emotionally into something.
Was that the second one or the third one?
The third one. The second one. The second one, I was like, let them cook. I know a lot of people hated the second one, but I would never get up. I've never done this other than Transformers 2. Never would I get up in the middle of a story and walk out before Act 3. If they did some shit, I'm like, you better explain yourself. So when the next one didn't explain itself, all of them were fucked. But the worst thing is that, like, the last one was just such a stupid fucking movie. Like, what's crazy is, like, who gives a fuck about Ant-Man? Nobody. Nobody gives a fuck about Ant-Man. But they took Ant-Man in this movie like 8 years before Endgame and had him be this pinnacle moment in that movie, because all the movies were set up in a way that you would be like, oh shit, Ant-Man's still in the quantum zone. And now Ant-Man is this crucial moment in Endgame and Avengers there at the end. Whereas someone like Luke Skywalker, they were so blasé about his story that one movie didn't know what the movie before it was doing. Like in Last Jedi, at the end of Force Awakens, he's supposed to turn on the lightsaber. When she gives him the lightsaber, he's supposed to turn it on, and it credits end, and I can imagine that would have been pretty cool, JJ. He has a good visionary like that. But then Rian Johnson was like, oh, in my movie, he throws it over his shoulder. And so they have to change that scene. And I'm kind of like, what are you fucking idiots doing, bro? It's Star Wars. You should have had one guy write everything, or whatever. You should have had the whole story, but they kind of just like made it up as they went along. And they both talk about this moment, how Rian Johnson didn't know how that one ended. And then the guy who was supposed to do the last one, he backed out because he's like, fuck this mess. And so JJ came in, and JJ just did like fucking, it was like Reddit's best hits of what would be the best thing in the movie. And I thought about it. I was like, you know what? I'm done like letting my level of hypeness and excitement for something. I'm done putting it in the hands of some Jew. No, seriously, I'm not gonna take my level of enjoyment and hype and put it in some guy's hands who's gonna be like, and then Daenerys is just a crazy bitch.
No, do the voice.
My level of hypeness will never get to the levels that it once did. But
they've let me down too many times.
Exactly, but now
you know, the last time, like this might not resonate with you. Are you a Star Trek guy at all?
Yeah.
Yeah, he is. Right. You guys have.
So the third season of Star Trek.
Yeah, Taylor remembers every conversation he hated.
Did you see?
I remember all the things I'm disinterested in that you guys have bandied about for hours.
Did you watch the third season of Picard?
No.
It's the most recent time that I've actually been blown away and gotten so much more than I ever expected. The first two seasons of Picard, he's just this old bumbling man, and the story is silly, and the side characters don't make sense, and people are saying the F word for some reason.
Is this Picard is the one where they get a Borg girl on their ship and she connects to
there's a whole bunch of bullshit with that. Yeah, it's like season 2.
Is it the F word?
I didn't mind that.
Season 3, they do they give you what you wanted in season 1, which is a reboot of Star Trek The Next Generation. Get the band back together, get them on the old Enterprise, because like it's the only ship not taken over by AI, and ride like in like the fucking cavalry and fight the Borg while like Geordi flies this ship and makes it do whirly doos.
What character was calling the other one like a fag?
No,
it doesn't seem very Star Trek.
Fuck was the F word.
Oh, you said F word.
It is the F word. For Star Trek, the F word is fuck. They don't curse in Star Trek usually. So like
it was Taylor.
Yeah, I thought that.
Star Trek's very accepting toward the
everyone.
The F word or the F bomb is fuck. The one you're thinking of is the F slur.
Yeah,
F slur. I hate that.
Yeah, get your bigotry right. All right, like I expect.
Well, I was picturing like Captain Kirk being like, "Data, why are you such a fag?" Like, why can't you just be normal? You weird fag.
Wesley, dude, there's so much like camel toe in that show, and they never expected the HD shit to come through.
Temple topic for PJ.
Oh, so many times I've heard about the
shower. All right, I'm sorry. I'm a big fan of the camel toe. I was on Star Trek.
After this, Woody, let me tell you. After this, it will transition to discussing 7 of 9's tits. I've never seen
a. We'll go about how the ratings were bad for Discovery, and they did shower scene after shower scene with perhaps the hottest cast member ever in the Star Trek.
Jolene Blaylock. Jolene Blaylock.
See, Woody and I know the whole.
They showed more on network TV than you would have expected.
A lot of ass crack. A lot that top.
He's right.
But he's right.
Oh, there's no one's doubting that he's right. He's right. He's right.
What were the hockey scores this weekend, boys? What was the hockey scores this weekend?
I don't know. I didn't bring it up, did I?
You always bring it up. It's always like, Ryan McNargle.
Tarkov. Don't you talk shit on Ryan McNargle. It's my favorite thing. Blue.
Tarkov. Total War.
We already did Elden Ring.
Dude, Harley, have you played Elden Ring yet?
No!
I have a hot take on it, though.
Tell me. I won't go too long, I promise.
I got a crazy hot take on Elden Ring. I played Elden Ring, and I think it's pretty good.
Oh, the people agree with you.
Say that, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I'll stop. I heard you, Kyle.
They fucking love that game so much.
I saw a SWAT team show up at this guy's house on police activity. All right, SWAT team shows up in one of those SWAT team vans that has the crazy bulletproof windows and shit. The guy's on the inside of the house with a 50 BMG. He shoots the windshield right in the middle with the 50 BMG, and it doesn't go through the windshield because it's a SWAT van. I know it doesn't go through it, but it like makes the biggest like shatter hole you can imagine.
So it's just like,
all right, back it up. And they had to bring in another sniper to shoot the fucking guy. And dude, it's the future is now because they sent a police drone into his house, like with a camera on it, like scoping the whole place out. It's hovering in his bedroom, looking at his guns. And the way I knew they were messing with the wrong man, he had lotion on both nightstand tables. This guy, there was lotion on both nightstands and a half-empty bottle of liquor and guns every fucking where. This was not the guy to tangle with.
What were they doing in your house?
I mean, I'd have that gallon of lubricant with the pump on top, like it's Gojo hand cleaner.
1000 KY. That guy had like, I guess when they're making the bulletproof glass, they're like, someone might have this.
Yeah.
And then he had it, and they're like, oh fuck, someone has had this.
So it didn't go through it. It's not. I guess he just had a regular.
That's a 50 caliber, you said?
Yeah. Like he's got a Bushmaster BA-50. I had to look it up because I was curious. It's a bolt action 50 caliber.
Have you shot that one before?
No, I never even heard of that thing. The bolt's on the left side. It's all weird and funky. But anyway, I love my police activity videos, dude. I wish I could get you involved with it. I wish we were swapping those videos back and forth, making little anecdotes about how the cops gargling on his way.
I love how you show Taylor like death, and he's like, I don't want to watch this. Okay, maybe tomorrow you will.
Yeah, you guys got to pump your live leak numbers.
Dude, this is me. What I do with Kyle and trying to get him to play RTS games with me is what Kyle's been doing for years in showing me gruesome deaths. And he'll be like, check this video out, and I'll be like 5 seconds in, and like someone's being like, don't kill me, like bleeding on the ground, and then they explode, and he'll be like, sick, right? It's like, I'm like, no, this is upsetting.
No, I only send cool clips. Okay, it's always
they're almost all of people dying.
That is not true. Sometimes it's of people getting killed.
You ever get Chinese factory? Chinese factory workers? Is that type of death we're dealing with?
Occasionally,
I want to know what flavor he's dealing with here.
Yeah.
No, I don't like those videos. I genuinely don't like the videos of people getting sucked into machinery unless it's comical and they don't die. I saw one the other day.
Saying that like it's a line, like a moral line you won't cross. No, I do not fuck Chinese people getting sucked into lathe.
It's a popular genre. There's a lot of people who are into that. I saw this guy get.
What do they call it? I bet there's a subreddit for it. Is it called like the r/spin zone or something?
It's called Man versus Lathe or something. I saw this guy get sucked into like a textile machine. It's one of those things.
Did he come out like as the blanket?
No. Do you ever see a spider grab a bug and wrap it all up real quick?
Yeah.
That happened to him, and he's spinning. He's like in there long ways, and this machine is wrapping him up in big bundles of string, and he's spinning way faster than you would ever want to spin. And you can tell he's screaming because people are coming to his aid. They get the machine stopped. And then the video ends a few seconds later because he's still just like all wrapped up like a moth, like a poor moth.
But he got out.
So he's very injured, right?
I think he was going to be good. Honestly, like I think he was solid. Like I think they're going to cut those strings and he was going to be like a little shaken up. Okay. But okay, because nothing got like torn or ripped. He just got spun and wrapped.
See, I wouldn't mind you sharing that with me at all. I just don't like.
Yeah, but getting you to click on them. See, what I try to do is.
Yeah, you've really ruined your reputation in the chat.
That's not true. If you go back and you look at my links, I send good links because I'm hoping you'll
if
catch on. The Kyle link is a good link. You want to click that because it's the creme de la creme. He wouldn't waste my time with just a guy getting wrapped up in strings.
If I can tell by the thumbnail, it's going to be a funny video. I click 100% of the links you send, but sometimes it's like.
Someone's
like that grainy military footage, and you can like almost see in the thumbnail.
There's a crosshair.
Someone's arm, and I'm like, I know what this is going to be.
Have you heard of the 50/50 subreddit?
No.
Kyle's the living embodiment of it. It's like, hey, click on this video. It's either two twins holding hands, freshly born, or a Chinese baby having its head crushed for being a girl.
Oh,
and it's like, you don't know what you're gonna get. You click on it and you're like, well, it's a baby.
Well, I mean, Reddit is a giant forum site. So if you wanted to see like fun, wholesome baby pictures, there's probably a whole forum just for that. So the whole game on this one is you click it and it could be horrible. That's the whole thing.
Yeah, it's 50/50. And honestly,
is it actually?
It's not 50/50. No, that's the best part. It's probably like 70% good at least. But you'll get some real fucked up shit. You'll get like a face covered in doo-doo or something, or then you'll get like an ankle. So you like turn your ankle all the way and it just rips apart flesh and bone. You see all the way into the joint. Like you'll get that. You'll get like motorcyclists cut in half, or then it'll be like the cutest Dalmatian puppy like biting a bubble. And you're like, fuck, that was almost worth the ankle thing.
That's like an emotional roller coaster.
Look at this. It's a fat kid on a slip and slide. Oh, look at the splash he made. Everybody got wet. He's the macho man. Oh, God, her face is full of maggots.
Why is it so hard to watch bones get broken? Like I get an emotional response from it. Yeah, one of the things coming to my mind right now is when a UFC fighter kicks another leg kick to leg kick. And then suddenly he has a new knee in the middle of his shin.
And he tries to stand or some shit on it.
Yeah. That is so hard to watch. Harder than it should be.
Oh, this is such a different ankle breaking video. Have you guys ever seen it's a little older now. It's this video of this black woman at the shoe store and she's wearing like the highest heels I've ever seen.
I know.
And she's like trying to like traipse about and look sexy. And she like crumples up like a dead spider when one of the shoes tumbles, and she like just breaks both ankles. Her knees are fucked up.
It goes on for a little while. She's wobbly.
Yeah. Like a motorcycle wobble. She can't get it under control.
Yeah. What's that tank slapper?
That's a really funny video. Because that's she's gonna be fine. Twisted her ankles. It's all right. It's okay to laugh.
That video I just sent you there. That's an example. Nobody clicked it. Nobody replied. I even had I even put a little funny little. I wrote underneath it. I wrote drone. See, Taylor, drone warfare can be funny. That's what I wrote underneath that message when I sent it a week ago. Nothing. It's a hilarious video.
Kyle, you go underappreciated.
You are underappreciated, but you know what I always respond to? Pictures of Murphy.
Oh, little Murphy. Yeah, that dog's fucking cute, right?
That's his adorable Pomeranian puppy.
Baby.
I've got a Pomeranian that looks like Yoda a little bit. He's super fucking cute.
Well, guess what, Kyle? You didn't respond to mine last night where I showed you the pork rinds that you can make in the microwave.
Yeah, I didn't. I'll tell you why I didn't respond.
Such a different wavelength of death videos.
I was just high as shit eating snacks, and I'm like, this is worth texting. So
I didn't know how to respond because part of me wanted to say like, haha, what a funny online find. What piece of shit would eat that? But the other part was like, I think he might be eating those. So I
did, and I didn't. They weren't good. I ate like 2 pieces after I made them in the microwave.
Microwavable pork rinds. By the way, for the uninitiated, pork rinds, it's pork skin that's been fried.
Yeah, it's good. I love pork rinds, but this is the worst. These were the worst kind of pork rinds I've ever had. Terrible. Don't recommend.
Good for you, Taylor. This
keto
should be removed from your diet.
There's no carbs. It's all fat.
They are keto.
Good.
Now, I personally am not keto, but I use it as an excuse when I want to eat fatty food.
Like, I mean, putting butter on something. It's keto.
It is. Bacon. That always struck me as so funny, that part of it, because I knew so many just obese people who started keto, and it's like, it's like the spirit of it isn't that you eat as much bacon as you want. Like you won't. It's not a cheat code in that way. Like
I just partial keto. I just put butter in my coffee.
Pork rinds,
they do that. They put oil in there.
Have you ever had
bulletproof coffee?
Do you like?
No, I've never. It's just a food I don't think I should get started on. I also haven't had meth.
Pork rinds are delicious, and they're better for you than chips. I've heard from people online.
They're not. They're full of sodium and fat. They're nothing but trans fat and sodium.
No, that can't be right.
It's fried fat. Look, they take the skin of the fattiest animal that we've deemed good enough for eating, and then they fry it. It's a fried pork skin.
Yes, and
then they season it as if it weren't already.
Yes, but I got the Louisiana hot kind.
Yeah,
and that's hot sauce, which means no calories.
That means more sodium. They added sodium on top of the sodium. Fucking idiot.
If I'm gonna ruin my body, Taylor, there better be some M&Ms.
They're so good. I love
raisins. I don't know, whatever the fuck is in trail mix is magic.
It's only once in a while I get a bag or two of pork rinds.
Jesus.
And I tried the poppable ones, and it was really bad. It said it will not make a popping sound, and so I stood there, baked out of my mind, looking at the microwave as it like sizzled. And then I opened it up, and it kept making like crackling, popping noises for, I shit you not, 40 minutes. No, I ate two of them, and I'm like, these are the worst pork rinds I've ever had in my life. I just put it over, I put it next to me on the end table, and then like I'm playing Skyrim, baked, and like 40 minutes later, I'm just hearing pop, 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 and I'm like, that can't be natural. How does it go? How does it go 20 minutes with no noise after popping a lot, and then it's crackling again? Threw that right in the trash.
What a ridiculous
this body's a temple.
How much were the frozen microwavable pork skins?
Frozen. They weren't frozen. No. It's a popcorn bag full of. It was an impulse buy at the grocery store. I was walking through the snack aisle serendipitously. I don't always go there, and then I saw these there, and I was like, wow, how fun. And so I bought, this was the fat move though. I anticipated myself liking them so much that I bought the original and the spicy flavor. And then I didn't like either. So I threw one away, and I still have the other one in my kitchen. I'm not going to make it though. It was gross. Yeah, poor quality food. There's a reason they serve pork rinds in bags already made.
Yeah. I think so. I don't even like those. I think it's a real low tier snack. It's not very good. God,
you're crazy.
I used to think usually it was low tier for a while. It grew on me. I hold them to a much higher regard now. Yeah, I less compare them to chips. They're kind of like a bit more. They're a bit higher than they're more like I don't want to say nachos because that gives it too much credit.
Like non-bread or something. It's almost bready. Like
it's hardier.
It's hardier
because it's like there's no like it's a snack for people on keto or diets often because there's no carbs in pork rinds. It's just fat and protein.
That keto thing has always struck me as just non-fucking sense. It's like I think that'll work if you stick to your incredibly strict diet for the rest of your fucking life. Enjoy your MCT oil and never having rice and potatoes again. Oh wait, you want you want to eat birthday cake,
fruit,
any of that stuff. It's just like, why don't you just do a balanced diet so you can eat whatever you want just in moderation? Like I know that's hard, but like makes like that's the way. That is the way.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Restricting yourself to anything don't think silly.
You're from Georgia. I feel like you should
pork rinds,
pork rind
boiled peanuts. Nah, we're about to boil peanuts down here. We do peanuts and Coke too. Yeah,
that's the thing. My grandparents
Coke will make you lose weight.
Yeah, my grandparents do the peanuts, or they used to, not anymore.
You take salted peanuts, pop them in a bottle of Coca-Cola. I don't know why we do it, but we do. Then you drink while you're drinking it. You're eating the peanuts while you drink your Coca-Cola.
Yeah, it's a southern thing. My grandparents
like a bubble tea from Georgia.
Pretty much
is, dude. I like that redneck bubble tea. Yeah, dude.
I don't like boiled peanuts. I tried boiled peanuts and they're too soft.
I was about to say you can't overboil them. They have to be a little al dente and then Cajun, and they're pretty good. But if they overboil them, it's mush.
They were mushy like overcooked peas. The ones I tried, and I was like, this sucks.
They're legumes.
Peanuts, and they are legumes. Yeah. Well, beans would be a legume. right?
Yeah.
And peas are legumes too.
Yeah, I think so.
There's a wide world of legumes out there. Let's spend the next 52 minutes exploring it.
What's your favorite legume? Because I'm big on the English bean,
goodness.
but I can be swayed.
Are cashews? Cashews aren't legumes, are they?
No, I don't.
If cashews are legumes, then easy first place. Swish. I have the overall.
You're big on those cashews. Me, not so much. I think they got a bit of an off-putting flavor.
I like
to me,
cashews. Are good.
It's a rich man's.
a nice
Pistachios are great.
A nice pecan just blows a cashew out of the water. Macadamia nut.
Kyle's not a true American, and he's not going to heaven.
I'll tell you what's nonsense is the
Pecans are
Brazil
fine.
nut. That big, gross, fucking giant almond that's hard to get your mouth around. Like I'm feeling emasculated eating a Brazil nut. I don't need that in my life.
I can't
If
remember the
you eat
last
too
time I had
many
a
of it,
Brazil
you get poisoned. I think
How big
house
is a Brazil nut, and is it banana shaped?
No, it's like a gigantic almond. But it has a terrible flavor. I hate Brazil nuts. They're the worst of nuts.
Oh, I do know these nuts.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
Do they
I
have
mean,
another name? I wonder.
They do, because obviously in Brazil they don't call them the Brazil nut.
yeah, they just
This
call
was
them
an
a nut.
episode of House where this guy was eating far too many Brazil nuts, and it caused some kind of an issue. And House pointed that out. He's like, they don't call Brazil nuts in Brazil, and that was his big zinger at the end.
Yeah, he's goofed up on Vicodin.
Dude, I love that.
Liners.
That I feel like every show has to have an anti-hero or like a guy who's like walking that line between good and bad now. And Hollywood writers, TV writers, like everybody in media who makes everything, no one wants to have a good guy anymore, and no one wants to write a bad guy anymore. A bad guy likes being bad for the sake of being bad, or maybe he's just so
And
insane.
he's from a different country.
He's from a different country and not some non-discernible
A faraway
fucking-
land with an accent.
Right.
Yes. No, thank you. I want Russian or Chinese bad guys again. Okay.
I don't like his
North Korean,
clothes.
Mexicans work. All right. Do a cartel twist. All right. But don't.
How
give me
about
these
Asian, like Japanese, like a Yakuza?
Chinese. Bad
I've
guys.
started to become sensitive to the
Same,
fact
yeah.
that every bad guy's white. Like
Yeah.
I'm like hyper aware of it. At first it was like, all right, yeah, you need to change it up. You can't have it all be non-whites. And now it's like, well, it can't be exclusively white bad guys.
Oh, it
Every
can.
every
It is.
Arab from the years like 1999 to 2014. It's like every single movie. Every Russian
Go into the audition.
80s.
They're like, all right, give me your best.
Yeah. Some poor like Russian guy is going out for like Patch Adams, and he's like, I am very friendly, very natural, and they're like, yeah, we're gonna need you to kill someone in the movie in Studio 8. Actually, get the fuck out of here. But you're right. Yeah, they're all white guys who are bad.
But they don't even make bad guys anymore, is what I'm saying. Like bad guys used to be bad for the sake of bad, and they had no redeeming qualities. And like Luke Skywalker didn't have any negative qualities. Like he was just
Yeah, he
good
did. He was
through and
poorly
through.
written. Yeah, that's a negative quality, right?
I don't think
It's like
Luke
a,
Skywalker
it's like a
was
poorly written movie from start to finish that
I
people
don't
remember
think
nostalgically. It's like a dumb
I think
movie.
He's quite well written
Bad
through
movies.
the first 3 movies, and I don't even like those movies. All right, like I think he's quite well written. It's a standard fucking hero's journey. It's
Yeah,
by
that's the thing
numbers.
about it is it's actually just like
I don't actually
standard. There's
dislike
not
it.
much wrong with it. It's just like, you know, it's the
Give me
most-
one of those
But that's
every
what made
now
me
and
like
then, though.
tropes, bro. I know. That's why I liked, what was it? Is it Reacher? Jack? No, what is it?
Reacher's
Yeah,
the
Reacher.
Amazon version.
He's the
with the
Jack.
big dude.
Yeah, I
think
love it.
that's-
Like big, strong, jacked white guy that's also smart and everyone likes him and he's never wrong and he can like beat up a car, a moving vehicle, and he
That's
always can,
literally a
he
scene
can
I was
guess
just
a
staring at.
he can guess a password. Like the password could be anything, but he'll
He can
guess it.
psychoanalyze you and
Like
guess your
it's
password.
yeah, and he's just like also
That
like
was so
6'8"
dumb.
and super
That's
jacked.
wildly dumb, dude. My
I
password
didn't care. I loved
is a
it. I missed that
derivative
shit.
of a device that was on my desk 9 years ago with some like rarely used keyboard characters thrown in. Like
You've
that,
given so much information to a hacker, by the way.
I have not. He could
They're
never
like,
guess
okay,
what was
logically,
on my desk
where
8
was
years
he?
ago.
Where was he 8 years ago? What was
It's
sold at
nonsense,
that
though.
time? What type of thing? What could it be? I have
One of
10
the-
guesses
I
every
can't
hour.
remember 80% of my password. I have to send a help email.
Oh,
Just
yeah.
80% of the time I log into something I haven't used in more than 2 weeks.
I use LastPass for anything that's important.
Because I really
if
took
you managed to post on the fish forum, masquerading as me. Congratulations.
I took that like a password tip of like have no passwords the same on anything ever. I think too seriously, and so like now it's like what series of characters and numbers is this one? And it's just a pain in the ass. It's it's so secure, it's keeping me out.
If it's like PayPal or a bank account or something, I don't even know it. It's in LastPass. But if it's like I was assigned a password like from a random generator in 1996, and I still use that shit sometimes, but not for anything good.
I hate when I sign into something and they're like, not your password. And I'm like, what? This is like almost always and I sign in, and they're like, not your password. So I'm like, yeah, I forgot my password. And then they're like, think up a new password. And then I'm like, that one I always use. And they're like, nope, you can't use the password that you just had. And you're like,
that's too similar, idiot. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm like, I just did this. I just typed this in twice. And now you're telling me this was my password. But like, do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, 100%.
You understand? Do you understand what I'm explaining here? I fucking hate these computers, bro.
I heard someone.
I hate it.
And it was a video from a long time ago, and I barely remember it, but it was probably true. That said, like the person that made the rule that like it needs a special character and it needs a number, like that. It seems like that adds more security, but to like the brute force algorithms they use to break stuff like that, it's not any more secure than like 3 random words.
No, it is though. Like there's a really good chart that shows how long it takes to brute force various combinations of letters and numbers and
one new thing like is exponential to like the time, apparently.
When you get to like 9 digits and then you throw in some letters and symbols, it becomes like 30 years to brute force it or something.
Oh, well, I trust your recall over my barely a memory. So
yeah, you're referring to an XKCD.
Maybe I just made all that up.
And the guy's clever and he thought he was right, but I don't think they proved him wrong.
Okay. Yeah. Well, that guy like, fucking fake news to me.
But no, I miss some movie tropes. Like I could use a Princess Bride type story where I know who the good guy is. Like Wesley doesn't have any bad qualities in Princess Bride. Humperdinck doesn't have any good qualities. He's a piece of shit, right? Like so there's never going to be a moment where they show me Humperdinck's backstory and he got beat up by his dad. I don't fucking care. Yeah, don't try to make me feel sorry for him. He is the bad guy. He is to be reviled. And then he'll be punished at the end, and we'll all learn our lesson. Maybe we'll be merciful to him. He's the bad guy in Princess Bride. He's the prince who's like trying to. There's only one prince in Princess Bride,
not the Sicilian, the other bad.
Yeah, there's a guy who you never want to get into a land war with, who's a bad guy.
that's the Sicilian. Not that Sicilian. Which I like that actor. He should be in more stuff. His voice is very funny.
But you know, it's like with the Lord of the Rings TV show, how they've got to do the whole, you know, the goblet, the orcs are, you know, families of orcs that don't want to be swept up in this war. They're just people too. And
I hope Tolkien haunts the shit out of them.
Bad people purely bad like that? Are they as undeveloped as orcs, or do they have backstories in Warhammer lore?
Oh, in Warhammer lore. Okay, so there's a lot of bad guys and there's a lot of gray area, but there are bad guys who, like the Eldari or the Dark Eldari. Their whole thing is they did something that basically ensures that when they die, they'll go to hell. Like whatever they did, and don't think of hell as a religious thing as much as like another dimension that there's.
No, hell is real in Warhammer. Like
it is, but it's like it's a sci-fi
like Warhammer, but like
theological
Warhammer has
thing.
That's what I like about it. It's just like they have like it's like hell exists.
Yeah,
like they'll be like in Warhammer, they're like, we're gonna light speed travel to this insect planet to kill all the insects there, and so they'll light speed travel, and all like these space marines will start praying as they light speed travel because these rifts to hell open up, and maybe a rift opens up on the ship, and then demons come out. Now they're fighting demons on the way to this insect planet that they gotta blow up before the orcs get there and take it over and build some sort of like super.
Yeah, if the orcs get there, then the orcs feed on war. So there will be, if they get there and they're able to like have a big fight with the insects, then they'll grow in such a way that now they'll be a problem. But to answer your question, Woody, like there are bad guys whose whole thing is like they thrive on torture. They, like the thing that fills their souls with happiness is mutilation and torture. And the way they torture people is like off the walls bonkers. It's like they'll turn people into furniture and stuff. They'll like surgically turn you into a piece of furniture and make it so you can never die.
I love the suffering in Warhammer. Like
it's
in Warhammer, you'll see like a servitor. It's like a skull, and it's going around like, I don't know, like wiping a space marine's ass. And I love thinking about how that's someone's kid 500 years ago.
Yeah, they'll turn you
like
into
now is a floating skull in this castle that does nothing but like fucking wipe ass.
Which came first, Dune or Warhammer? Because I think Dune was written before Warhammer, and so Warhammer's probably the one ripping off.
Yeah, it has to be Dune, right?
But the whole idea that they both share is that AI went wrong, and now the human galactic empire completely swears off all AI, and it's like punishable by death. And so now the way they do their hyper calculations and their space travel is by these humans who have been modified surgically, genetically, chemically into these subhuman, sometimes vessels that it uses a human brain to do. It'll just be the skull floating around, like Harley said, doing just terrible tasks, just awful things. Or you'll be a soldier.
You're like a space marine, let's say. So they put like 15 lungs inside you and 8 hearts, and they'll make you like 10 feet tall and blast you with a crazy amount of drugs, and you're so about humanity and all that, and you go out there and you like risk your life like happily, like it's and you're dead serious, and it's all about the codex or some shit, and you're so about it. And in the event that you serve the Emperor for 250 years, you now have the honor of becoming a dreadnought, where they like cut off your arms and legs and like throw you into like a metal casket with liquid in your organs. And you're in this casket forever that's now attached to like a gigantic mech. And you're always forever awake and like joined mentally with your mech. You can like never leave it, and you're always awake, and you're just 100% serving the Emperor.
Some of that's not
accurate.
Accurate.
Fuck Space Marines. Don't fuck. Yeah, a lot of this might not be accurate. These are just like this.
So it doesn't matter how long they've been a Space Marine. It's like if a badass dies, if like a badass Space Marine gets so fucked up that they can't even piece him back together or grow new limbs or put a machine part instead, then he gets the honor. Like this guy was a hero. He gets to we're going to put him, because they don't have many dreadnoughts.
I love that.
And they don't know how to make more.
The honor of fucking floating in this metal box attached to
an embryo,
forever awake. Forever awake. Forever
No, that's
fighting.
the other thing. They sleep. It's the opposite. They'll keep them asleep for 1,000 years, and they'll wake them up. And there's like these funny comics where like 2 guys have to wake up the guy who's been asleep for 1,000 years and ask him like the Wi-Fi password or something. Like he's the only one old enough to remember what it was.
Dude, I played Space Marine 2, and I put it on, and I was like with a couple buddies playing it, and they're like, yo, this is so sick. It's going to be sick. And I was like, you know what I'm happy about playing this Warhammer game? I'm so excited to play for 20 hours and not hear this game make a single fucking joke. And it doesn't. The entire game, there's never a joke. It's like no one made a joke. No one had a sly remark. Nothing. The closest thing that was like a joke was I was playing the multiplayer and the 2 AI at one point. I was using the sniper, and one of them was like, Scipius, if you only looked at the codex as much as you gaze at the enemy through your scope. And he's like, I'm trying to peer into their minds, brother, and also their skulls. And I was like, that's a joke, Warhammer joke. That was the only joke the entire time Scipius said that thing. I'm trying to peer into their minds and skulls. Nothing is ever joked about. They're dead serious. And the funniest thing is humans fight everyone, but also still find time to fight humans.
Yeah.
And there's like Chaos Marines, and like the Chaos Marines is like pure suffering. Like in their brains, they're constantly tormented, and the only reason why, like now they like
the Nurgle ones are the best because they're rotting. But so now pain feels like pleasure to them. So the more gruesome their affliction, the better it feels. So they're like the most gross things are happening to them all
Nurgle's
the time.
The grossest one in that whole universe.
Nurgle's the gross, rotting.
It was fun to play as in Total War, though.
Yeah, just putrefaction, rot, maggots, just the depictions of Nurgle are always the most like disgusting, ridiculous. Slaanesh is like the fuck god, the god of change, and it's usually the one that's like gonna tempt you in
the
with
least cool of the three.
Slaanesh is the god of pussy. So Slaanesh is like this big titted like whore, like that's super fucking hot.
No, he's like half tit, half.
It's definitely a trans god of some kind of god of change. Yeah, it's like.
Well, I mean, they did like historically Satan's
of gods
like that, but like
yes.
But the actual of the gods, and I know it through Total War. Nurgle was fun because it's just like I liked the lore I learned when you turned me onto it a couple of years ago. That like the Pox father, the grandfather, grandfather
Nurgle is
grandfather
like
Nurgle. He's like, and he loves all of his little minions. Like he cares for them, even though they're disgusting.
This is playing Warhammer Total War.
Yeah, but then I learned about.
And you choose what you choose, like a god.
You choose a faction.
Oh, you haven't played it? Dude,
no, I want it because I love the Warhammer lore.
I'll play with you.
We have all the DLC. I got like $300 with the DLC.
If you get into it and play a bit, Harley, I'll dust it off and play.
I think I played a Warhammer with you guys maybe 2 or 3 a while back. I got like my ass kicked a little bit, and I was like, I'm out of here, bro.
It's pretty fucking good. I haven't played it in forever, but Kyle and I got decent at it, just unit movements and everything.
I would dabble with this Warhammer one. Just to like read like shit like that. Which
the graphics are so incredible. Like you can zoom in on every battle, and it's not like it's not like a StarCraft or Age of Empires level RTS where you're constantly just up.
I know. I played the last.
Yeah, you can scroll in mid battle and like actually enjoy watching it a a bit. But you can like pick to be Nurgle. Well, there's like 25 of them, but like who are the main ones? Nurgle, Slaanesh,
and Khorne, Slaanesh. Khorne is the god of like
Khorne, unequivocally the coolest. Yeah, just so badass.
I like them all. Slaanesh is kind of lame in the game.
In the game, Slaanesh is kind of lame. Yeah, they have those really good chariots, but that's it.
Yeah, I like all that stuff.
Half of I still need to finish it. I got caught up with stuff, but half of Eisenhorn. Was it you that told me to read Eisenhorn, the book?
I don't think so.
Oh, it's a Warhammer book. I thought you did.
Oh, I might have. Yeah. I might have.
It's the Inquisitor guy, and he's like a detective. It's like a sick detective sci-fi tale. It just happens to be in Warhammer, and like I started Googling things because they'd be like, he's a fucking psyker. And I'm like, I'm turning around. I'm like, what the fuck is a psyker? And then they keep talking about things. I'm like, man, there's so many. I'll see something. I'm like, so these guys are kind of like the Jedis. Kind of. Yeah. Like they can go around and do all this shit.
They've got to master their power or it'll like explode on them.
Yeah, exactly. But then they'll have a guy who's like actually like really good at force powers, let's say, or a guy who does like the thinking, like
exactly. It exhibits its way in different
constantly.
One guy will have force lightning, literally, and then the other guy will just have like a way of like calming all the soldiers down with his voice. That's I love that they made. Who do you listen to for lore? Luton on YouTube is the best to me.
I've been there. Yeah, I've been there. I love that they had female space marines and no one bought them. So they
did female custodies.
They just wrote them out of the lore. Like no one bought like it's funny because a lot of the justifications I'll see things that are like, oh, that's ultramarines. They have 18 lungs, not 15. And I'll call up my buddy D and I'm like, yo, so what's the deal with ultramarines? He's like, oh, they're so sick. I'm like, but like, how did they come? And he's like, oh, they just wanted to sell new pieces. Like they want you to buy a new piece for your army. So they're like ultramarines.
See, that's the lamest part to me about Games Workshop and that property.
As a Jew, it's my favorite.
Like, imagine if Lego.
Fuck you guys for laughing at that. I wanted to test it out. I was testing how many times you guys are gonna laugh at that Jew shit. You guys,
dude, you knew I would
laugh at it.
I mean, I'm gonna hit it back. You know,
I'm just supporting you,
Harley. We have CNN. Okay, we know what y'all have been up to. Okay, we try to laugh and carry it along, but it's hard. It's hard.
Yeah, no, the big thing is we controlled the whole
Lebanon
weather thing.
Controlling the weather.
Actually, thank you for calling off the hurricane, by the way. I saw Trump put his yarmulke on and went and bent the knee, and suddenly Milton went from a 5 to a fucking 3. They control hurricanes the way they do Kanye's credit score. They just wave a hand.
Did they say it was the Jews?
No. They said the Jews that you could buy. Yeah, you could pay. Like the U.S. government controls the weather and it's a distraction and you could pay for nice days if you have enough money. Like this is literally some shit that people are saying.
Yeah, I doubt that. Did you? This was a couple of years, maybe just a year or two ago. Do you guys remember when they did? I think it was Saudi Arabia or Dubai or something. They were doing they were trying cloud to create rain, the cloud seeding thing, and it's real. And they like overdid it, and there were all those videos of like actual floods in the middle of the. That's all those insane.
Supercars were destroyed. Yeah.
That's wild.
We do it in America for the hydroelectric dams. We make it rain where we want it to.
Can we create anything but rain at this point?
Oh,
we do create rain.
No, I'm saying anything but rain. I know we can create rain.
What else? Like what else would you want to create?
Can we create storms? Can we create no. What else can we do?
So the way rain forms is so the answer to it is I don't fully know, but I know a little bit about making rain. And when the water droplets, when they get bigger and bigger and bigger, eventually they get too heavy to fly around and they fall to the ground. Well, they put, what is it, like ion? I forget what they do, but they basically put this really light ship that forms dust. And then the water sort of gets on it and it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. It just seeds the cloud. So it's more apt to form large water droplets that fall to the ground.
It's like inducing labor for a cloud.
Yeah. But the stuff sounded
pretty cool.
What do they see?
I mean, hopefully it's like salt or something and not some
silver iodide.
See,
that's good for you. That's good for you. Hey, they put that in the vaccine. I'm fine with that. Little in the clouds, little in your nothing wrong with that.
You're thinking of mercury.
You're thinking of mercury and formaldehyde, you dummy.
Sorry. I trust whatever we spray into the clouds that makes it rain.
They better.
By the way, another task for the U.S. Air Force.
That's my God. I want Operation Quadruple Check. Like,
seriously,
like it doesn't fuck the rain up.
My big idea was like, why don't we seed the clouds so that it rains on the farms that need it? Seems simple enough. And I'm like, well, maybe we don't want silver iodide rain in our food source.
That makes sense. Like, what if it gets in you and it's unhealthy? That makes sense.
Yeah, I don't know about all that. I know we don't control hurricanes though because of the incredible, gigantic.
Fly a lot of planes really, really fast in a circle.
No, it's the whole fucking ocean gets hot or cold, and that's what makes hurricanes. Like it's not something that we're going to be in control of. I mean, when Trump asked if you could nuke the hurricane, I didn't think that was head on your fucking ass, bonkers, stupid question to ask because A, he has nuclear weapons in this scenario. We don't have nuclear weapons, so asking the question is a moot point. He just happened to have been in control of about 3,500 of them that day, and he was like, "Hey, there's a hurricane coming. Could we launch a strike?"
Let's not nuke the ocean. There's no way that's good for us.
It doesn't do anything bad. I promise you.
I'm with Taylor. That
we've been through
this. It is a ridiculously dumb idea. It seems like exploding nuclear weapons in the ocean has to be bad for the water. I just can't get over the idea that it's
not at all.
Yeah.
I mean, it's in a hurricane, right? So this air mass is working its way to land. But hold on.
It's going to come to America, to us.
But Trump has said, I can think of two things off the top of my head that I instantly think are wildly stupid, but also don't know the answer. What does happen if you nuke a hurricane? What does happen if your battery-operated boat sinks? Do you get electrocuted? It's a big body of water.
Because here's what I'm thinking. With the hurricane, like let's say you wait until it's like a tropical storm, and my understanding is the eye of that thing is this negative pressure zone. You know, what if you struck the eye of it? Maybe you could make it collapse and like kind of fall apart, and then it'd have to start its whole thing over again, weakening it that way. Now, I'm not a meteorologist, but I'm just saying that sounds like a strategy to me. And at the very least, I think I would ask my fucking general, and I would expect my general not to run to the Washington Post and laugh at me behind my back. That's a shit move, you ask me. All right, I don't want my commander-in-chief afraid to ask questions. All right, I need Trump in there asking all sorts of dumb questions so he doesn't make any dumb decisions. I'm sure you got a good answer back. Actually, Mr. President, compared to a hurricane, it's our nuclear arsenal just pales in comparison. The amount of forces involved, the vast area that's covered, it would be a pinprick on an elephant, sir. Oh, good, okay. That's all that we needed to do. I didn't think it was embarrassing. Just like I didn't think exploring the idea of purchasing Greenland was embarrassingly stupid.
The Greenland is an excellent idea.
I mean, we got a lot of money here. Like, I don't hear about Greenland's vast industries or Like I don't think they're that rich. Like maybe we could purchase it from whoever the fuck owns Greenland. I would like to own that little part of the world. Why not?
Yeah, I think we should own Greenland, and then that opens the door to, what other places can we buy? A nice Cuba? Buy Cuba, maybe?
You know what the problem with Cuba is?
Cubans. Yeah.
Cubans. That's why you need.
What's wrong with Israel?
See, we've got this in Ukraine. I don't know if you know.
Nothing.
Nothing.
Nothing, you idiot. Just keep giving them money and shut up. They're doing this for you. Your mom understands.
You may have forgotten your bank passwords, but we haven't.
The biolabs in Ukraine that Vladimir Putin's been trying to extinguish for a few years now in his crusade for freedom and peace and the denazification of the Ukraine. Those biolabs, I'm sure you're all well aware, are developing biological weapons that are targeted towards specific races and ethnic groups.
Mm-hmm. What?
You don't know this? You don't know this? These are facts.
No. These diseases came from Chinese people eating bat soup.
What diseases are we referring to? You think we're talking about COVID? Did you just wake up?
I'm joking around.
We're not talking about COVID. We're talking about specific biological warfare meant to kill Slavic people, Germanic peoples, maybe African people, whoever they want. So what I'm saying is,
this is Russian
Ukraine.
propaganda that Kyle's joking about. And
Ukraine?
they said it was one of the reasons for invading Ukraine.
Yeah, well, maybe they are. Maybe they're eating a lot of bat soup over there and then vomiting in a petri dish.
I'm just saying, if you could have something that dealt with Cubans, if you could have something, maybe we could talk to Zelensky about these Cubans.
Do you remember like early in COVID, people were like, hey, I think it's actually more likely this came from the Wuhan virology lab 40 yards away where they were researching dangerous diseases and some escaped. And they're like, no, idiot, fake news moron. It was Chinese people being disgusting that caused
Oh, where'd you read that, Taylor?
Thousands of years.
Oh, you probably read that on Hunter Biden's laptop, huh, Taylor? Is that where you saw that story?
Probably there.
We're in imagination land.
That's so funny. People were like, it was bat soup, idiot. It's like, yeah,
dude, I thought it was bat. I believed the bat. I didn't believe bat soup, but when they described to me the wet market or whatever, and how you'd have like a pangolin shitting into like a gopher's mouth, and then the gopher shitting into a parrot's mouth, and then people would be like eating all three shits rubbed on the gophers while they barbecued it, and like back and forth. I was like,
dude, that's what they've been doing in those wet. Those wet markets didn't prop up in 2018. Like they've been doing that for hundreds.
Yeah, but mutations occur over time. That one, what's the African? Ebola came from a cave in Africa. 2 different famous deadly diseases came from the same bat cave in Africa. Ebola and I don't know what the other one is, but it's a disease It's like one of those. Like,
why don't we fill that cave in?
Dude, when I read that I read that online, and I was like, why are we not hitting that with a bunker buster like tomorrow?
No, that'll spread it. We just need
the worst idea. Trump.
That's the worst.
Why don't we nuke it? See if that makes it better.
What we're gonna do is
we're gonna spray the bacteria everywhere. No, it's gonna incinerate them with fire.
No, it would probably not.
One or the other. Let's see.
Why not just
pour
an enormous amount of concrete down there? Seal it up.
Concrete.
No.
No
now
you got a fucking roads and bridges project in Africa. That ought to go well.
I think we have lead and an ant farm. It's cool.
Yeah, the Chinese can do it, or we can do it. Like, we'll just fill it with concrete. Make sure that dastardly cave doesn't cause problems anymore.
The fucking carbon footprint alone from that much concrete is not going to be worth the squeeze.
If it's shutting down the
carbon footprint,
if it's shutting down the Ebola cave,
my biggest fear shutting down the Ebola cave is the carbon footprint that may or may not be created by the concrete created in that area and the substandard labor that would be employed.
Ever since vaccination, Ebola is classified as endangered.
Zach, fact check me on that because I know I'm right. It's like what the cave had like Ebola and like another like West Nile virus or some shit, like another famous disease is from that bat cave, and it's like, why would we give them a third chance? This is like Nazi Germany. Not like we got to get rid of these guys.
Yeah, fill all their caves with concrete. Figure the rest out. This is you guys are the ones who let the caves get out of control.
Concrete first, ask questions later. That's
well, it's better filling it with concrete. If I was the president of that decision, you could either fill it with concrete and seal all of the.
How is concrete better than napalm? How is concrete better than fire?
Because you don't blow it up and you don't spread all the nonsense.
Purifying fire. That's not what our bomb. It's not Acme rockets. It's not going to make it a big mushroom cloud. We're going to We're gonna vaporize those fuckers. We're gonna burn them all. 2 different.
Imagine one of those Russian guys you send me videos of is Ebola. What happens when they blow him up? Does it go away or does it get everywhere?
Dude, I saw a gruesome video today. The guy was on fire. He was on fire, Taylor, this Russian guy. And I guess he decided to kill himself, but all he had was a grenade. And I was like, my God, what a time to have a 6-second fuse on a grenade. He's just burning, burning, burning. And it was rough because they wear those goose down jackets and they just go poof and make a big cloud of feathers.
Where would you put a grenade if you were trying to end it?
Next to my head, like right next to your head. Yeah, yeah, big time. And then like against the ground to like make sure the force is like doubly amplified. You know,
put your head against the ground and like
like a pillow.
Yeah, like a pillow. Okay.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Oof, man, that would suck if it failed and now you're just your jaw's gone.
It was a stun grenade.
I wonder if this will kill you.
That was flashbang, Dimitri. What? I can't hear nothing. Man, war is horrific. I'm so glad. My dad used to say it all the time. I'm sure he still does if I prompted him. But
you just said it like he was dead.
I know, right? But like every day we'd be hanging out together. And he'd be like, so what a beautiful day to be alive. So good. So good. There's nobody over there to fight. Like we'd see the news or something. Like we don't have to do battle for this land over here. This is our land. You know, nobody's coming to fuck with us. Like this is just ours, and we never have to even worry about.
Because someone else is fighting your fight for you right now, and you should
Harley's
appreciate that.
We gave that guy discounts at AutoZone. Enough is enough.
Oh my God. I use that card all the time, that AutoZone discount card.
Your veterans card?
Oh, no, my uncle worked at AutoZone. It's just same discount. And he kept his legs.
Started at the bottom, worked his way all the way to the top.
Dude, they always ask me if I'm a veteran, and I'm like, no.
Oh my God, just steal a little valor.
I'm a pussy.
No,
dude,
do it.
I can't lie.
I'm really the only one that's ever stolen valor.
Yes.
At Subway.
How do you?
What's the deal with Subway?
How did you
free cookies?
But he started slicing the meat, and I freaked out because Blade reminded me of my time in the Middle East. I steal valor for Vietnam.
Tell me you're a tunnel rat.
I was a tunnel rat. They had this weird reverse aging serum. I stole a lot when I was under the ground in the tunnels.
Dude, tunnel rats are so hardcore. I've talked about it before, but that one doc where the guy was a tunnel rat and they're interviewing him in his living room, and it's kind of rundown place and everything, and he's a rundown guy. It's like 20 years after Nam, and he's like, yeah, they'd send me down in the holes with my 45 and my bayonet, and I'd crawl. Most of the time, you'd smell the gook before you seen him. You'd smell him yards away. They had a spicy stink to him from that food they eat. And I'd come up on, and he's talking about he had a necklace of ears. He's like, I had a special bayonet that I had customized for chopping heads off. And I had a whole bunch of heads, and I had a whole bunch of ears. And she's like, what happened to him? He's like, they took them when I come back through, you know, the customs or whatever, took my ears and your knife, took it too, took my chopper. And then she was like, if you could go back. He's like, she's like, do you regret anything you did? He's like, hell, I'd go back now and go back to killing if they'd let me. I loved it. I wish they'd send me back now.
I was crawling, really dirty as hell, the ears rotting around my neck, and I'd hear a few feet in the distance some ching chong bing bong horse shit. Nothing upset me more than smelling their disgusting fish sauce entrees as I was crawling towards them.
Are you reading something? If this is off the top, that's crazy. That's real life. That's literally speaking from the heart.
The power of improv.
This dude was having none of it. He was like, we'd find our boys all cut up and tortured, and they'd make them look bad to scare us, and it didn't scare me none. It made me mad. And it was like, oh, this guy's awesome.
Yeah, right.
That's what the aliens aren't ready for when they come here.
I had a manager early in my career. He was a Marine, and he used to tell me, like, the people you want in the Army at peacetime are not the same people you want at wartime. And guy Kyle's talking about is a guy you want at wartime.
Dude, I was listening to this podcast recently, and the guy was in Korean War, so he's old as shit. But he was so braggadocious and lighthearted about it. Like, I don't think he's lying, but at the same time, it's like, dude, really? He's like, I've got the record for most hand-to-hand kills. There was many a time where I could have shot him, but I chose to beat a man to death instead. I just like to rattle their cage, and I was good at that sort of thing. And I've
He's
also
trying to get play
killed,
of the game, doing all knives
dude,
like
for
that.
real. He said he killed over 10,000 with his artillery strikes alone. He's like, I was calling in the artillery strikes on the Chinese in North Korea, like easily 10,000 kills from that alone. He's like, I killed another 400 with rifle fire and hand-to-hand tactics. I killed at least, and it was like dozens he'd beaten to death. It was crazy, the stories he was telling.
I think visually on sight, like I think like going up against the Japanese or just like Asians on site at war, like I feel like that's scarier to me than if I were going up against some white men.
Yeah,
like
for
if
sure.
if I saw white dudes out there, that's different. If
the Russians are a little messy with it, you know what I mean? They've been I see them torturing like Ukrainians.
No, for sure. But
in World War II though,
yeah, exactly.
It wasn't
That'd
like
be
that.
Scary, bro. Asians running through the smoke like that. They got those silly hats, and they're like kamikaze piloting with the bayonet, like they're coming for you, and they're just about it more than I'm about it. I think
my father-in-law was in the Korean War, and he would talk to me about it sometimes, and I'm like 19, just trying to have him not hate me, agreeing with everything he says. So he wasn't like some super badass who had the record for hand-to-hand combat or anything, but he was a strong guy. He owned a weightlifting gym. He was a fireman. He was like intimidating to sit near. And he's telling me about his time in the Korean War. Anyway, he was upset because the Koreans kept coming to their camp, base, whatever it was, and robbing them. They just steal food, whatever they could get their hands on, and leave. And he's like, they did it to the Turks too, but the Turks, they'd kill them. And they put their head on a pike. They had Korean heads, and they stopped stealing from them. So I wanted to do that here. But the Americans wouldn't put dead bodies on pikes in front around the camp to show what they did to people who stole. And I'm just like, agree, like, yeah, you should have done the pike thing, I guess.
I would do it. I would help you.
Yeah.
I'll pick the head.
You want to get some pikes around here? I don't know. I'm just trying to get you to like me.
I had some pikes ready for this.
Woody, the reason that they do the pike thing on the head is like how many different societies figured that out at different places, thousands of miles apart, where they're like, we really need to inspire fear. Head on a pike. Mm-hmm. Like everywhere independently.
Yeah, it's like, dude,
out.
we were just like, no, we were on our way like conquesting to other lands, and we passed this village, dude. You know what they did? Genius idea. They took the heads and had them all set up. Yeah. We killed them all. We raped them and killed them. But that, like, I could see how that would deter someone who wasn't as crazy as
and
that.
what we did,
there were no survivors because these were scary people.
And they told us that we weren't allowed to do heads on pikes, and so we stole their heads on pikes.
Imagine it's not just random heads on pikes; it's your boys, right? Oh shit, Woody's up there on a pike, and it's like, Taylor, I don't think we want to.
Dude, I'd be like right next to it.
For my head, they would
right
need
next to it like this. Like with the Woody head.
God damn it, this one keeps tipping over.
Candy apple.
They got like a little proto tent holding me up. You know what? Just throw it in the fire. This one's not worth it. It's just they're making a joke out of us.
They apparently like North Korean troops are being deployed in Ukraine and Russia.
Dead ones. Yeah.
I could just imagine, dude, like if you're like
North Koreans.
like if you're a Ukrainian
in Ukraine, North Koreans are allied with the Russians, and they're fighting in Ukraine. And the Ukrainians are like, look, a dead North Korean soldier. That's evidence that the North Koreans are fighting us.
Yeah, is it like North Korea that does it, or I always think of North Korea as like a pet of China. And so is it like China doesn't want to get themselves involved?
Oh yeah, I think China must have been involved with some of this
because North Korea can't survive without imports directly.
Well, I was just gonna say, could you imagine like you're like Ukrainian, and then you just start seeing like a lot more Asian faces, and they're all like tired and hungry, and you're just like, dude, I think we're winning.
I think we're winning. There's like five Asian bodies around here.
It's a good deal for the North
Russian
Koreans,
dude, and you're like shooting, and then like all of a sudden you just got like Asian faces, and they're like, I don't know what you're saying, bro.
This is a really good deal for the North Koreans.
Fuck.
The North Koreans aren't just sending like starving soldiers to get thrown into the mix. They're sending all sorts of officers to get experience in a real modern war. This is a great practice and training tactic. Like, I wouldn't imagine they would send their worst. They'll send their best. They'll send the guys that they want to get trained up. Maybe they do send some of their worst too for a fee. Maybe they'll trade 5,000 peasant soldiers for some barley and wheat this winter or something like that.
Well, I think a lot of these soldiers are getting fed. They're like, yo, it's cool out here, dude. If we don't get killed, like, we get breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That's crazy.
Dude, I'm getting a gut. How awesome is this?
I had bread twice this week.
My abs are gone.
Yeah.
This place rocks.
No, that's an interesting part of the war. I know that some Iranians have also been killed in Ukraine, but they were specifically involved with some sort of drone warfare unit. Like, they were there getting training, doing drone strikes. Like, that unit was, and they blew those guys up. That drone warfare is so sketchy. I saw one of the tank drones, finally a video on Reddit, and man, they're so close to like
a ground-based drone.
Yeah, it's like a little one with a machine gun on it, and it's like they're getting so close to Terminators, dude.
I saw a guy.
They're 15 years away from Terminators.
I saw a guy running. I saw a guy running from a drone, and it was just like such a weird fucking video to watch. It was crazy.
It's dystopian.
It is insanely dystopian.
There's a Black Mirror episode.
And the
like
fact that it
like
starts off with like as if it was like a Call of Duty YouTube like highlights, like FaZe Clan type thing at the beginning. It has like a graphic.
Let
and it's
the
like
bodies hit the floor.
Yeah, it's literally like they got music playing, and it's a guy like he sees the drone, and then like sees that the drone sees him, so he starts to run, but it just turns faster than you. It's faster than you. It just needs to get near you.
I saw
an
award ceremony.
Just fucked. I'm like, what's going through your head? Like, it's that like just
think about it the other end
from it. It's so
fucked
crazy.
up.
No, think about the other end of the drone though. So Zelensky just gave the hero of Ukraine medal to this drone operator, and they gave that guy's kill list. Now, a lot of times you'll have like a Carlos Halfcock American sniper or a Chris Kyle American sniper, and it's like confirmed kills versus real kills, and it's like his story versus somebody else's story, and like, how do you even keep count? These guys are video recording every single strike they make, and I think he had 441 kills.
Who gives a fuck about someone's kills when they're sitting in a bunker 800 miles away?
Excuse me? What do you want to get? Oh, get your sword out! Get your sword out, Olaf, and charge across the field. I'm sure. Hold on.
Do you really see any sort of equivocation between Carlos Hathcock, a hero sniper in Vietnam, and someone who's drinking Red Bulls and has a break time hourly and sitting there playing Xbox?
Taylor, I want to answer that. Like, I can see where you're coming from. One guy's in far more.
There's no honor in the second one whatsoever.
But hold on. The one guy's in a lot more danger. Now, they are in some danger because they can't be too far from the front line. They don't do it from like North Carolina, but
we do. They do.
But in terms of effectiveness, though, like you're talking about like the honor and
the honor, yeah.
If you throw the honor away and just look at who's the more effective guy, that drone operator is incredibly effective.
For sure, but it's not him specifically. It's the technology. That guy would be sitting, programming.
You could say that's not the sniper specifically; it's the intelligence.
Not really. Like if you've read,
I don't know why you're poo-pooing this
manufacturer.
He wasn't like
him specifically.
Look, first of all,
you've read Carlos Hathcock's memoirs.
I have. And
like what? That guy shoots from 300 meters away. That's not even
falling through the muck for miles.
I was only comparing the two in the sense that one of them you have the kills on video, and the other you have a story.
Yeah,
I'm not. You know what I mean? There's not one of this kid's kills that's in dispute because every single one of them is recorded in I don't know 360p or something. Yes, he had like 440 individual kills, but then it was a litany of vehicles. It was like how many heavy tanks, how many light tanks, how many trucks. He had destroyed a fucking army himself. It was so crazy.
Yeah.
And he was like 26, maybe. Like he was very young.
Yeah. It's just like the drone
hero of
thing,
Ukraine.
The drone thing is like a complete removal of honor from warfare.
I think we've had that removal.
Like
already.
The archer.
I think that removal.
That's what they used to say about English archers. There was some guy on the other end. He was like, this is completely without honor. Is he like?
No. Do you actually know the history here? So when crossbows were invented, The British refused. I knew you did. When the crossbows were invented, the British were always famous for.
I mean, I know it. Tell all those weirdos that listen, they don't know it.
Yeah, so the British won a lot of wars because they were excellent archers and they had long bows made of yew, I think, that could shoot huge distances, and they were actually really accurate with them. And these dudes were jacked. They were like 120-pound pulls.
Their skeletons are you can tell an archer by their skeleton to this day because it reshapes the musculature and skeleture of those people. Like their right side is completely.
Kyle's right. You can tell it. You can find on YouTube right now if you look up like an archer. There's this old
guy
who pulls it back, and his right side is fucking just that lean tensile strength muscle, and the left side is not like that because that's the structure side. And so when crossbows were invented, the British didn't use them. They refused to use them because they saw part of warfare as the honor of skill, that it took skill to kill someone. If you're going to kill someone with a longbow, it's really difficult. But you can give any peasant, anyone, a crossbow, and now you can kill that way. And so they, for a good while, the British military did not adopt the crossbow because they saw it as shameful. Like,
look,
you
further, but if that kid, the drone operator, if he got 441 kills in Russia with the crossbow, that'd be fucking.
Dude, no, if he was 316 off rooftops, no one would be saying anything about his honor.
Taylor, you're talking about honor in war.
Yeah,
and I suspect that's something that us non-soldiers talk about. Like, I bet the people who really fight in these wars are like, yeah, man, it's not what you think. It's not as heroic as you think. It's everybody's scared.
That'd be the job I'd want.
Being a little bit gray.
Part of honor.
Is that the job we'd all want, right?
Like that guy with the collection of ears. Did he have honor?
Part of honor is behaving appropriately under immense stress and fear. Like, that's part of what's being honorable, courageous. Like, so when you hear about a knight who killed a bunch of people on a battlefield, or you hear about a sniper like Carlos Hathcock who killed dozens of people, and he would crawl through miles of muck and bullshit, getting infections in his feet and his legs because he was still for so long. Like, that's a level of honor. That's a level of courage that's simply absent from someone using.
Wearing that whole ass metal suit.
He did something honorable. There's no honor
wearing a whole ass metal suit in the battlefield.
That's with Xbox to kill someone.
A lot of people think sniper is not an honorable way to fight.
Dude, I think a knight covered in armor, stomping out peasants.
I don't think there's ever been a better definitive line in what is and is not honorable fighting than sitting 100, 200, 500 miles away with an Xbox controller blowing people
up. Literally, but that's the equivalent of a knight going against some peasants with wooden sticks, stomping them all out, and it's like, this guy's a fucking hero.
You're right.
He's in a fucking metal suit.
That's fair. And times change, and I could be 1,000,000% wrong on this. I'm open to that.
No, you're right.
And then there were guys in fighter jets in Iraq war just plinking tanks who showed up so obviously under infrared.
They were like drunk last night.
That's pretty comparable to the drone stuff, but we're not talking about what
drones are.
No, it's less. But I see what he's saying. But at least those guys in the planes are like literally there.
Yeah,
but they can't.
Over Iraq, no one's shooting down our planes. We had total
for sure. I agree with you, but they're there though.
How about this? How about let's really take
Iraqi guys are there.
Let's take it to the limit. You have a button on your desk, and when you press it, an enemy soldier dies.
You got to aim.
You press it 100 times, and then you're given the Presidential Medal of Freedom.
They wouldn't need me to push that button.
Is that brave?
Like, they're going to need me to aim. Look, I agree with you. Every step you take away from like choking the guy to death is a less honorable step that also separates you from the pain of what you're doing and like what you should actually feel as a human and like not want to do the
dumbest shit.
No, this is poignant. This is good stuff.
It is poignant. Yes, I'm gonna tempt my fingers.
Today's episode: fucking aliens, killing aliens, fucking humans, and killing humans.
See, that's why the aliens are so perfect, and why like I have no mercy for the aliens. Right? I hope they have a god that I can make fun of and like not people. You can do anything you want to an alien. There's no laws. Like if the aliens came down and like we were winning the war handily, and I just had like a bunch of alien slave hoes, and I'm like leading them around like a chain gang of
the memes would be crazy.
They're all caked up.
Crazy if we were winning a war against aliens.
They're all caked up. I got a chain gang of alien pussy. Like I just got them in the background.
We got
crying
slurs.
In a bamboo cage.
Slurs were allowed to use because we all hate the aliens.
Do you let them cover their tits, but it's like with like a rag that shows under boob?
They don't get to wear anything. No,
Hell yeah.
they're all. I'm imagining the aliens as
This is honor.
they're like they look like Puerto Ricans, but they have lizard tails. That's what I imagine the aliens have.
No,
They're all like a bunch of J-Los, but with like lizard tails.
lizard tails.
They're,
Okay.
like super caked up.
They're like hot babes with green lips and green nips.
No, they gotta be
green
weirder
lips.
than that. So because I don't
No,
want
I wouldn't
everybody to
agree.
be into it. I want it to be kind of a fetish. I want it to be like most people aren't into the alien chicks because they got some weird anatomy, or like maybe they're gooey in a weird way. Maybe if you like fuck one too hard, it just explodes into like it pops like a balloon. Like you just
They
she just,
fart and shit when they're horny.
It just spills
Oh.
and ruins your mattress. Man, that would be traumatic.
Every
Dude, all
pump is
those
just like a
dudes into
fart
shit.
spray out their nipples every time
Oh.
you pump them.
all right, well, I don't like that. I don't want no skunk pussy.
Now you're not into the
You
fetish.
have to get them descented.
Yeah, you should degland them like they do
Yeah.
to cats.
That's what I do. There'd be no law against it either. You could execute them in the street. You could have a whole reality show where you like made them fight to the death, or you put them in like weird like a hamster cage. but
And it's
for
not like, dude, they
aliens.
came here. They're trying to kill us. They have like, look at all the
There'd be
the
hippies
writings
though.
and
You
stuff.
know, there'd be fucking hippies.
But
There'd
I'm
be, like,
trying to make the
Alien
argument to
Protection
them. I'm
League.
like, dude, they literally had scriptures specifically written about your wife. They were going to enslave your wife. So
Yep.
it's a problem now that Kyle enslaved 8 of them.
Yeah.
Dude, come on.
Yeah, 100% agree.
I'm not going to bat for you.
I could
here. This is
enslave 80 of
crazy.
them if they're murderous.
No, I like that a lot. I wish we had like a rate, because then we wouldn't worry about Palestine or Israel or Ukraine or Russia. We'd all just focus on like
Dude, we still don't worry
a
about
caked up
it.
lizard pussy like slave and like slaying it out. It's just slaying out.
Caked
Imagine
up
if it-
lizard pussy slave is a great T-shirt. You guys should sell, by the way. 10%
just-
off.
all right. So what I'm picturing,
Mm.
if you want to throw up a
Imagine
graphic,
those not wear
you want
them.
to throw up some accompaniment here, Zach. I'm picturing the mom from the dinosaurs. It wasn't a cartoon. It's from the 90s, like 93.
Not the mama.
Not the mama, not the mama. So
Yeah.
it was like animatronic, like people in suits, the dinosaurs. I'm picturing the mom. She's like a Dilophosaurus or something, but like real caked up. Real
You
caked
know what's
up.
crazy?
Mom from
You know
Dinosaur.
what's crazy about that show? Bring it back. You watch that back.
Human
I
face.
watched that back, and I was like, oh, I think they're black. Like, I think it's a black
Oh.
family.
You think-
And I
oh,
didn't
the
realize
dad
that
does-
then. Dude, look,
Yeah.
and look at, wait till you look at the son also has like cornrows. And
Yeah,
like
you're right, they're
I
black.
looked at it back and I'm like, oh, I brought it back. I'm like, a lot of their stuff is talking about like how hard it is being a dinosaur, but it's kind of like coded
Yeah,
a
he's
bit.
look at the dad here. He's got those black eyebrows.
Yeah.
He
Or
doesn't,
like,
have, he doesn't have eyebrows.
but like where the eyebrows would be, yeah, pull up the sun. Get the
Nobody.
sun there from dinosaurs.
He's got horrid teeth.
Somebody.
He needs some whitening strips.
Yeah.
This show was crazy back in the day when I
You
was
know how
like
the show
fucking
ended?
The
No.
Ice Age.
No.
The finale,
With
the
a
finale of the
meteor.
show is the meteor destroying the earth
Yeah.
and killing them all.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, yeah, there it is. No, he has a mohawk. He has a
I
mohawk.
hated the aesthetic of this show so much that when it came on and I was a kid, I would turn it off.
The baby on the show was like a cultural thing, like not the mama.
It was like
not the
Baby
mama.
Yoda.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's
bigger than that.
4 hours.
Yeah, I'm feeling the
think
meteor
it's,
right now.
If I'm feeling a meteor right now. So
Check out Harley. Links in the description.
Check out our meth head guest and
right.
I got Maddie Meth
And
and check
check out
out
our
Ryan
guests.
Rivera, Gavin
Ryan-
McInnes' show. Hopefully we can get Ryan back on.
Cool. PKA 721.
sticker.